Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Tembe TV. This is Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot has taken place today, and Raila Odinga was in Nairobi, Kenya, shaking the city, drumming up support for his bid and the bid of the Azimio la Umoja aspirants and candidates in the city, galvanizing all the support he can get for August 9th elections. Well, William Ruto, the deputy president, was with the church today, ordained by the bishops as their king. Well, that's a serious matter that we need to dive into, even as we look at our politics and spirituality and all manner of the role of the church into this politics. There has been a claim that the church has a candidate. Is it true? Now, if it has a candidate, who is the candidate and what makes the candidate the church candidate? A serious matter that we need to get to the bottom of the same. Welcome everyone around the world, even as we look at 23 days to go. Elections are beckoning. Are you set for this day? Are you set to make your vote and your voice heard in these particular elections? Let's get down to business. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera and the audio, and you will be in this very space for us to get talking. And you're able to get us, please make sure you invite the whole world into this space for us to get talking. Don't watch alone, don't follow alone. Let everyone know that we're here and we are looking at our latest political situation. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. Miriam, we appreciate you. Kuna Abdul Rahim Ahmed, thank you so much. Simba Omar say you are welcome to the show. Kuna Anderson Neta, you're welcome. Furaha wa Azmiro, karibu sana. Mili Atiambo, asante sana. Kuna Obuya Collins, we appreciate you. Karen Anyango, Francis Ochieng, Meril, Evans Ochieng, thank you so much for making this your channel of choice. And we have Favor Akita, Kengo Omwangu, asante sana. Kuna Njati Peter, kuna Patel Sabok Manyi, kuna Fatma Nasimiyu, kuna Kelvin Otieno, nani huyu mwingine Paul Mugambi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Davis Keys, alafu iko nani huyu Adams Langat. Asante kwa wote mnaojumuika nasi jioni ya leo tunapoanza kujadili siasa zetu. Na wakaribisha kila mmoja, na ukitupata tafadhali hakikisha unakaribisha yeyote yule ambaye mngependa kutazama pamoja, ili kila mmoja amakinike. Kusiwe Mkenya yeyote atakayesalia nyuma kwa yote ambayo imekusudiwa katika nchi hii. Anaomba tu kila mmoja ajitahidi kabisa kukaribisha wawili watatu. If you are able to get us and you're following us on Facebook, we still urge you to make sure that you subscribe on YouTube, because there's more that takes place on YouTube than what is streamed on Facebook. So make sure that you're here and you are a fully subscriber on YouTube, so that you don't miss out on the very best that we are offering in terms of our broadcast and the live stream that we intend to cause to happen even during and before, during and after the elections, for us to have that unlimited time to stream all through. We will be streaming fully on YouTube. So if you have not subscribed to YouTube, please make sure that you do so. Haya, mambo ni kama haya. Mama Selina, habari ya leo?
Salama sana Penat. Habari ya leo?
Hali vipi huko?
Tumekaliwa na mambo.
Tuko salama, tashukuru.
Tumekaliwa na internet tena. Tumekuwa na storm, hatuna stima. Otherwise naona mambo ya leo ni mzuri. Wacha niongee kabla sijakatwa. Naona baba na mama na Nairobians wamefanya vizuri. Wamestorm Nairobi vizuri na watu wamejitokezea. Naona Kenya Kwisha, Kenya Kwanza wakiwa Kiambu. Yes, wacha watu wapatiwe wakiwe kinya makanisa, lakini si ya siasa. You know, these bishops wamekosa kazi ya kufanya. You can obtain a bishop, but mwanasiasa, hiyo ni sawa, hiyo ni haki yao, kwa sababu kila mahali hata kanisa wako na haki kufanya yale wanafanya. Na nashangaa sana wakati Tibuti anasema safari hii hawezi kubali mambo ya handshake. Nani alikuwa amemwambia kuna possibility ya handshake Kenya? Baba atachukua nchi, ataongoza Kenya, hatutakuwa na shida. So mimi pangu sitaki kunena mengi. 23 days si wakati ya kuongea. Ile imepaki ni kuomba na kuambia watu wajitahidi watoke waende kupiga kura, hasa kina mama. Ninawahimiza waamke mapema, wafanye shughuli ya nyumbani. By saa 12 wamemalizana na mambo ya nyumbani, waende kupiga kura ili wapate time ya kurudi pia kutengeneza chakula ama kazi za nyumbani. Otherwise, kulingana na vile nimeona ni sawa. Mambo ya SONKO kwenda East Africa koti ni haki yake, lakini kama hujasikizwa kwenyu, unaenda kuonyeshana aibu ya kwamba you are corrupt man, ukakuwa impeach. Nao kwa sababu nchi yako imekwambia uwezi kuwa kiongozi. I don't know kama ni pesa inasumbua wakubwa ama ni because it is not even a sympathy. Uwezi toka kwenyu uende kulia nje. There are so many people they have done that, but Penat sijaiona kama kuna kesi hata moja imaitatuliwa na hawa Somali wamekuwa naye. Kuna watu wengi wamekuwa na hiyo shida, but hatujawahi ona wakisaidia kesi hata moja, because one, all those leaders wako na makasoro kwa nchi zao. So wacha nisipoteze wakati. Ninasikiza ikiwa tunatolewa nje na internet ama mambo ikiharibika, ninasikia. Naona tumerudi kwa Facebook Penat. So in case kwa sababu saa ingine kama uwezi ingia, but unasikiza ukiwa nje. So kama jana nilikuwa nasikia the whole day vile mambo ilikuwa inaendelea. Na ni hayo tu, unajua kwa hii siasa maoni yetu ni tofauti. Tulikuja hapa na kila mtu ana maoni tofauti. Mimi pangu kwa 23 days, kama kuna mtu nimemkosea ama kuna watu ninawakwasa, nasema tuvumiliane. Hii 20 days si kama vile tulianza 9 months. So in case tunapitana kwa maoni ama vile tunaona mambo, all of us we are not the same. Na tusichoke kukua pamoja, kwa sababu nchi yetu inaenda kuwa nchi mzuri. Otherwise Penat, ninasikiza nikitolewa na internet, nitasikiza pale kando, lakini leo akituhurumia mimi niko Penat. Asante.
Asante sana Mama Selina kwa utangulizi huo. Tashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Tuko tayari kuendelea mbele ili kila mmoja amakinike, na kama vile nimesema, kila wazo la mmoja ni muhimu, kwa sababu hii ni yetu na wajibu wa kuiongoza ipasavyo wetu, si wa mtu mmoja ama kabila moja ama sehemu moja. Ni lazima kila mmoja awajibike, kwa sababu kazi ya kila mtu haiwezi kufanywa na mtu mmoja. Na kwa hiyo tushirikiane kwa pamoja kuhakikisha kwamba tunaboresha nchi na tunaipatia uongozi unaofaa. Hilo ndio jukumu letu hapa. Hata tukijadiliana, hatuko hapa ili kufanya mtu mmoja akae mbaya na mwingine akae mzuri. jukumu letu hapa haswa ni kuhakikisha kwamba nchi ya Kenya inasonga mbele, na kama uongozi wako ufai, tutakwambia ufai. Kama uongozi wako ni mbaya, tutakwambia ni mbaya. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu tunalinda Kenya. Kwa nini? Kenya tunaitegemea sisi wote. When Kenya falls up, everybody suffers. So it's our duty to take care of this country and ensure that everything pertaining to this country is done accordingly and in order. And that's why we encourage you, wherever you are, please get set to make sure that you are near your polling station. Begin to move. It's 23 days to the D-Day. So if you are not near where you're supposed to vote, begin to plan to move so that you get as closer to the polling station as possible. Don't wait for the 11th hour. There will be flight cancellation. There will be eventualities that may come up. So don't wait for the eve to the elections. That's when you travel. You may get disappointed. So begin your journey early, get here in good time so that you prepare and be in the polling station as the first person to vote, and make sure that you vote wisely. Vote in a government that will help this country move forward, not a government of those who want to milk this country to death. Thank you, everyone. Waga, habari ya leo? Waga the Great.
Mzuri sana ndugu yangu. Naona watu mama Selina
anaenda mawili matatu.
Sasa wacha niongee. Mimi nataka kuongea kuhusu hii mkutano ya Nairobi. Mkutano ya Nairobi, hata mimi nilikuwa huko. Nilienda tu kwa shughuli, nikasema hata mimi nione leo. Na watu walijaja kweli kweli. Na hii mambo na maombi, Pius Muiru hata alisimama kama president wakati mwingine. Na kura yenye alipata hata hii kufikisha 100,000. Sasa hii maombi yake sijui itamletea huyu jamaa kura ngapi hivi. Tena ukikuja kwa Sonko. Sonko alifanyiwa impeachment. Na ile pia ni koti kivyake. Akaapil. Ameenda Mombasa, ameapil, amefanya kila kitu, lakini bado amekataliwa. Kwa hivyo yeye angetulia tu, aachane na hii mambo na kusumbuana na pesa. Angoje kama kazi itapatikana, tupiwe mahali ya kule kidogo. Otherwise, I'm very happy. Na vile watu wamejitokeza, na tujitokeze sana siku ya kura, tusaidie wale hawajiwezi, tuwapeleke kwa kituo. Turudi tungoje matokeo, na tarehe 10, baba ataapishwa tarehe 10. Si ati tarehe baada ya siku 14 sijui nini. Kuapishwa ni tarehe 10. Kwa hivyo tufanye juhudi. Huyu mzee apite na 75%. Juu sioni vile utatukana leo uwe king ya uwe ordained, na matusi yale umetukana hata hujaomba msamaha, na umeambiwa na wale wazee walioya walisema mzee kuja utuombe msamaha. Yeye hajaomba msamaha, leo ameenda tu amekuwa ordained na hizo uchafu zote. Huyu jamaa anafaa tuombe msamaha kwanza kabisa. Na hiyo yote tuachie Mungu. Mungu ndiye atadecide kama atamsamehea, lakini sisi kabla hajaomba msamaha hatutamsamehea. Vile ile matusi ile anatoa, sijui mganga, sijui nini, sijui wengine ni wamama, hizo zote hata akisema hivyo lazima tuombe msamaha. Otherwise, let's welcome everybody on board, na wale wamemaliza watoke ili wengine pia waingie. Juu nini nabeba tu watu wa 10, tusistick sana, tufungie wengine nje. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante sana bwana Waga, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Tunaendelea mbele. Asante kwa wote ambao mko kwa comment section. Tafadhali let us keep it clean. Na kama unatupata, tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu wajumuike nasi katika uchambuzi wa siasa leo. Kusiwe na yote anayesalia nyuma. Karibu kila moja. Tuna swala ambalo ni nyeti na ni swala la maaskofu kuhusika katika siasa, na kuna inaitwa church candidate. Leo ningependa kutafuta mabishop wote ambao mnajumuika nasi katika kipindi hiki. Tungependa kusikia maoni yako. Najaribu kumpata Bishop Silas Kali, kama atapatikana aje atufafanulie haya maneno, kwa sababu inaonekana kanisa linachezewa kisiasa na tunaingia mahala ambapo hatutaweza kutoka kama kanisa kiendelea mkondo huu. Kama kila mwanasiasa atakuwa anapakwa mafuta kulingana na mfuko wake na kulingana na hela ambazo ametoa, basi hiyo ni ngoma ambayo itashindikana. Kwa hivyo bwana Mike, karibu. Vipi leo?
Asante Bernard, niko salama. Asante kwa fursa hii, nitatoa yangu machache. Bernard, kesi ya Sonko kwenda East African Court, kwa maoni yangu nasema Sonko aka ana test judiciary system yetu mpaka ukingo wake, na kwa kufanya hivyo aka anatupatia standards na precedents ambazo lawyers wanasema ambazo zitakuwa rahisi sana kutumia siku zijayo. So for me, I would like to look at it as a good gesture. Of course, it is also his right. The East African Court is also a court. We have our judges there. So he's exhausting all options so that in the future, if somebody goes through that process, he will know the definite results, because judgments are also used as precedents so that they are quoted for future references. One of the cases that I'm still struggling to understand is the case of Sakaja. I don't know what the judgment has set for this country, that you don't need to prove where you got your degree, you don't need to prove where you went to school, you don't need to prove by producing your transcripts or school fees. As long as you present a certificate and somebody has received it, he cannot refuse to receive it again. Hiyo judgment ya kurusha makaratasi ya Sonko between CUE na IBC na DCI na anti-corruption imefungua chapter ya kuleta uncertainty Kenya, kwamba we don't have a measure or we don't have an office that can be referred to, because for me, Bernard, the person who gives you a document is the one who facilitates it. So if the people who are supposed to ratify all accredited universities cannot be given the authority to decline or authorize a document, I think they have left us in a place of confusion. So for me, Bernard, any case that is used to bring clarity on matters that are unclear, for me, it's a welcome move. Of course, at the end of the day, Sonko's die is cast. There is no is going. He's only testing the system, and he's doing it on our behalf, and we appreciate his role because he's using his money. Now, Bernard, coming to the issue of the ordination of Ruto as the church's preferred president. I always tell you, Bernard, I'm very careful not to step beyond my line on matters of Christianity and faith, because you fall to fall in the line of blasphemy. So I'll be very careful. Sasa, if Bernard, people like Kanyari, who faked miracles on national TV, are still operating freely, if the gentleman in Embakasi who hired a lady to twist her mouth and say she has been cursed is still operating a church, which churches are these that Ruto is promising the church that they will not be closed? If such churches are still operating, the government never touched them. There is freedom of expression to the extent that atheists are allowed to register their organizations and do whatever they want. Bernard, I want on this forum somebody to tell me any church that has been closed since independence, because that is the argument church leaders are coalescing around Ruto, that will protect the churches. Protect the churches from whom? Who has ever touched a church since independence? Talk of Jomo Kenyatta, talk of Moi. Actually, Moi used to fund evangelists, international evangelists like Reinhard Bonke. People are not aware that Reinhard Bonke used to come as a state guest. he used to be given state accommodation. All people, Kibaki was never bothered about whether you go to church or not. He never cared whether you open a church on top of a bar. To him, the freedom of expression the freedom of association and expression that we fought for in 1992 that brought the new constitution is what all Kenyans are enjoying. So for church leaders to pretend that under Ruto there will be freedom of worship is I don't want to say conmanship, but is not truthful, Bernard, because this country has the best constitution that protects freedom of expression, freedom. If you go to Jivanji Gardens, if you go to Aga Khan Walk, somebody will just stop with a microphone and start preaching. Are you aware it is not allowed in the streets of UK and London and New York? And yet those are democracies. Are you aware that in America you are not? There are places where you cannot even pray in a school. They say you are infringing the rights of those who don't believe in Christ. But in Kenya, we allow, there is no function that will start without a prayer. Are we saying that the Muslims don't have a right in this country? Are we saying Buddhists don't have a right in this country? We have freedom of expression by all religious organizations. So for church leaders to stand up and create a crisis around freedom is to raise a false and an non-existent agenda. There is freedom of worship in this country, and those who Ruto is promising that in my administration churches will be free is giving non-existent promises. That is one of the things I was very, very annoyed with Bernard when I heard the DP telling the church leaders that in my administration we shall not close any church. Who has closed any church in this country, Bernard? There is no church that has been closed in this country for any whatever reason, including those who con Kenyans by doing fake miracles on TV. They have never been closed, including those pastors who have killed people on the road, like the other one who hit somebody. I don't want to mention the name because the case is still going from Naivasha. He was a drunk pastor. He drank in his club in Naivasha, drove and killed somebody, and he's still free. The government and the country has never had any vindictive or agenda against the church. For if the church has failed to raise up to its standard, it should not look for government as a scapegoat. Nigeria has a Muslim president, but Nigeria has one of the most powerful preachers in the world, not in Africa, in the world. You don't need a Christian president, Bernard, for Christianity to grow. In fact, it is the opposite. The Bible says, and I'm a Christian, Bernard, it says in Isaiah 59:19, that when an enemy shall come in like a flood, the Spirit of the Lord will lift up a standard against him. So if the country has a bad president against Christianity, God will raise the standard so that he fights for his own, because the Bible says he will raise his church and the gates of hell shall not prevail. We are Christians and we know Christianity does not depend on a sitting government to thrive. It just depends on God himself to make it stand. So the donation that Ruto has put in churches to get an impression that he's raising churches, he's raising buildings, he's not raising churches. Well, thank you, Bernard. I'm a bit very annoyed today, so I'll not want to go further. Sorry for that.
It's okay. Thank you, Mike. That's accurate. And what William Ruto is proposing is actually a trap for the church. The church does not draw its authority from the president or from the political leadership. The church draws its authority from the divine order. I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail. That means the church does not is not limited by the Kenyan constitution as much as the freedom of worship enhances the operation of the church in this country. Even if churches will be banned in this country, the ban against the church in this country will not stop church, because church does not draw its authority from any political goodwill. And so the bishops that are portraying and painting the picture as if they need favors from the president in order for them to exist as a church. They are misguided. They don't know what they are up to. I think they are just hungry. They are not different from the politicians who have sold their political career for a morsel of bread from Sugoi. They are one and the same basket. There is no candidate for the church. Why? I am a church leader and I'm a church member and have not been consulted on who is the candidate for the church. The church is right where they were in 2010, and the same way we defeated them in 2010, we will defeat them this time round. So William Ruto can go with his incitement program anywhere, inside the bishops, inside the pastors, inside the whole world. But at the end of the day, I have already given you the outcome of elections. 2010 result for the constitution. That's exactly what you are going to end up with in 2022. You have not grown nothing since 2010. And you with your bishops, plus the ordination you received today, we are sending you home very early in the morning. Thank you very much. Naomba nisichemshe sana. Dan Rai, habari ya leo?
Bernard, poa sana, ukoje?
Ni wewe ama tutafute mwingine? Kwani ulienda wapi?
Bwana, nimekuwa na shughuli mingi up and down hii siasa kidogo.
Ulikuwa unatafuta nomination secure sasa?
Yes, I appreciate at least nimepata, but I do follow every in fact kwa group na hapa I do follow what is going on and I'm full updated. At least leo sasa hii wiki nitakuwa free off kidogo, sasa tumejua tutakuwa tunaongea. So Bernard, I just want to contribute on the topic of today. There's something we call sympathy. And I'm seeing like William Ruto is looking something called sympathy. Because this guy, amejua like everybody, most of us in Kenya, that's the truth, are Christians. Including me. Unajua hata mimi, I'm a Catholic. Na sasa mimi naendaga kushiriki kwa kanisa. So akikuja with the name of God like, ati sisi ni wa Kristo, sasa we need a president of Ukristo. Sasa at least we can vote William Ruto in. And I do question some Kenyans like mtu anakuambia like, oh, unajua William Ruto ni mtu wa Kristo, anajua kuomba. Nimekuambia in leadership, do we need even Christianity in it? We know the leader come from God. But si Mungu ana lead someone ule mtu anajua hata kwa sababu tumeona hata viongozi wengi who are leaders but they fail, but they used to pray every day and night. Even David himself failed in the Bible. Akatamani bibi ya Uriah. Even we have leaders pia wamefail hata even kwa Bible. But what William Ruto is doing, sijui because the other day nilisikia the Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa na with bishops and pastor from Central. So he's trying to counterattack that. At least yeye pia ameita mabishops wake pia ameweka pale Nyayo watu waone yenyewe William Ruto akona sisi. And if you go, this is the guy that anafuata ukifanya hii hata leo Bernard as chairman, ukiamua tu kusema kitu, I think William Ruto will wake up in the morning tomorrow na fanya the same thing ulikuwa unafanya. Sasa hizo ukiita council of elders and whatever, pia ataita do the same, unaona. So to me it's not a surprise because nimesikia Mike amesema he's so annoyed by what William Ruto is doing. My friend, let me tell you something. Me anyway nilikuwa nakazikaka kitambo, but because hadi ningie kwa siasa nikae na wanasiasa, there's something we do learn in politics. Tunaambiwanga like siasa itaki makasiriko. Yeye unaangalia tu una study mtu unaona akili yake inataka aje. Because nimejua William Ruto vile Raila leo amekuwa, in fact our topic today vile Raila amerudi Nairobi. Hiyo kurudi tu Nairobi hivyo. Kesho utasikia William Ruto pia kuna rally Kasarani huku, mara kuna wapi. Anafuata tu. Haya kesho utasikia Raila ameongea na leaders from Atagema, yeye pia anaita. Haya sikia mtu mwingine ameongea na leaders from Masai, yeye pia anaita. So is that, in fact we should come with another scenario to keep this man busy. Unaona vile Martha anaenda Central, anakimbia Western na rudi Central. That's the way we should do our things. Because hata kesho ukisikia Raila atakuwa ameita pastors wengine pia, yeye pia ataita pastor wengine aseme sasa hao ni pastor kutoka Christian bread and whatever. And then nikimalizia Bernard, there certain time I don't know the other Sunday but one or whatever, I used to watch you, ulikuwa live, ulikuwa kwa Tembei TV na nilikuwa nafuata your service. tukipreach. There's some things sijui kama nyinyi, sijui kama you are one of those pastor or whatever, but most of pastor wa Kenya sahi, and I'm sorry to say this, kuna wengine wanafuata pesa kushinda ile mpako wanasemanga pastor wako nayo. So long as William Ruto can offer something, hiyo kitu natafuata. To be sincerely, hata ukichukua mapasta alikuwa ameenda ameweka Nyayo, najua ndugu yangu na hii baridi. Kuna wengine wameenda tu because of money. Sasa situjui kama tutakuwa tunafuata pesa ama tutakuwa tunafuata watu wamepakwa na Mungu kutubiria. Last but not least, I want to tell my fellow Kenyans, we have to make the right decision. Wacha hata hii kitu tunaambiwa ati mara sijui tuko na shida za chakula na whatever. What I know, hata saizi unga ikiwa 500, Wakenya bado watakula tu ugali. But utakuwa unakula ugali ukistruggle because your 500 ingeingia kwa kitu kingine. Saa hii tunafaa ku make the right decision. Ile kitu inaribu hii country kabisa is corruption. If we can't get someone that can fight corruption, then we're going to be still in this mess. Hizi pesa hata serikali, hata tuseme sasa William Ruto ameingia ama Wajakoya ama Raila ama Mwaura, but he can't fight corruption, bado tutakuwa tuna life ile ngumu, bado tutakuwa tuna struggle to every day. So we have to make the right decision, and we only remain we remain with only 23 days to election. Sasa kila mtu hapo ndio unasikia, kila mtu atakuwa kwa booth na Mungu yake, then tuongoje matokeo. Kwa hayo Bernard, I just want to appreciate, and I'm so happy kuona kama bado tunasonga na hii platform tumepata at least to discuss our issues without kuangalia class ama nini. Asanteni sana by the way.
Okay, thank you, Dan. I appreciate it, and it's good for us to ensure that we voice out whatever that needs to be voiced out in order for us to check our leadership. The church leadership in this country is disappointing in terms of trying to mislead the Kenyans. But I said on this platform before, sympathy is not everything. You may lose your wife or husband, and then Kenyans will vote for you because you're bereaved. But if the next election you come on the same premise that you lost your husband, they will leave you alone. So sympathy may have worked 2013, worked 2017, but it's not going to work this time around. Let's tell each other the truth. You cannot deceive people over and over and expect them to be embracing you and kissing you every time. Time comes when people will have to choose where to go. Kenya Kwanza and their manipulation for the church comes to an end with this so-called ordination. We were here in 2002 when we had prophecies that we should elect Uhuru. Kibaki was Saul. We will suffer under Kibaki. Uhuru was the David. If those of you are here, you remember that 2002. And it went on, and some very respected prophets in this country were on that train. Uhuru lost even after being ordained. Kibaki took over. We did not suffer under Kibaki like they prophesied. The same thing has now resurfaced again. Now they are saying this is that. I think we need to lay a grip on ourselves and tell each other the truth. If you are not standing for the truth, you are against the truth, and that makes you unfit in providing leadership. If you're a church leader and you don't stand for what is just, what is true, what is progressive, then you are the mess that we have in this country. You are part of the corruption, and we will sweep you out as soon as we get into the leadership that is required to deal with corruption. Churches are not opened at Sharia house. Church was started by Jesus Christ. And how did Jesus Christ start the church? By dying for it. Anybody who wants to support church should begin by dying for church. Yes, begin by dying for church. If you die for church, then we know you are serious. But if you want to use the church to get votes, then you are the bad person to die for, to claim to be the candidate for the church. Jesus is the only head of the church because he died for the church. You can't claim otherwise. Naomba tusonge mbele. Anderson, tulikuwa tumeongea kweli? Namna gani?
Mambo bena.
Anderson, uko?
Nipo
Niko
baba.
salama.
Niko poa. Tuko
Niko
sawa
salama.
Vihiga.
Endelea.
Sasa Bena, kabla niende kwa mjadala, ulikuwa umeniomba ni kuangalilie mambo ya wabunge Hamisi. Sasa Hamisi, kuna Kimose, huyo Kimose ni mbunge wangu, ana compete na Jirongo, huyu ni ndugu ya Jirongo Cyrus. Na huyo jamaa ako independent. So Kimose ako PPK. So Kimose atachukua. Jirongo hayuko strong. Alafu ukienda Emuhaya constituency kuna Ombogo Milemba. Ombogo Milemba ako ANC. Ndio ako popular, lakini Emuhaya, kumbuka Emuhaya hiyo ni zone ya baba. Yeye ni mbunge, anatetea kiti chake, ako ANC. Lakini hiyo ni ngome ya baba. So atapoteza kwa ajili tu ya hiyo ni ngome ya baba, atapoteza. Alafu ukienda Sabatia constituency kuna Sloya. Unakumbuka wakati Ruto alikuwa anajibishana na huyo kijana, watu wakisema wanataka Sloya. Sloya ako UDA. Alafu anakombeti na Emmanuel Ayodi. Ayodi nayo ako ANC. Unaona? Hapo Bena, hapo ndio tutapoteza watu wa Azimio. Maana mtu wa Azimio sioni yuko, lakini sioni kama ataweza. Kwa hivyo hapo Emmanuel Ayodi kwa ANC anaweza chukua. Alafu tukienda Vihiga constituency kuna Ernest Kagesi. Huyo ni wa Azimio. Alitoka ANC. Unakumbuka alitoka ANC akaingia Azimio. Yeye ndio mbunge. Kuna Kevin Vitisia, huyo ni wa UDA. Alafu kuna Yusuf Chanzu, huyo alikuanga mbunge akashindwa na Ernest. Huyo wako ANC. Kwa hivyo tuko na watu wawili wa Azimio. Chanzu na Ernest, lakini Ernest juu ameperform anaweza retain hiyo kiti chake. Alafu Luanda constituency kuna Chris Omulele. Omulele yuko ODM. Alafu kuna Boaz Magomere ako PPK. Alafu Noah Asanga ako ANC. Venye unajua huko ni ngome ya ODM. Kwa hivyo ODM watachukua. Alafu kwa magavana obviously nimekuambia Otijiro hataweza. Magavana Vihiga patia tu Khaniri na Karanga. Hao Agoi wachana Agoi. Agoi atamaliza namba last. Agoi wa compete na Otijiro namba 3 na namba 4. Lakini 1 na 2 Khaniri ama Karanga, mmoja wao atachukua. Na venye tunaona dalili Khaniri anaweza chukua ugavana. Juu Khaniri hajaipoteza election yoyote. Hajawahi poteza, kufa kupona. Ashinde ama aibe, lazima ashinde. Alafu nikiingia kwa mjadala Bena, mambo ya Raila na Azimio Nairobi. Nairobi ni bedroom ya baba. Mtu asikudanganye Ruto anaweza fanya kitu huko. Ruto tukimpatia sana percentage huko Nairobi, tumpatie tu 30 ama 40, hata 40 sidhani kama anaweza fikisha 40. Mimi nimekuwa na Nairobi sana. Mimi ni mtu nimekuwa Nairobi kwa miaka 10. Mimi hata kura yangu ya kwanza kupiga nimeanza kupiga nikiwa wapi? Kayole. Kwa hivyo mimi ni mtu wa Nairobi pia. Najua Nairobi. Hapo UDA hawana chao. Kwa hivyo baba ako kwa bedroom. Hapa hakuna kitu. Alafu story ya Sonko, kama ulikuwa impeached, sheria inasema kama ushakuwa impeached, huwezi simamia ofisi yoyote ya umma. Kwa hivyo yeye atapetape asitapetape, yeye story yake imeisha. Tumebakisha siku 23. Siku 23, naomba wenzangu watu wa Azimio, tusilale ati tuseme baba atachukua. Tafuta kura hata 200. Tuchazilie kikapu. Ndio sasa baba aingie vizuri. Tusilale tuseme tu amechukua. Kwa hivyo watu wa Azimio tufanye kazi, tuchape kazi, tuchazilie hiyo kikapu ya Azimio ijae, ndio baba akuwe sworn in. Mambo ya kanisa ya Ruto hata aende kanisa, obvious tunajua tu akienda kanisa ni pesa anaenda kudonate, sio ati anaenda sijui kubarikiwa. Utabariki mwizi? Angerepent. Huyu mtu aenda repent kwanza, ambie watu venye amefanya, ameiba, ambie watu venye ameua, vitu kaa hizo. Hizi kanisa hata saa zingine hatuaminingi mapasta wengine. Utabless aje mtu kaa Ruto unasema sijui king of what? Huyo hata hizo makanisa zingine saa zingine nauzika nazo. Kwa hivyo Ruto hata aingie makanisa zote Kenya bado hakuna blessings. Kwa hivyo asanteni sana, mwenzangu achukue.
Sorry guys, it seems Bernard has issues with his connection, so we will just carry on from there. I guess I was the next one after Anderson. Then we can go to Saidi. Ama ni Saidi?
Ni wewe.
Saidi? Ni mimi?
Ni wewe,
Yeah.
WG, ni wewe.
Asante.
Take it from there.
Okay,
I've been online for the last almost 20 minutes.
Yeah. I think you came in after Saidi and myself, so maybe after Saidi you can come in.
No, that's the problem. You guys just go ahead. I've been online for a long time. No problem. Just you guys go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So let me present very fast so that we give others also room to air their views. So number one, let me begin with SONKO. SONKO, I feel pity for him because however much we sympathize with him, but I think he's going to serve as a typical example of corruption taking its toll on politicians, and it has to remain so that he can serve as a good example to many others who've been overlooked by the same judgment. How they did that, I don't know, because there are so many people with questionable who have served as governors, especially governors. The entire governor seat across the country, those people have questionable, issues. The issue of, either misusing public funds or just wanton theft in their corridors. You remember they are very far from Nairobi, the seat of power, so they think they are so much hidden. I think if according to my estimation, is that maybe 5 or so, less than 10 governors would escape this judgment, the calamities that SONKO is going through, even right from where I'm talking from. You see, because the misuse of funds here within the machinani is something of concern. So I think the authorities, those bodies, especially the judiciary, should have stepped in even to get more people of that nature, so that they can serve as a good example. The next lot who will be coming in should just know that if they misuse their positions in accumulating wealth and misbehaving, then they must know that the law will just take its course, the way it's happening with SONKO. But SONKO, I think we need to see more of this kind of judgments and restrictions to more governors to serve as an example. Going to Ruto and the ordination that he got today, I think even Kenyans have woken up. They are getting Mr. Ruto as he is. I'm wondering why all of a sudden Christianity is so close to his chest this time round. He's really bracing it. But I number one, I want to give maybe talk to the clergy and tell them that they should focus on the country, not individuals. They should focus on praying for Kenya as a nation to get a better leader. They should not come and tell us that they are the ones who've been revealed that so and so should be in leadership.
Are you aware that the wife of Rigathi Gachagua was the wife organizing the meeting?
Yeah. He is. She is. And I'm coming there, George. I'm coming there. I'm so much aware that she's the one who convened that, and she's been a very close associate, not just a judgment. She's been actively involved in Ruto's campaigns and Ruto's activities, some of them dubious. And the dubious part is that, at least I know, that she and her church should be I think is under investigation for money laundering, aiding one William Ruto to
real money laundering. There's a lot
yes.
of things we can expose. Just
Yes.
just go ahead.
Yes, so we are aware that there is that investigation going on, and so this thing that she organized today, we know that she's just also campaigning, and apart from her husband being the second in command to Ruto, she is also actively now, very much actively into Ruto's campaign.
Thank
So
you. Well, we are good.
yes, they should not, block our eyes. They should not block our eyes with this
One
issue
moment,
of.
one moment,
Yes.
one moment.
Sorry?
Please let us speak within the standing orders. You speak when you've been given time to speak. Are you able to get me?
Yes. Yeah. Are you through?
Okay, I'm saying let everybody stay within the standing orders so that no shouting match. We need to converse, not for us to shout at each other. Thank you.
Yeah. So as I was saying, the lady is under investigation for money laundering on behalf of William Ruto. So what they organized today was just another rally. Anything religious was lacking there. So that is my take for today, Bwana Bernard. But churches should know how they are coming in to pray for the land. Identifying one person and then trying to lift up that person. Therefore, they should get into politics. We should cease calling them religious leaders. They are just campaigners. So let them pray for the nation instead of individuals. I'm through, Bernard. You are muted.
You want
You are
me to
muted,
talk,
Bernard.
Bernard? Do you want me to talk? I'll close out my. Go ahead. When you want me to talk, I'll talk because I'll give you information. I'll give you information if you want, but for a while you guys go on.
Okay, I guess he's still having the challenges, the same challenges. Actually, he was just telling me to continue. So George, it's Nani. Where is the other guy? He went out again. So George, you can take over. You can carry on and present what you have. Unmute, please. Unmute, George. Unmute.
Let me see. Let me see. Oh my God. I see it's okay.
Yeah,
Are you
getting
right now?
It's good now. Yeah.
Let me tell you guys, the old game with the Ruto Ordained was a choreographed. He wanted to show people that is the best. And basically, when it comes to Christianity, Ruto is the worst guy in Christianity. And I want to tell you this thing. It's a guy I knew from Nairobi University. And I know what he does. And I know how he behaves. That Nyayo thing was choreographed and to make things he wants to show is so good. But this is not the guy who I knew in my God, in 90s. Because I know how he behaves. I know his character. I know who he is. We used to meet at Cabaret Garden. This is not the guy who can cheat me. Because he could do anything to make sure he is in powers. Ruto is no somebody I can believe on. Because I knew, and in fact, I didn't know it so much when we used to meet. This, even Gachagua, the Muchele thing, we were there eating at the Garden Square. And that's why they inherited the whole thing. That Muchele Nanyama. I mean, it's so stupid. Those are not people can build. Ruto and Gachagua are nobody to help Kenyans. In fact, what Gachagua is saying, Mchele, Nanyama, was actually people students used to eat at Cabaret Gardens. Is that what we want to go for? Really? That's what people used to go and eat at Garden Square in Kibera. Really? If I've given an opportunity to show even photos where we used to eat at Cabaret Gardens, I'll do it. These are not people you cannot even trust. Then somebody tells me, we can do much. When they went even to this forest They went clear. They wanted to pick. They went and picked out all the forest land, and they sold it to NHF and SSF. Those documents are there, and it will come with it. Very soon, will come with it. We know how they sold, how they picked up all these plots and sold it. Somebody pick a free plot, right, and sell it to the same government at millions of dollars. Surely, and tell me that Ruto is so clean, is so good, is can do. Come on, let's wake up. Let's wake up. These guys have used our poor people. They get free land, free land, free land. Somebody's allocated land. Then he sells it to the government itself. Really? Really? Are you guys sick? You get free land and sell the same land. Guys, wake up. It's at the time you wake up. Somebody gets free land and sells to the government itself. Free land. Wake up. It's high time wake up. I think it's too much for us. It's too much for us. And we cannot condone this. Ruto has done the worst for. I knew Ruto. My goodness. There's a guy who could pretend to be a Christian, so much Christian, he could do things. My goodness. Ruto is not an angel, and he will never be one. You guys don't know some of these guys. We were with them at the university, and Nairobi and Kenyatta University. We know them so well. I can mention so many names, which I don't want to mention, but I know them. So please give us a break. Give us a break. Give us a break. Some of us so annoyed. We are suffering in America because of that. Give us a break. We don't want. We don't. I really don't want to hear some of this nonsense that you guys are talking about. We don't know them. We know them much better. From 88, me, I was at the university from 87.
Sorry. Are you guys able to get me?
Very well, Bernard.
Okay, thank you very much. I want us to proceed. Let's keep our emotions under control. Let's do what is required. Let's do justice to the debate of the day, other than us digressing and pursuing other rabbits at the expense of us catching the gazelle that we are supposed to get. So let's focus and do what is required. It doesn't matter how much we paint William Ruto as a bad person. If we don't have evidence to that extent, or if we are not producing evidence to that extent, we are not doing justice. And the justice is part and parcel of God's system of doing what is right. God is a just God, and he wants us to justly condemn somebody and justly free somebody from any form of accusation. So if you are not following the justice system of God, then we are also as guilty as the accused. So ourselves from the same. We will not question the information that is at hand and at large about the person in question. But if it's under investigation, let's wait for the investigation. If somebody has been accused and acquitted, let us also
Sorry, today things are thick even for Bernard himself. So he's getting thrown out. So we are having Bwana Njuguna. Are you next or Dennis Seko?
It is me. Njuguna will
Okay.
come after I'm done. I'll
Okay.
be very brief because I've witnessed a lot of emotions, and I would advise that you give us maybe 1 minute or 2 minutes, and that will be good, so that all of us can find an opportunity to say what we have to say. So very quickly, the ordination or coronation, whatever it was, for Ruto today was just a sham. Number one, today, and the religious leaders that met were like a wife talking to her husband, because much of the things Gachagwa's wife was saying there, she would have done it at home. Tell her husband to tell her his boss. It didn't have anything to do with the religion. It didn't have anything to do with us. And religion in this country has just become a business. You have nothing to do. You have a Bible. You go, you go to the streets and promise people and begin telling them to receive cars, receive. And Kenyans are vulnerable. They are into this gospel of receiving without a formula. So anybody telling them to receive without outlining a clear formula, now they're gonna receive all these goodies. They just believe. So the vulnerability that is with us Kenyans is another level. So people ought to know that there is nothing that will come for free, and there is nobody who's gonna tell you to receive a car and you receive it. The issue is you have to work for it. And therefore there is nothing for free. But this is a country whereby corruption has become the order of the day. People become rich overnight. People get into public offices, and all of a sudden they become rich. So religious leaders do not also want to be left behind. They want to tap or proceed from where those in public offices have got us to. The second issue is, I think, the issue of SONKO. SONKO should just accept reality and do something else. He can do business because now elective leadership is just fighting a war that is not going to win, because he's lost all these cases in life. So therefore, let us get rid of the SONKOs, whether they are philanthropic, we like them, because Kenyans, we like free things. But a true leader is the one that creates a conducive environment that everybody in this country is able to do whatever he or she can do or she does for a living and blossom. But this culture of somebody stealing from us, buying water bozers and giving us free water, and then by the end of the day we praise this person and we elect them into office, this is where we get it wrong. And even at the moment, just to add on that, if it is an elective season and politicians are all over in our villages, but most of us Kenyans do not really want to interrogate the real issues that should matter before we elect a leader. Right now, the language that we, the electorate, who are the problem, even professionals, want to hear is how much are you giving us? If you've invited me to your meeting, whether I'm a professional or I'm whatever kind of person I am, then it definitely means that you must be able to afford something to give me as a handout. And that is the reason as to why we keep on getting the wrong people, electing the wrong people into leadership positions. So until we experience a bottom-up solution, not that bottom-up model, economic model, but a bottom-up solution to the problems that we get in return from the leadership that we install, then we will still be in this shit for a long time. So I just want to urge, as my parting shot, all people, all Kenyans, do not deny that good leader a vote because he has no handout to give you. Interrogate the real issues. You can eat the handouts from the Rutos, from whoever that is giving you handout, but do not disconnect your stomach from your conscience. Make a sound decision and let stomach not be involved when you are making this decision. And by the end of the day, we are the problem as the electorate because you do not expect to take leaders through a wrong process. You cannot embrace a wrong process and expect a better product. So leaders or bad leaders are a reflection of who we are. So until we change, then leadership will still be what it is, but we need to change ourselves and begin electing people because they deserve the leadership positions. And if they do not deserve, in as much as they have corrupt proceeds, they want to stupefy us, blind us, not to interrogate the real issues, then we'll continue suffering. Otherwise, thank you so much for the opportunity. Bye.
Yeah, I have a question, Dennis.
Right, go ahead.
Speaking of bad leadership,
yes,
it's very hard to absolve almost 90% of governors across the nation. We are talking about bad leadership. So now, you know, with the why I pity with Sonko is that he's the only person who is undergoing through this this kind of chastening, you know. So but the other ones they are going back, they are contesting, nobody is questioning them. I think Sonko is going through that because he was impeached, was found to be impeached. But again, we have so many other cases in court regarding the governance and corruption. And especially in these big counties that some of them constitute the cities, just like Mombasa, Kisumu, those other. Do you think, because Sonko's case, how Nairobi was rescued was through the NMS? Do you think that can be replicated across the country when it comes to governance? I mean, sorting out those issues.
Yeah, that is a problem that we have across this country. In as much as, yes, Sonko was impeached, we have so many other people or leaders that were supposed to be impeached. One of them was Waiguru. But because the leadership that we have, both on the side of the president and even Raila Odinga team, they defended Waiguru, who they had issues with earlier. So Waiguru is another leader that was supposed to be impeached, and many more that have been protected by what we so-called system or whatever force. So the problem and the ultimate solution to all this, as I said, is a bottom-up solution. I'm not saying the Ruto bottom-up. I mean from down there, from Mashinani, now that we have an opportunity to elect leaders, it has to begin by one person, sensitizing people, educating people on what qualities they should consider before they elect a leader. That people disconnect their bellies from the decisions they make. But unfortunately, those with money are intimidating those with ideas. And you know, there is a difference between what is ideal and what is real. So unfortunately, what is real, handouts reign supreme. Anyone without money, the electorate don't have time for you. So who is the problem? It is we, the electorate. And therefore, if we are to find a lasting solution, we must be our own solution. Because for a long time, we've been our own problem because we elect the wrong leaders. But again, you must also understand that the environment, the situation on the ground, the vulnerability of most electorate. People have given up. So people are like, if you can give me something, I'll give you a vote. So it is very unfortunate situation. It will take some time, but slowly we shall get there. But those of us that are here, let us cause the change that will ultimately see us having proper leaders who will then be able to do what is expected of, or what we expect of them. Asante.
Bernard, you're back.
I'm here. I hope I can be heard. It's like I'm under invasion. So WG will keep going until I stabilize or Wekesa comes in.
Okay. So Mike, you have something you want to add?
Yes, WG. Just a quick one to add on what Dennis has said. I wanted to disagree with him, but at the point he mentioned Kenyans have given up, then we converged at some point. WG, in 2002, Kenya was, after the election, Kenya was ranked as the most optimistic country in top. Actually, I don't know whether it was number 1 or top 10 in the world. And at that time, I was in Machakos, and I was using public means to go to Nairobi. We were actually one of the people. This is a scenario I didn't read in a newspaper. This is a scenario I participated in. A police officer stopped us to take a bribe, and we came out of the vehicle, took him, checked his pockets. We withdrew about 2,550s, and it was 6:30 in the morning. We drove the vehicle back from Makutano Junction back to the police station, handed him over to the boss, and told him, this is a new Kenya. Kibaki has told us there will be no corruption. And we then went back to our place of work. Kenyans had taken up their responsibility, their civil duty to make sure corruption was not going to thrive again. But what happened, WG and Dennis? We were let down by the system, starting from the president himself. Kibaki let the country down when he had an opportunity. Remember, Kidongo took a voice recording of the Anglo-listening discussion on how they should abet corruption. So when the junior officers, when the junior people saw that even if you take this action, the people at the top will still do what they have been doing before. So Kenyans, as Dennis, you say, gave up. But Kenyans had taken that chance, that opportunity that was presented to them to change the country. So for me, Dennis, it is the leadership. It just takes one single person in the name of the president. You don't need institution. You don't even need the judiciary. He will wake up today the way Mo used to do, sack a minister because of corruption, not the way our President Uhuru was exchanging words with this Minister of Agriculture. If you do this, I'll do this. You don't threaten. You have the authority. You act on the information you have. You see, the privilege of the president then is that he has intel, and this intel might have been acquired wrongfully, because then some of the information NIS gets is through tapping phones, spying on people's accounts. They have access to these systems. So if they can trace money exchanging from a judge to a person, or a person to a judge, and Matiang'i told us some of this information they have, but they cannot present it in court, because it is not admissible in court based on the procedures we have. The way you obtain information is also as important as the information itself. So, but the president can act on certain information. How did the Akasha brothers get away with the crimes of distributing drugs in Kenya for over 10 years? And yet they had cases and cases and cases that were never concluded, because they were colluding with judges. And this information America has shared with Kenya through the intelligence. The Akashas have confessed that we were sharing money with these judges, and some of those judges, WG, are the 6 judges that want to be appointed. So how can these people be allowed to sit on the bench when they are eating money from drug dealers? And Ruto is telling us that the first 7 days he gets into office, he will let these people be sworn in because they have not been taken through the process. You know, we hide in this country behind the due process. And the due process in this country, Dennis and WG, the corrupt people are one of the most intelligent people in the world. You can never hold the governors that you are mentioning directly involved. They use proxies, they use fronts, they use other people to facilitate the dirty work they do. So if you take them in court, you cannot say on this platform that take them to court, but there you'll never find them directly involved. Waiguru got away when pens at 20 shillings were being sold at 300 shillings. She said she's not the accounting officer, and technically you get away with it. And yet people know very well the bulk in any office stops with the boss. So for me, there's a very simple answer to this problem we have as a country. Let's get the right leadership. The constitution in Rwanda is not as strong as that in Kenya, but I can tell you theft in Rwanda is there, but not of the magnitude of stealing drugs meant for HIV/AIDS patients, for stealing money meant for malaria, for stealing COVID, even getting donation from Jack Ma and diverting it to Tanzania in a whole container, and people are dying. We don't have that immoral corruption of that magnitude in countries like Rwanda, where a single president has stood up to fight for his country and he has succeeded. Thank you, Bernard. I just wanted to make that contribution.
Thank you, Mike. I think our discussion would be hanging if I don't ask you this question. Looking at Karua, the proposal for Azimio side to be the one in charge of Ministry of Justice and Constitution, do you have faith in her that she will be able to hold this bull by the horn?
That one I'll answer you very quickly, WG. And the good thing Raila has if he becomes president is, I will tell you for free, corruption is both in UDA and ODM. And the problem is when you get into power, and that's the problem Kibaki had. By the way, Kibaki was not corrupt. That one I can vouch for him, whether he's alive or dead. That one I can say for free, whether you like it or not. Kibaki as a person was never corrupt. But the people who pushed him into office, he owed them. So he had the burden of keeping people like Murungaru and other people who had taken part in corruption, and there was documented evidence, and he couldn't do anything because he couldn't sacrifice his own. The benefit of Karua being in, he has no allegiance to ODM or Ford K or these other parties that are affiliated to Azimio. She will work ruthlessly with these people, and if you go to Raila as a person and say, "Oh, you are my person, we helped you," he will tell you, "Yes, I want to help you, but this lady cannot allow me." So Raila will have the benefit of hiding behind Martha Karua to do the dirty work. Because, by the way, every leader needs somebody to do the dirty work. A president cannot take certain things head on because he has to keep a respectable distance to still stay as a statesman. But I can assure you, Martha Karua is coming in as a ruthless person who will deal ruthlessly with both ODM and UDA. The problem would be if Martha Karua deals with corruption only in the UDA wing. She will have still failed the country. We who support Azimio cannot celebrate Azimio corrupt people getting away with corruption. That cannot be the reason why we want to vote for Azimio. I think we shall be as shallow as UDA people if we say we are going in so that we can protect our own.
Very well put. And to drive that point home, I think that is the problem and the headache that ODM has. If you look at the governors under ODM, we cannot exonerate them from corruption, cases. They were so much deeply into it, and partly the reason why ODM currently has issues with 6Ps is because the corrupt governors did nothing and were all over with corruption. So people have said there are areas where people have said no. They are choosing people who can serve and not people who are loyal to the party. If you are corrupt, you are put aside, even if you are close to Raila. And I think that is a very good move for us. And again, to add, Madam Karua, again, listening to her in those rallies, she is so objective and she puts it quite well that if she will be dealing with corruption, will be from each end, each side of the divide. I think that one she puts it out there every other time. Asante sana. Njeng, was it Njuguna? I think you've been on the waiting list for long. We can. Oh, Saidi, you're back.
Yeah, I'm back. Can I take on?
Okay, take on. Then Njuguna will come in, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I've been having challenges getting back due to internet problem, but I'm glad I'm back. I had some issues on the state of the nation. First, starting with the case of SONKO. Now that you want to go to East African courts, let him do so. It's a constitutional right to do so. Let him do so. But all, the law still remains the same. If you are corrupt, and the constitution says that the chapter 6, it was rightfully removed from the office by the MCAs, and the Senate approve it. So it doesn't stand a chance to run. Even the EAC court will not give him that benefit of doubt. Him is out on the governor race. He should think of doing business like a common mwananchi. And then another thing about DP being ordained by the church leaders. I believe in the book of Saint Augustine writes in the book of God that leaders are being ordained by God. It's only God that can ordain a leader, not a person, not a human being, not a person, not that pastor that are doing they are taking the law of God into their hands, ordaining people for money. Our pastors are going to the extent of receiving money from this politician in the name of ordaining them, which is wrong. Our value have started to diminish. Our youths will soon follow suit, and definitely we will not have that religious value or impact we are putting to our youths. Let our pastor stand for the rights of the people. Remember, Martin Luther was a member of clergy, but he fought for the rights of the people, stood on the right side, and he was remembered for it. Desmond Tutu, the same. He was remembered for the good thing he did, not by supporting the evil. We should go against the evil of the society and also be able to adjust on areas that affect us most. This time, wacha tu niseme wazi, kanisa wametuangusha. Kwa kuwa huwezi weka mtu mkono upako kwa sababu akuwe kiongozi kwa sababu umepewa pesa. Uongozi unatoka kwake Mwenyezi Mungu, na Mwenyezi Mungu ndiye anachagua kiongozi. Na kiongozi saizi ambaye amechaguliwa ni Raila Amolo Odinga, ambaye ni kiongozi wa wananchi, kiongozi ambaye amekubalika na wote, sera zake zinauzika, sera zake ziko sawa, na huyo ndio kiongozi ambao tunafuatilia kwa sasa. Wacha sisi kama Wanakenya tuzingatie haya, ndiposa kila mtu apate fursa ya kupigia kura yule kiongozi ambaye anaona ako mwaminifu. Nadhani ni hayo tu kwa leo, Bwana WG.
Asante sana. I will add nothing there. I think it's okay unless someone has a question for Saidi. Then we can give Njuguna. Pick it up. Sorry, John Jenga. I can see you raising your hands from afar. Unmute, please. Unmute your mic. John, I can see you are still having challenges. The mic. Okay, he's gone. He's stepped out. So, Njuguna, just carry on.
Okay, thank you. You can hear me, yeah?
Yeah, so well, quite well.
Thank you very much, and thanks to everybody, my fellow panelists. I would like, first of all, to start with this issue of SONKO. And I want to say I'm very, very grateful with the decision of the Supreme Court, because we must stop being a country of jokers. Because even putting SONKO there, I know it was a political thing, but putting somebody like SONKO in the first place to be the governor of Nairobi was a very, very big joke. But now, since he was now impeached, the Supreme Court has confirmed the proper processes were followed for him to have been removed. So he should forget about everything. But the politicians, being politicians who they are, because they must be in the government so that they can steal, I think I would say for him going to the East African court, he's just trying to remove the egg on his face. He's trying to save his face. And what that means is that as the case in the court of in the East African court drags on, Kenyans will have forgotten about everything. Yeah? And then SONKO will disappear in thin air. And we will forget about that when we move on with our life, because we must be if some of the people that we put in the offices, in our politics, it also shows who we are. Because how do you put somebody like SONKO there and expect to solve their problem? How do you put somebody like Babayao there and expect to solve problem? We must stop being jokers. In the first place, we Kenyans, we must come of age and do the right thing for our country. We must stop. We must look at people's and look at their history and see what they can do, but not people to go there and steal our money, because the taxes we pay is what they steal. So they are stealing from you and me. So SONKO's going, me, I don't care. I have got no regret. Where he goes, it's up to him. He has stolen enough money. Let him go and use that money and do what he wants to do with it. I understand he has opened a very big club in Mombasa. So let him go and do it. And he's probably going to Mombasa, because that is where his big base of some further funny business, which I don't want to mention on this channel. That's the station where his former funny businesses are. Now, coming to Ruto, I want to believe with most of my panelists, and I want to say this: Ruto has become a copycat. Ruto has become a copycat, and he's trying to counter what Uhuru had done. And if Raila has to do something, Ruto would go after some time or some few weeks or some days, because we only have some about 3 weeks left. He will try to do the same, and he's trying to save his face. This is somebody who has been cornered, but because he started the journey long time ago, he got nothing to tell Kenyans. Yeah, he got nothing to tell Kenyans, and for him going to the church was trying to sanitize himself. He want to show Kenyans he's a man of God. But I can say, if Ruto will go to heaven, then everybody should go to heaven. That's what I can say. But that is one person. That is one person. Kenya, of all goodwill, must reject totally anywhere in their life, because that person is dangerous. And that person is not coming to be a leader. That person is coming, is looking for power. And you can see with his anger, the anger that he is showing means, because leaders are, they have got a lot of humility. Yeah, they exercise caution. You don't go abusing somebody there, telling somebody the person is a man, you know very well he's a man, and you refer to that person as a woman. Then you call somebody, where kijana, where kijana. Can you see the anger? Just, can you think or imagine one time this person has got the power? He takes the sword, he has the constitution, and he is the commander of the armed forces. What is going to do to this country? This person, we must be very careful. We must reject Ruto at all cost. And I want to talk to my fellow people from the mountain place. There is a video, I can't remember the title of the video, and it's a YouTube video. Ruto is talking to his people in Karajin, somewhere, and it's somewhere, it's like it was somewhere at night, yeah. And he's telling them, there is no any other tribe in this country who has got more problem with Kikuyus than us. But he's telling them, for us to solve that problem with the Kikuyus, first of all, we must get power. Because it's only with power that you can be able to do what you want to do. So I want to beg you, all of you, and let us talk to everybody. On the 9th, we must come out, we must do everything, and we must vote for Raila and Martha. We must cross the Rubicon. In fact, that is the time of crossing the Rubicon. On the 9th, we should not go back. Let's cross the River Jordan together, all of us, and see Canaan, because Canaan is just not far away from us. But if we don't do anything, let us not be carried by the euphoria that Baba has got a lot of. No, that is going to distract us, is going to mislead us. Let's still think that Baba still need more votes, more and more votes, and come out in droves. We should come out in large numbers and vote. About corruption, you see, Mother has said, I just want to, I don't know, but I think it was Mike who said something, that Mother should not deal with the honest corruption on the side of the UDA. Let me remind you, my friend, that what Mother has said, even her own sister and her own brother, they will face the same wrath of the law in corruption. So that woman is looking at the whole country in totality. It's not going to deal with the UDA, it's not going to deal with ODM, it's going to deal with anybody who is corrupt in the country. It doesn't matter whether you are UDA, because we will be having our own cocoons. I've come somewhere. But what we don't want is that we ourselves, who are the voters, when one of our leaders has been accused of corruption, let not gang up and try to save him. That person has been corrupt alone. I know somebody who used to be our leader somewhere. He was corrupt. I never got a cent from him. So let him go and face the music alone. And I believe Raila and Mother will give credence to chapter 6. Chapter 6, we have seen what the Supreme Court has done, but this to readers who give it more power, so that less people, when they think of stealing, they think twice. And what there is again with our code, our code should also help us. When people have stolen, let them not try to look for some kind of tactics of delaying cases of corruption, because that's what courts are doing, and that is beating our efforts. So the courts pronounce themselves, and I believe that Karua has said when she comes as the Justice Ministry, corruption cases should be dealt with 6 months. 6 months is enough. It's either you have stolen or you have not stolen. You have stolen or you have not stolen. Now, the other thing which is what I would like you people, I don't know whether you have noticed, I hope I'm not taking a lot of time, is I believe you do not see Musalia Mudavadi. And he has missed in 3 places where nobody expected he would miss. And I think he has seen how he was tricked. This is the time he realizing that he was tricked by Ruto, but it is too late, because there are 2 occasions, very important occasions, which happened with Ruto. One is when he was meeting, I think, some foreign embassies. Musalia never appeared. And then there was launching their tarring center in Westlands, the UDA tarring center. Musalia did not appear there. And from there, they went to Kiambu Central. So Musalia again did not appear there. So that raises some question mark whether he's still there or out there, because it has been intimated to me that even his chopper is parked at the Wilson Airport. So I can see there's a gentleman there who want to ask me a question. Please, Nyumba, please, you can go ahead.
I agree with you. Let's say jambo to all people.
Jambo, bwana Nyumba.
Yes. Joshua, jambo bwana. My brother, what I'm saying is this. I just want to add something small about what you are talking about. Number one, we do not have Kenya Kwanza. These people are lying to their followers. We only have UDA. There is nothing like Kenya Kwanza. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. So that is number one. Number two, you know, some Kenyans are being fooled by individuals who are looking for their tumbocrats, who are looking for their money and how they will manage their family. Because when you go back like 10 years back, I think like 15 to 10 years, when we were looking for a new constitution, it is the same Ruto who opposed this constitution, who is now the person who is being protected than any other person in this government. Number three,
Bwana Nyumba,
yes.
I think just to interrupt you a bit, I think you are making some presentation, but we will give you that chance.
Okay, thank you.
Wholeheartedly. Let us have Njuguna finishing his part.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
I'm just about to thank you. So what I'm saying is that we Kenyans, it is our country, and it is we who elect leaders. Can we put leaders who are going to see? It is about our posterity. It's not just about me now. It is my children and the children of our children. Because it is we now to make this country for them. So we must do the right thing. The other thing I would say, I think churches has also let us down. The churches that we had, the Joyas, you know, the Pastor Joya, which we had, Dingi Mwana Wanzeki, all those people, they are not there anymore. In fact, to be honest with you, I don't bother going to church. Not that I hate church, it's because of the person who I'm going to get there, a person who is going to lie to me. Because, and then what I'm saying is this, not long ago, it's just this year, There is a pastor in Kiambu town. He said that let Ruto bring that money he's accused of have stolen. We shall sanitize it. And then I go and that man's church to preach for me. Come on, why can't I let me pray in my house with my God and my family, rather than I got to stay to be in before somebody's church, and then I know what it's capable of doing. So sorry, that is not me. Again, about corruption, Baba and Mother, they will only succeed with fighting corruption if we ourselves abstain from being corrupted or overing corruption, because it's about Kenyans. They are not going to succeed themselves alone. We must say it is ourselves to say no to corruption. When we say no to corruption, we have defeated the dragon of corruption. So let's not.
Bwana Nyumba.
Yes.
Bwana Nyumba, your mic is on. Please mute so that mute your mic, please. Thank you.
So let's and this is the mistake we do as Kenyans. Yeah, I'm just finalizing. Yeah, this is a mistake we do. Let us not say Baba and Mother they are going to fight corruption, but we must be team players in that fight, on the fight of corruption. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, Bwana Njuguna. That was good. Bwana Wekesa, karibu. I've been holding brief for Bernard, who has been having some challenges with his network. Yeah. So on the side of corruption, I think we've really brought up very good ideas and observations. I just wish that the people in authority were listening to us. But I also have something to add. You know, this issue of corruption, the other thing that has made people to act with impunity when it comes to corruption is that I think the Nairobi has been sleeping on the job. There's no sense of leadership, no sense of monitoring. There's no sense of even discipline. The civil servants, right from the national level to the county level, they act with impunity because there's nobody to ask them anything. So I think there's one element that is very important: the discipline. If you are a government officer, there's, you know, in corruption, there's the aspect of stealing, but there is also the aspect of misuse of resources, misuse of government, even government property, and all this constitutes to corruption and bad leadership. And this one comes about because, number one, there is no supervision from the relevant authorities, and just lack of discipline. So the very first thing that the incoming government should have is to make sure that there is discipline among the civil servants, so that before they even deal with corruption. So that is one thing that we should observe. We are having Joshua, Mark. Before we come, Mike had spoken, then the other guy will be between Anyumba and Ogutu. Anyumba and Ogutu. George, you had spoken, isn't it? Yeah, George, you are here. So we are having Joshua.
I had just made comments.
I just want back.
Sorry?
What I said, I had just made a reference to a comment.
Oh,
okay. Not submitted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had just commented on what somebody's.
Okay, Mike, I thought I had you. I thought I had you as I was coming in while Bernard was still there. You were presenting, or sort of. I don't know, but anyway.
I was responding.
Okay. Okay. So, but let's give it to Joshua. Then we can give it to you.
Yes, I really love the design for today.
And please, Joshua, before you come in, I would like to hand over officially to the official convener of the Mutembei TV, who is Bwana Wekesa. Wekesa, take over from now on. Asante.
Thank you so much, WG. It's long since we met on this forum. Maybe we have been coming different times.
Yes.
But it's good to meet you, Mike, and the rest. I see there are new people joining in. Some I'm not used to, but I will get to know them as we continue. Thank you. I've been listening. Even when I'm not here, I normally follow. Hii kipindi huwa naweka on, ina run mpaka ninalala naamka kama laptop ilizima. Yeah, so I am a good follower of this channel. Sometimes I want to participate, but sometimes I also just want to sit back and listen to people contribute. It's so important. So I just want to say that in regards to what happened today, I have had a few people make their contribution, likes of Mike. Yeah, I will begin with the optics of what happened in Kasarani. You see, you cannot endorse.
Wekesa, you are muted.
Oh, sorry for that. Yeah, we cannot endorse that and say it's the church. You see, every arena, every territory has who calls the shots. When you come in politics, you cannot meet Akina Ekuro Court assembling somewhere with the Mathiora, with there are even presidential candidates who normally come here. Then we call that the politicians of Kenya have spoken. No, when you look at it, actually the highest, the only two people I identified there was Bishop Mwiru and Wanjiru. Of course, with Bishop Mwiru's wife, Lucy. But the rest I was not very sure. So what I'm saying is that if we have to talk about church, and the church is big in Kenya, we cannot just identify 1, 2, 3 people and say that the church has spoken. No. They are not speaking on behalf of the church. They are speaking on behalf of their own self. In fact, most of them, they are not even speaking on behalf of their congregation or denomination. Look at what happened 2010, when we say that the church was against the constitution. It ended up to be some marginal group of people who are just the clique of the spiritual elites who are against the constitution, but much of the masses were against what the people in the collar had proposed that time as to be the position of the church. This disease is happening. It's spreading from different parts of the world. When you look at what happened in America, Trump was made to be a candidate of the church, and it was just a few cliques in evangelical circles who extremists who believe that Trump was God sent and he was on a mission of God. And so they prayed for him and endorsed him and said that the church candidate was Trump. But if that was the church candidate, then they got disappointed. In many occasions, when people reduce themselves to a small clique, God always disappoints them. There are many examples in the Bible where God disappointed people, their own even prophets, when they chose to be self-absorbed and focus on themselves, rather than the agenda, the wider agenda. So I
think
will not want
the
us.
church has disappointed us all through. You guys, you have no value on talk about us because you have nothing to talk about us.
Yeah, kindly let me say what I
You have
say, and
nothing
then
to
you
talk about
will
it.
rebuttal.
The church has disappointed us completely.
I'm saying, let's have order.
Completely.
Let me make my point. I'm saying, let me make my
Oh my
point,
goodness.
then you will
I
rebuttal.
don't want this nonsense. You guys have disappointed us because you have money. You want money.
Now,
That's it.
the problem is you have just already classified me as you guys. Have I even spoken
you
on
want
behalf
money
of the
and
church?
you have nothing to help us with. Come on.
Okay, thank you. You've made your point. Can I proceed?
Wekesa, I think when we're on this platform, people should be sober. If we are not sober, Wekesa, you have a right to remove us. I don't think Ogutu is sober. I can say that authoritatively.
No. I'm very sober. This guy is not. These are guys who want to make money out of us. Nothing else.
Thank you. I also have issues with that, but can you allow me to prosecute my point? Because I'm not
We
speaking
cannot
on
lie
behalf of
when
the
you talk
church.
nonsense.
In fact,
When you
I
talk
have the
nonsense.
misgivings. Okay, let me proceed first because, I have the privilege of removing you, but I don't want to do that.
No, you can remove that. I don't care who you are. You are cheating us. You are cheating us. That's it.
Okay, so Guti is not following the discussion.
Okay.
I think he's
Let
in his
him
world.
follow from the backstage first, and then we can proceed. For your information, I'm not speaking on behalf of the church. I am just making my own contribution as Wekesa. In fact, I have a misgivings of what is went on in Uhuru Park. 2010, I stood for yes campaign. And most people said, I thought we Christians, we need to say no because of the following reasons. Personally, I take a personal stand on what I understand, not a chorus stance. And so whatever he's saying is not true. In fact, most people have, I have criticized so much the church until some people called me Antichrist. So when this guy is telling me that, I don't understand where he's coming from, but it's okay. That is his position. Let me say another thing so that I open up the discussion. The optic showed that that was just a clique of people. And then mark you, it is the wife of Rigathi Gachagua, the convener of the meeting. Even conventional wisdom. And these guys don't have that. Conventional wisdom would have dictated that Rigathi Gachagua and the wife of Ruto, the wife of Rigathi Gachagua and the wife of Ruto should have stayed behind and allow other bishops to push that agenda. But you reduced it to be a family affair. And I agree with someone who said that they should have done it in the house. They would have just anointed themselves in their own compound because it was a family affair. Yeah, so you look at it and you don't see the conventional wisdom in what they are doing. And then Ruto goes ahead and says, you see, you have gained courage. First, you prayed for my manifesto. 2, you have endorsed a church candidate. Now, what kind of nonsense is that? In fact, I also have on many occasions said that since the days of Israel, God no longer anoints kings for nations. He allows people to make their own choices. The first time he did it for Israel, they failed him. And so we are ruled by democracy. It means God allows us to choose what we want. Just as you cannot today tell me that God chose for me a wife. No, God allows you to choose who you want to marry. The first time God chose a wife for Adam, when Eve failed, Adam blamed God and he said, "It's the woman you gave me." And that's why I think somewhere in Proverbs says that he who finds a wife. Now the conversation changes that you have to go out and look for a wife. And this is what I'm saying. You have to go out and look for leaders. Don't say that God gave us this one. No, that's why you have the power of the ballot. If you choose wrong leaders, consequences come to you. So don't be in a guise and start saying, "Oh, God gave us a wrong leader." No, you decided to choose a wrong leader by your own actions. You decided to ignore when people told you that this person is corrupt. So people cannot sit somewhere in a corner and decide for us and tell us that this is what God has anointed for us. No. In fact, these are kingdoms of the world and they are ruled by the men of the world. The only thing that I agree is that somewhere in the book of Daniel, it says that God rules in the kingdom of men. So somehow he finds his way of dealing with human beings, even when they do their own desires. But don't tell us that God has imposed to us this leader to do what? So God is present. Okay, the other question that we need to ask is, if God is giving us Ruto, he wants to do what? If God is giving us Raila, he wants to do what? For us, we want to see them by the manifesto. It's the policy that he wants to shape. If the Kenya is suffering from corruption, so which leader should God give us? Will he give us another corrupt leader or someone who should solve the problem of corruption? Is indeed the God who says that when you ask for bread, I give you bread, I don't give you a stone. If you ask for fish, I don't give you a snake. So if we are crying about corruption, should God now endorse a corrupt leader on us? Come on. It doesn't mean that when we go to church, we have to put our brains in a deep freezer. We have to think. And some people think that when we go to church, we allow the Holy Spirit to replace our imagination and our thinking. Sometimes I also want to get emotional like Mike and says I'm bitter. That conversation is wrong. And because we are allowing it. And we have also been hypnotized by this phrase that touch not the anointed one. But me, I normally say, who is more anointed than Christ himself? He was not only touched, but he was killed and crucified. So what are these men? These are human beings. Why are they telling you that touch not the anointed one? Jesus himself was touched. He was crucified by men. And they were not even crucified by pagans. He was crucified by men of the church, of the collar. They were the Pharisees. They were the scribes. They were the men of the Bible. They were the men of the Torah. Those are the guys who crucified Christ. So when they tell you, touch not the anointed one, you have to remind them there are so many anointed ones were touched. King Andrew were crucified upside down. Were they not men of God? Were they not touched by men? Come on, Kenya, let's forget this drama. So thank you so much. I want us to raise the conversation and forget about the drama that is happening, because at the end of the day, we are going to choose a leader and it's not going to be people coming out of some of the dramas we're doing in the nation. Baba said that hataki kukuswa Makende. I think he repeated that phrase so much, but he was making it fun, but he was driving a point that you guys, you are excited, you are electing Baba, but if you deny him MPs, then you are empowering his opponents to water down all the desires and the bills or the reforms he wants to bring. Of course, they have to pass through either assemblies, parliament, senate. So we have to make sure that we have given him the right group to help him to articulate the agenda. Okay, so Mike, who was next? I have lost WG.
It was Joshua.
Joshua.
Yes, sir. Yes. How are you?
Joshua,
Okay, sir.
I'm fine. I was just a little bit annoyed. So
Yes,
can you
I've seen the
proceed?
way. Thank you very much. Yes. Today Raila Sheikh Nairobi. I was very happy with the roadshow that was there in Nairobi, and today I saw the way the young man Polycarp Igathe, a little bit of being endorsed today because Polycarp Igathe is a bit weak in doing politics, so it must be helped. You know, I have a much a good administrator, but being that governorship is an elected position, you have to be elected, then he must come out strongly and campaign, because the way I've also looked at the way he campaign is very weak. It's not that a good orator. It's not charismatic. So you need to be helped. That's why Sakai is taking a show, because Sakai is a good orator, is a good charismatic. But to me, I don't encourage Sakai to be elected. If SONKO has been denied an opportunity to be elected as a governor because of corruption, I think it's even worse to elect someone who has forged a degree or who has forged a certificate. That guy is even worse than someone who has taken money from our kitty. Somebody who has forged a degree is even a worse person. So to me, I think that if people in Nairobi can hear this, they should come out and stop Sakaja. I don't think there's anything Sakaja has done, because sometimes I normally wonder why Opolo Opinion is giving Sakaja higher rate than Igathe. But it might be the truth. But I'm just requesting that if you are Azimio guy and going to vote for Baba, can you reflect it back to Igathe? Because if you don't do that, then I'm going to punish Baba. Because I know Nairobi is one of the county that Raila has an upper hand. So for us to stop the Ruto in Nairobi, then we must stop Sakaja. Because sometimes some of my friends say that we are going to vote for Raila, but now when you come to governorship, you are going to give Sakaja. For what? What has Sakaja done to Nairobi people? Sakaja was just a chairman of TNA. Then he was elevated to become a senator. What has Sakaja done to Nairobi? So I think we should be serious with this. If somebody has a serious issue with his certificate, he need to be stopped. And the only way you can do this is stop Sakaja not be a governor of Nairobi. So today, whatever they did today, that road show in Nairobi, they need to help Sakaja so that Sakaja can come out and win this position. Another issue, Ruto was ordained as a king by bishop.
It is Igathe, not Sakaja.
Hello?
It is Igathe, not Sakaja.
Yeah, I'm saying that we need to stop Sakaja not to take this position of the governorship. Stop Sakaja.
No,
now,
the governorship we are going to win and win with a big margin. It's only that Igathe started late, but he will catch up.
Okay, and then on the issue of Ruto being endorsed as a king by bishop, I know Ruto has captured churches, Ruto captured Central, and Ruto has captured Hustler. But now he has realized that now if the issue of Hustler is running away, And even churches now, I'm also seeing there are some leaders in churches that have now realized that indeed Ruto is joking with us. So Ruto is losing even in Central. That Ruto capture three things: Central, churches, and those people who are vulnerable, who cannot manage themselves. He called them hustler. So now people have realized that indeed Ruto is just a joker. Because I was watching a clip that around 2011, Ruto criticized the government, that was Mkate government, and he was saying that they want to get to power so that they can change the life of Kenyans. That is 2011. Ruto, they came to power 2013. 11 years online. Today, Ruto is saying the same thing that he said 2011. So I'm wondering, this 9 years, where was he? That he wanted right now. So Ruto is just joking. People should just stop Ruto. So now, ever much is running to churches to ordain him as a king. I don't know which kind of king he want to be. So churches, sometimes leaders in churches, they need to style up and they need to come out and condemn Ruto. They should not just do it because of money. So Ruto should be stopped in all capacity. And I wish that all corrupt leaders should be stopped. Even somebody like Kidero is now vying for governorship in Imobei. For what? So sometimes I normally sympathize with the voters. Kidero now has followers in Imobei. You just wonder what can Kidero do to Imobei people. So sometimes I sympathize with voters. We elect corrupt leaders. When they're in office, we start crying. So anybody who has any corruption or anything that is it doesn't go along with our constitution should be stopped, not to hold on any office. But the only way you can do it is only through our voters. So sometimes I normally wonder with people running for governorship. That's why I was also asking myself, what will Orengo do in Siaya? Sometimes Orengo is very good to be a senator. So when somebody like Orengo is running to Kilonzo Jr., we have Ochila Yako. Those are lawyers that we need them in Senate. What are they going to do? What are they going to do as a governors? But I've realized that people running for governorship just to go and steal our money and put in their pocket. Because somebody like Orengo is a good senator. Orengo is a good lawyer. He need to come and implement his law in Senate. So what is Orengo going to do in Siaya as a governor? We have Ochila Yako. We have Mtula Kilonzo Jr. What are they going to do?
Let me ask you, Mark, let me ask you, which profession is supposed to be president? Are you supposed to study? Is there a profession that you study to be a president or a governor? Because if you talk about lawyers, Obama was a lawyer. If you talk about you go through the great leaders of the world and see which was their background profession. I think there I don't agree with you. Raila is an engineer, so why don't he be in engineering and not in to be president? If you got the direction of profession, I think for me, Orengo has done his part in Senate. He should leave other people to do. People need to grow. In Bungoma, we are against Moses Wetangula being a Mugabe in the Senate. He need to grow. You cannot be permanent and pensioner at one level. You have to change. You have to grow.
My point is that somebody like Orengo is now getting a big resistance as a governor in Siaya, and he might lose to Gumbo. But people in Siaya say that Orengo, if we just run for a senator, we could choose him because that is capacity. But now a governorship, Orengo might lose in Siaya to Gumbo. At the same time, Ochila Yako in Migori might lose to Pesa. Because they just went there.
Okay, just hold on. There are two questions here. Before you conclude that remark, I have seen Anyumba, and then Alex. They have questions directed to you.
Yes, thank you. I will not have come to panel, but I've been forced to come to panel. You see, Wekesa, this this hogwash that Igade is so weak. You know, it started the other day, and Joshua is parading it to us, and I don't buy it. Oh, that's why Sonko was brought in, to make sure Sonko was not brought in for Igade. Igade is a strong person. The only problem is that people try to compare the way Igade is campaigning and the traditional way of campaigning in Nairobi. It cannot be the same. There are trailblazers in the society. If we have to change the politics of Nairobi and the politics of development, we have also to change the way we campaign. The reason is that Igade has looked the problems of Nairobi. The first problem is the way people campaign. Liarful, saying anything, you know, to appease and appeal to the electorate, whereas they are not really serious what they are saying. So Igade is coming in a non-conventional way. You know, at the beginning I was worried about him, but Igade is sure of what he's doing. So we cannot say that Igade is weak. If you look at him and think that Igade is weak, it is not the way other people look at him. The middle class, the working class, the rich, the owners of the means of production look at Igade in a different way because they have tested the other. Now they must change the politics. To change the politics, you must change the way you campaign too. So campaigning is essential in the way you change the mindset of people. And I'm glad that this young man, Igade, is doing the right thing. In other big cities in the world, New York, London, this is how they campaign. You don't campaign in an unconventional way, as if you are only campaigning for the people in the slums only. You know, people like Sonko, people like Kidero, brought up the campaign for only people who are bottom of the margins. And I'm not saying that I'm against them, but you must remember you want to move them from down and bring them whereby even the means and the owners of means of production understand that the politics have changed. So never say that Igade is weak. Igade is not weak. Igade is only campaigning in a manner that he wants to change the politics. Last time when they campaigned with Sonko, he realized the mistake that he made, and he had to get out of that narrative because it was a wrong narrative. That's not how he wanted to govern Nairobi. Now that he has been given a second chance to come, he's coming on his originality of thoughts on how he wants to govern Nairobi. So Igade is not weak, for heaven's sake. Igade is our candidate. He is doing well. He can never be weak. He has never been weak. It's only that he's teaching us a new way to campaign. Later on, I will come to speak on about Mudavadi, and he's coming to America 3 weeks before the election, his relationship with Eliud Owalo and George Soros. I'm going to come and speak about.
Thank you. And I think that's where people are making mistake, and most of them that say that Igade lost the debate. It depends on what you are looking for in that debate. So Ayumba, say you ask your question or put your comment, and we allow Joshua to finish so that we can move to the next person.
Yes. Thank you, gentlemen. I just want to add something small on matter about Igade. You know, Joshua is trying to portray it as if Igade is not strong, but I want to remind you something. Igade is a strategy. He was not a politician. That is why when they were running a government with Sonko, he walked away. But now he's becoming a real politician. And the way I'm seeing him, the guy is going to carry Nairobi in the morning. Believe me, take it to the bank. Number two, issue to do with Sakaja. I know, Wekesa, my time is coming, but just allow me to demonstrate this in a few minutes, then I'll come back later. The issue of Sakaja, if someone can lie to you that he has a degree and yet he doesn't have, you know, a degree is not a meat where you put in the fridge. It is either you have it or you don't have it. So if someone can lie to you, what do you think that person, if you elect him, he will do something to you? Nothing. So issue of Sakaja, that is null and void. Sakaja will never be the governor of Nairobi. Count it and take it to the bank. Maybe some years to come, because Sakaja used to be in a party where propaganda is too much. Number three, I want to say something about Orengo, where Joshua also asked something. You know, there is nowhere in the constitution that you have to go in a higher position of learning to be a president or a governor. But it is a choice with your boss who is coming in as a president. You people can have a room to talk that I don't need you in the county government, I need you in the upper government. So please, can you arrange the county government for some other people, then come and help me in a certain agreement. But you cannot force them to leave the county government, not to run for governorship for you, so that you need, because you need them in a Senate. No. So I think that is a clarification from me. And when my time comes, I will come to talk about the deputy president, where they pretend to be more Catholic than the bishop. Thank you.
Okay, Joshua, you need to make your conclusion now. As
Yes,
you make
thank you
your
very much.
conclusion, I was just reminding people that that Pastor Mwiru got 9,667 votes. So, and he had said God had chosen him for Kenya. So if that is, God had chosen him and gave him 9,667 votes, I'm not sure whether that prayer to Ruto may make a lot of difference. Okay, proceed.
Yes, I think maybe my point was not well taken about Igade. And the fact remains, without the vote from Raila, Igade as individual cannot win this election. So what I tried to say that for Igade to win this election, the people will vote for Raila. The same vote must reflect to Igade for Igade to win this, because I'm a Nairobi resident right now. And the people are saying that I have a match Igade here as a good administrator, but you don't feel him. We don't feel him on the ground to campaign. You don't need to campaign. I have a match. You are a good administrator, but you must come down to campaign. Igade doesn't campaign. That's the problem. That's why I say that he need to be helped, because Igade is not a politician.
Did you feel Kidero 2013, 20? I think 2017 also, right now. Did you feel it, Kidero?
We felt, because I'm a resident, we felt Kidero. But
I am a voter I voted in Nairobi, but there's nowhere even. I voted Kidero because he was on the ballot. But there's nothing that convinced me that I needed to vote for him. So it depends, by the way. If we go that way, it depends.
What I said, for Igade to win this election, the voters who will vote for Raila must vote for Igade.
Wekesa, with your permission.
Yes.
Joshua,
Mike.
You see, Joshua, there is a simple contradiction you are making that is flying over your face. When you say people are saying Igade is a good administrator, but they are not seeing him campaign, it means these people have made up their mind that between the two, one is a good administrator. So the physical presence of him walking around and with a convoy of vehicles is what you are missing. But the decision of who between the two, from what you are saying, is already made. So is it the flair, the fun and flair that Nairobians are missing from Igade, or is it that he has not communicated his ideologies and ideas for the Nairobians? Because you have summarized it very well, that people feel that Igade is a good administrator. That feel is what is going to make people go on the ballot and make a decision. That is the decision people have already made. It is not the fun and the flair that goes now with the campaigning that now will help them make a decision.
Thank you. And for your information, Igade and Sakaja almost have the same personality. You can't tell me Sakaja has flair. Actually, he has been long in Nairobi, but you can't see that. There's not that attachment to people. And he only appears when Ruto is in Nairobi. Have you ever seen Sakaja campaigning alone? So I don't know what you are saying anyway. Alex.
And I want to help my brother Joshua. Joshua, as I told you, and you have used a very dangerous words, we don't feel him. Psychology 101 say feelings are always pitched to error. Churchill Winston told us when it comes to election, feelings are always pitched to error. Now, let me take you on this word feeling. When you say the word feeling, I know what you mean. You mean that the guy is not corrupted. The guy is not giving bribes. The guy is not going from place to place and bribing people and giving people money. But the guy is campaigning in an unconventional way. And people have been complaining, mtu tu anakuja tu kwa nyumba yako, unapata anakuja anakupigia pasi. Mtu anakuja hako anataka mnapika ugali. Mtu wako kwa TV anataka kunini as a news anchor. We have to start getting used to the new ways of campaign. The campaigns of SONKO, Kidero, now all the city councils that we used to have, whereby they were bribing people, that is what you are calling feeling. That feeling must go. We must start talking and putting on the table what we are going to do to people. That feeling, we don't want it. If you want to feel Igade by him giving you money, we don't want those feelings anymore. Those are the feelings that made us elect Waitito, elect SONKO, elect all these, and those are the feelings the people of Mombasa want again. We don't want those feelings. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's, I think, Joshua, we need to move away from that. You have made your point, isn't it? You are on mute.
Let me conclude. I think that issue. Hello?
Mama Selina, is your question related to what Joshua said?
No, a little bit with what you guys have been talking about the church.
Yeah, I'll bring. Let me close this one first so that I don't keep Joshua for long. So Joshua,
let me conclude on the SONKO going to appeal at EIC. I don't think that will bring any impact on that. I don't think anything changed. That is the end of SONKO. For him, he just go and do his private business. That is the end of him in politics, and for him, forever and ever. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anyway, we will ask the learned friends how to interpret that move of SONKO to East Africa. Let's have. Was it Mike who was coming next?
It was me,
after Joshua.
but it was me. But I'd want to donate it to Alex or Mama so that they can update us also, because I know they have juice information. I will donate my time because I've commented a lot on the almost all topical issues.
Let me have Sadia, and then Alex can proceed.
Okay, can you hear
Sadia?
me? You can get me.
Sadia, tunakusikia.
Okay, now my first point here is that we need to appreciate certain facts of life, and especially political political aspect in Kenyan style. We do not, the gentleman who is, I think is LX, he talked of we need to change. You see, when coming to change the political landscape or the political way of looking at things in Kenya, it becomes very, because we actually vote on the tribal lines. That thing is so deep rooted that we need almost a miracle to get it up. Okay, I appreciate the fact that people are now saying that we have a conversation on the table. We are attempting. This is the attempting. The way we are attempting, it's quite in order. But I think we need time, because I voted for SONKO. Honestly speaking, I've regretted all my life why I ever went to go and vote for SONKO, just because I did not understand why I was voting for SONKO. I thought because now the euphoria is in that particular direction, and this is to everybody else in this country. We vote, when you get out of your house, you can be rest assured that 100% your wife is going to vote where you're going to vote. And not because she appreciates the person you are voting for, but just because it is euphoric. There is no agenda has been. Now, Ruto is telling us that he is now bringing conversations on the table, which is very much appreciated. We must attempt these things. But I think it is far-fetched, because we are still so far to get to that. Because when you tell somebody who has not had a meal in the morning, he doesn't know where he'll get a meal in the evening, that don't go to Ruto's rally because he's only bribing you and he will not give you anything that person will look at you and laugh and say, I think you're joking, because he wants to get that 200 shillings so that he can be able to feed his family. Now, the dynamics of politics in this country, they need some kind of a miracle for you to bring it onto the table and say, now listen, we are looking at it. I think in some very developed democracies, it can be very easy, a narrative of, let's say, for example, about the economical issues, we talk about economic, but a person from like Maragoli, where I come from, a man who goes to stay on the market from morning to evening, then he comes home talking to other friends, and you tell him, now, we need to change, we need to have infrastructure. He wonders what you're talking about. He is looking at that. It's just something that he will get on the table for his children to eat. Sometimes they're even tempted not to think about future, that they need to take their children to school and look for school fees, because they can hardly even have a meal. So it becomes so difficult to convince this mindset that we need to vote this person because next year he will bring certain developments. That is the tragedy we are in. Now, when we look at the people who have even a whole PhD holder, that is Ruto, he comes and says that he wants to convince this so-called hustler, whereas he's just talking about the poor people, hustler, that I am like you. So these people, they appreciate him because at the end of the day, he's going to give them 200 shillings. But when it comes to proper voting, I don't know what kind of civic education we need to give to our people in order for us to get this into their heads that, please, vumilia for today only. Don't bother about that 200. Let's vote for this other guy. Otherwise, we should be getting people like, for example, guys are coming from Nairobi. They go back home to go and vie for an MCA because they have realized that 200,000-300,000 in terms of salary is good amount of money. When he goes to the village, he wants to really convince these people why they should vote for him. Now, these people need to change their mind and say, you should vote for your own. The person you've been seeing there, the person who probably can assure you that he will not start going to live in Nairobi and leave you people in because he only comes to collect the salary, then he goes back to Nairobi. So this is the problem. Why? Because when it gets to an election period like this one, now I go and pick a cologne somewhere, I take some monies or some investments, I rush it with it to Maragoli, I start dishing out, and people are singing and praising me. Whereas, once we have finished the voting, I pick my car, I get back to Nairobi. I only go back to Maragoli when we have those debates, whatever they are doing in there. Then a second thing is that
hold on first before you go to second thing. What is it, Tom?
Sorry?
Tom was raising up the hand. I don't know whether it's an interjection.
Okay,
Tom.
Mr. Wekesa.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good
Yes, what we have, the problem, the main monster we have in this country is corruption. The word corruption is key during this period, because we have bad leaders and good leaders. These guys are out now, especially the bad ones are out.
Let
to
me
give
ask
us.
you first before you proceed. Are you responding to Sadia or you're making a contribution?
In fact, I'm just making a contribution because what Sadia is talking about is a bit.
So allow him to finish. He was almost finishing, so that I don't keep him for long.
Okay, Sadia, please, sorry, I have to forgive you. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I quite appreciate my brother. Maybe he was going to add to what I was trying to say. But anyhow, the second thing that I was going to say, because I can see we are many and we don't need to take too much time, it is that the kind of what Ruto is trying to make us believe that he's the best person for this job. Ruto is an orator. I said the other day on this same platform, he's an orator. That guy can stand and convince even he can convince anything that somebody will believe. But you see, the problem is, even if we get a PhD holder, and what my brother is talking about, corruption is a disease that we need a divine intervention. Because people have always said, I would rather put in the young people instead of old people because they're stealing. Now, when Ruto got into the corridors of power, he was hardly 30 years. Now, the guy is thinking rich. If you tell him to probably just account on where he has gotten the money, he may not necessarily tell, because there's no business we can say that he has had. But that's that aside. What the important thing, as my brother is talking about, corruption. Corruption, we shall ever talk about this in the media, mainstream media, social media, it will be our daily song in our lives. Can we get Baba into this place? Because at least we have tested him. We know the direction that he can be able to take this country. And in any case, the guy is okay. He doesn't need money, honestly speaking. I'm sorry to say this, but he has only one son. So he has no many children that he can steal for. Whatever he has now, he can be able to live comfortably, even to generations and generations to come. So the only guy who can look at and say, this money has to make
He has
this
two sons, huh? He has two sons and two daughters. Those we know. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Wekesa, even if he had 10 sons, what he owns right now, it would still be enough for his children. But anyhow, the point here is that I think we try somebody else who is a little bit sober. I do not want to go into issues about age or issues about somebody who is sober. Somebody that we have at least tried to test. We tried to test him when he was a prime minister. And he showed us that anybody implicated in any corruption, he takes action instantly. He did it. He sacked Ruto. Unfortunately, because of our way of doing things, that we can't sack so and so because we need him tomorrow. That's what happened. So let's test him. Then tomorrow we can be able to judge him and tell him, now listen, I think this country cannot be helped. Otherwise, I think that is just what I had.
Thank you. You said something that triggered my question. You said that when it comes to corruption, we need divine intervention. So, and here we have already corrupted our divine imaginations. We have even corrupted the divine ways. We have captured the spiritual reality. So how do we even, you see, right now even we talk about divine things.
If you can allow me just to react to that.
No, the reason why I'm saying that, because the reason why I'm just provoking you as you conclude. Huh? The reason why I'm saying that, nowadays you have to clarify. You see, when it comes to a period where you say I'm married to a woman, then it means chances are that you can be married to a man. When it comes to a period when you say I'm a born again Christian, then chances that you can be a Christian and not born again. You see, we started classifying, because in the original, saying Christian was enough. Then it came, I am a born again. I am in fact, nowadays, there was even the Protestant, then they came the evangelicals. We are still classifying. You know, the more you classify, it means there's something going on wrong. So when you say that we need divine intervention and all our spiritual waves have been captured, some people can't get it. Our imagination sometimes fails.
Well, I probably, just to react to that, I would I quite agree with what you're saying, because even the divine intervention that we look at in the Kenyan context, honestly speaking, it cannot pass the divine intervention that I would probably be meaning, because even the corruption that we are talking about is deep-rooted in churches. It is deep-rooted in the minds of even the priests and fathers and whatever you want to call it. Now, the only unfortunate thing, in fact, sometimes I know I'm a Christian by religion, and I believe in Jesus Christ. That is one thing I can never doubt. One thing I'm assured about is that one day this country will change to the better. It only needs that the intervention. What I mean by the divine intervention, actually, God will have to redeem us, because even the Israelites stayed in Egypt for a long time, and they stayed in some hardships for a very long time. But at the end of the day, God had to redeem them. I believe God will redeem us one day, but it will take a complete change of mindset in everybody in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Ayumba, you have been voted for, like I skipped you. The whole followers, I think they look like your supporters.
And they said,
so Alex, allow me to...
Yeah. And they said we are very corrupt. They said we are corrupt because we skip.
They thought that I like Alex and I was corrupting the system. Not at all. I think it's only that he got an opportunity to make some inputs, and I thought he had contributed. So let me have Ayumba. You wanted to comment on Sadia and then make a brief contribution.
Yeah. I just want to make a brief contribution, and before I do that, just allow me. I don't know which name should I give you, a speaker or a chairman, but kindly, my request, if according to your schedule and your time, why can't you just allocate minutes to each one of us, maybe 5 minutes to each one of us, or 6 minutes or 3 minutes, so that when someone is done with 3 minutes or 4 minutes, you can just give someone to contribute whatever you want to say. I don't know. That is just an opinion. That's why I'm saying I don't know which name you want me to give, but all in all, let me start by saying, when I want to contribute about...
Let me put a disclaimer first. Alex understands. Different moderators do it differently. So if you are used to 3 minutes, personally, I believe we need to have a substantive debate. If someone is bringing out an issue that I think it needs to come out, I will even allow all of you to comment on it so that we have a substantive debate. We are not just here to pass time. 3 minutes next, 3 minutes next, then we go. So if I find that issue is bringing out some things that we can all learn, perhaps just raise up the hand if you want to comment, but let's allow a substantive debate. So I don't want to be it a tradition that when we come here, I normally know it's always my 3 minutes. Allow me to moderate the way I think. So,
it is okay. It is okay. It is okay, Chairman. Okay. The issue that I wanted to talk about is You see, in Kenya, people forget very fast. And someone like Deputy President William Ruto, when you look at the history, he has never been a hustler. And today I saw a clip somewhere, I think one of us contributed there, that he was talking in their mom's language, their language in Rift Valley, that for them to remove our brothers from Central, they have to be in power. That is number one. Number two, you know, in a church or in a congregation, you cannot buy a prophecy, a prophetic word. You cannot give money to buy a prophetic word. It has never happened. It will never happen. So when you see people in a congregation maybe pretending to be more Catholic than the bishop, for us, we say we just leave it to God. Number three, William Ruto has been in the government for 9 years, almost 10. Even a layman, if you ask a 5-year-old, will answer you. How can he convince Kenyans that he will do better than 9 years? To me, I found it ridiculous. And at some point in Kenya, we only love to see, we don't think. Because if I can take you back when we were people were voting in 2017, some people were singing Ruto 10, Ruto 10, and you know me, I was part of BAB, and I told them, you see, one day you people will regret about this. We never knew this will come to reality. Let us just wake up in Kenya so that next time someone will not come and fool us that I am a hustler, I want to bring something called bottom up. What is bottom up? So my point is this one. Let us not give room for people who are looking for money for their own selfish to come and lie to us that they will come and solve our problem. I can remember there was a gentleman who said, it is us who will allow these people to come back to us again and lie to us. As I'm speaking, I was also to be a member of parliament in a constituency somewhere that I will not mention to you. But I decided not to vie, just to support Baba and pray for Baba so that we get what we want as a country, not as individual. So to me, about the deputy president, whatever is doing, whatever is saying with these people, Ruto himself opposed the new constitution that is enjoying as per now. The same Ruto told us that there was no money lost in Kimarwer and Aror. When the money said was lost was 21 billion. He came out and said there was no money lost. It was only 7 billion out of 21 billion. He said 7 billion. Just a mere 7 billion. That's what he said, if I can remember very well. In Kenya, there are people who are dying without food today, and you are telling us just a mere 7 billion. Who are you? What are you telling Kenyans? Where are you taking us? Second, for a leader who wants to lead the country, it is not about you. It is not do and die for you to be a president. You can decide, okay, right now, you people are my people. I've seen this. Let me just leave it for now. We will meet next time. Our country is better than one of us. Kenya is here to stay. We will still live here. We will not walk out of Kenya. That is how a leader is supposed to be. But if you see a leader who is walking out, trying to fool people that is more Catholic than the bishop, quoting the Bible that is not there, because some of us, we know the Bible very well, we read it every day, trying to come and convince you that is the right person. To me, I think I see it, let us wake up and know exactly what will bring people together. I have no much to say. Thank you for giving me that time, and that is my humble submission.
Thank you so much for that. And now we go to Alex and then Mama Selina.
Yeah, I'll be very quick in my submission. Sonko's case is dead on arrival. Dead on arrival because you have to interpret it using the case of Martha Karua. And what happened to Martha Karua? Go back and read, you can Google. It was a very short submission. The jurisdiction of our sovereignty is not a treaty in the East Africa codes. East Africa codes is about disputes, which they cannot even dispute. We've not been able to dispute Migingo. We've not been able to dispute the waters between Kwale and is it Kwale and Tanzania? We still have every day, Black will tell you, every day we have Kenyans being hooded and hoarded to, and Ida will tell you, Ida Barak, Kenyans being jailed every day in Tanzania because they have surpassed the water. Even the East Africa Court, of which we are treaty, is not able to come to fundamental decisions based on that. Migingo, we've not come to that either. So it can't be. It is the sovereignty of a country taking a case that have been determined by the Supreme Court of Kenya to now Arusha, for Arusha to determine for us. Even if it were, I don't think we could agree. Remember the reason why Raila said, if you go back again to hindsight and said, we cannot go to The Hague. It's not that these people are not guilty or they are less guilty, but it is giving us sovereignty to another country. So you will have a flood.
Yeah, but Alex, before you move away from that, I think this is what is going on in the mind of Sonko. Because the reason why he appealed is he wanted something to be going on in court and convince IBC that I still have a pending case. So that's why he has quickly appealed both to Supreme and then to East Africa. In his own imagination, he wants, when the IBC, is it ruling on Monday or when? They are sitting down to conclude. So maybe he wants that consideration that he has something going on in court. But I think the person who needs to come out conclusively is Chebukati and give direction.
And that is where I was going now, that Chebukati is now playing, psychology with us. He goes and says something here, and the wife tells us to pray for Chebukati because Chebukati wants to make another decision that is not right. Hii watu ya kanisa sasa, hata nimetoka kanisani sahi. That's the psychology ambayo tunachezewa hapa. The reality is, Chebukati, when that ruling is given by the Supreme Court, Chebukati cannot go ahead and say that he is going again to do what? To print those papers. So, and that is why I'm saying that it is still a conundrum to us on what will happen for now. But but later on, if we are not careful, because Sonko, as I said yesterday, and I repeat, Sonko is a believer of the courts. Sonko knows how to use courts more than any other person in this country. Sonko has run away from prison, come back, vied for a seat, and he keeps going to court because we have a problem with our law. Now, where we have that problem with our law is now where you will find Sonko going to seek the seat. So let us give it 1 week and you will see. Sonko might, but the Supreme Court of Kenya has decided, and this is the reason I say Sonko might. Our constitution is not clear about it, but in the US, most appeals are final. The Court of Appeal decision usually will be the final case and the Supreme Court. But there is something called that the justice can be taken out, gain to something called review of the Supreme Court. Now you see, and last time when we gave the final submission of the BBI, they said they can always use notes with the Commonwealth countries, which wasn't good with me. Okay, so if you have a similar case that has never happened in Kenya, it comes out and it's not exhausted, then an extra appeal can be given and a sitting can be done. Now, that is where the problem is going to be. If a sitting is allowed, Chebukati must go ahead and print. Chebukati has no jurisdiction to refuse. Chebukati must do that. Now, this is what India says. In India, a binding decision of the Supreme Court or High Court can be reviewed in review petition. The parties aggrieved on any order of the Supreme Court of any apparent error can file a review petition. Now, if Sonko goes and says, I believe in our courts, but I don't want my case to be here in East Africa. I want the Supreme Court to review my case. I don't know if they will take it up. So there is a parallel to what Martha Karua did, but also there is in parallel because Martha Karua refused a review. He said Kenyan courts were not, they didn't give her the justice she wanted. So she wanted that case to be mentioned and actually proceed in Arusha. If Sonko says he just wants a review of it, then we have a problem. If our courts allows that. But if it doesn't allow that, now it is where we have lagunas of law now, Wekesa. Those things that have never happened in our courts. So it's a wait and see. And you know, the problem with lawyers, it's not that they are supporting Sonko. Some lawyers want to be trailblazers. They want to be like, oh, I set up history. My case was first one to be reviewed after the final Supreme Court what? So that is what they are going to do. So let's wait and see if the East Africa Court will allow that and if Koome will accept that. But I don't think if Koome will accept. But we still have time to wait. But for Chebukati, he has no alternative. If still there is what Sonko has put there to be reviewed, just like Waluke and others who are still in the race, Sonko will be allowed, unfortunately.
Alex, pause for 1 minute, then you proceed.
Yes, Chairman.
It means that Sonko's chances of ever being elected or appointed to any public office has been effectively extinguished. The more urgent and maybe residual question is that should that extinction happen now by IBC acting suo motu, or someone needs to invite IBC or move IBC to be able to react to this judgment. I think in my reading of the law, in terms of Article 75, Sub-Article 3 of the Constitution, if you are removed from office, such as impeachment, you don't stand to run or to qualify to be appointed in any office. The only reason why IBC cleared Governor Sonko is because a 3-judge bench held that he had not exhausted the appeal. Now that he has exhausted his appeal and the Supreme Court has found that his appeal was not merited and it has been effectively dismissed, What it now means is that there are two options that exist. Either the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission can go to the High Court and apply for review of the orders that were given, which cleared him in light of this significant development from the Supreme Court, and the High Court can now direct IBC to deregister Governor SONKO. In the alternative, any public-spirited Kenyan may serve that order upon IBC, and then IBC will have a chance to reflect on it and decide whether it can act on its own to bar Governor SONKO, or whether it is funked as official, and therefore it cannot act on its own until directed by the court.
Yeah, proceed now.
Yeah,
Funked as official. I
and
think
that is yes, 1 minute, Wekesa. And that is what you are seeing there. What SONKO is seeking is review. And review doesn't take a day. Review means he will still be in the ballot paper. Unaona hiyo ukora anafanya? So that is all he's seeking. So, and he knows EACC cannot allow that. Now he's going to another jurisdiction. Whether East Africa courts will right to allow that review, we don't know. But SONKO pockets are big, my friend. Na Watanzania wako na shida ya pesa.
Yeah, I think the longer version of it, I think this is just part of it. The longer version of it, he said that whether SONKO is allowed on the ballot or not is just a question of when he will finally be removed from governorship. So if he allowed to run, he may not even finish 6 months. So I think for his fight is just to be on the ballot, but the case is decided. He can just prolong it a little longer beyond the ballot, but he cannot serve more than 6 months because that case will be concluded. Ayuba, what is it?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't want to talk about SONKO, but I just want to give something in brief that, you know, the case of SONKO is null and void. I don't know why Alex is trying to struggle about it. SONKO was a Ruto mole. If you know how to analyze politics.
Oh, what do you mean by null and void, first of all, before you go to
what I'm saying, you see, we are trying to mix politicians and judiciary. So the case of SONKO is null and void. Whether he go to Tanzania or where, that is a null and void case. So SONKO was a Ruto mole, and it is dead. So let us continue with the other topics, but not about SONKO. To me, about
Mr. Nyumba, your argument is very lousy. That since SONKO was a Ruto mole, so the courts should not listen to him. That's a very lousy argument. We are looking at it from a judicial point of view. We are not looking whether he supports this one or not. SONKO has put a case in the court, and it's not being listened because it's in Azimio or in this side. I mean, you're bringing a very lousy argument here. The argument is we want to put to finality. Can future person who has been impeached, the question here that we are prosecuting, so that we can strengthen our devolution. Do you understand, Anyumba? It is not about SONKO. It is about the future governor who will be impeached. What can he do? What can he not do?
Alex.
Yes.
Alex.
Ayumba, wait first. I think we are here to exchange ideas and get knowledge. So what you are saying is a mere allegation. When you talk about mole, is a mere allegation. And what Alex is discussing is the procedure of the courts and what happens until you get to the final place where there is no place else you can go. From East Africa, there is no place else he can go. But what Kenyans needed to understand, even when you listen to the lawyer, the High Court advocate, he still gave us those two options that you are left for SONKO, of which they were going to reach a dead end. So yes, we know it's null and void at the end, but at this moment, what else can he clench on? There are straws that he's still clinching on so that he may be on the ballot. So Mike, what do you want to say?
Just a quick one. Just to add to what Alex is saying. SONKO, and I remember that case. I don't know, it must have passed most of you. I was in Nairobi and in Buruburu in the early 2000s. When the Nairobi City Council barred matatus from going to CBD, that is when SONKO first went head on with a very, very big institution, the name of Nairobi City Council. He had matatus plying 58 from CBD to Buruburu. And he challenged an order by the city council on why they were barring matatus from Buruburu only and leaving others. What I'm trying to say is that SONKO, as Alex says, knows that you can test the law and you can find an opportunity to use the law to work for you. SONKO is on a fishing expedition, and in the process, should one judge make a small error and give room, he will find a loophole that will allow him. We are dismissing this thing as final. There might be a loophole, and it will shock some of us, that can allow SONKO's impeachment to be reverted. And SONKO is looking for that loophole. This law of ours is very interesting. When you are seated on the other side, you look at letter 9, the other person reads 6, but reading the same letter. Somebody is going to find a very small loophole that will overturn the entire judgment and start the process afresh. And if he finds it, he will have achieved his.
And Mike, even as you say that, I think that statement that Nani was reading, you see, I don't know whether it's Latin or Greek, factus ex officio. Factus?
Yeah, Alex
something
is
like
there.
that.
You can repeat it.
Yeah, he explained it and said that it means IBC can still argue that they did their role. So there's nothing else they can do. And they can go ahead and print the ballot paper. They can say that the ruling has nothing to do with us because we already had performed our lawful duty.
Exactly.
And those are the loopholes they were trying to explain. So you cannot run away from it and just say it's null and void. People exploit that, and that's why you can get a case that is in court for 10 years. They keep on exploiting the loopholes, and they continue. Alex, are you done so that we... no, Mike.
So what I was saying is this case is not only a Kenyan case. Like BBI, you saw when the final verdict of BBI was being given. Some of us wanted just the final reading. We didn't care. But we saw a floodgates of lawyers throughout the world coming because it was important. You understand? It was quite important for the world because, scholastic papers were being written from the reviews of all our justices based on many, many other, laws throughout the world. But what helped us was the Indian case mixed with us to produce a hybrid whereby, you see, the bone of contention, you remember, for BBI was one thing, which actually was the process. But now what I'm saying here is, what we are looking at is not SONKO. Take SONKO out of the picture. Because when we put SONKO in, then I think we put emotions in. The issue is not about SONKO. The issue is a governor who has been impeached by the Senate. Okay? The sanctity of the Senate. Okay? That is what we are looking at. Is it final? And I want it to be final so that the future of this country can be very simple. So that when a governor is called by the senators to appear before the Senate, they cannot refuse. We saw in this parliament senators frustrated because they cannot call governors to account for their misdeed. This case we are having with Sonko is a mandate to tell us that when they are called and they do not come and they are impeached, it is final. They cannot even think of going to the Supreme Court. So that's how important it is. So if you are
Someone is disputing.
if we are
Someone is
Azimionated,
disputing.
okay,
You want
go
to
ahead,
finish your?
Olara.
I don't know. Olaro is disputing. Give him 1 minute
Yeah, you
to.
see,
Olara, are you disputing or you want to make a submission?
I'm disputing, and I'm disputing ugly. You see, uh, the courts are our last option. Senate has some judicial powers. They can decide on cases, but you should always also remember that in the future, Senate will still remain a political body, and political body is being persuaded by party affiliations and stuff like that. Uh, a case study of Sonko is very important, and we should not fear to tackle it. We should not tire. And I like your submission. You told Sonko is wise, he knows courts, he knows courts. So whenever he goes, he reduces the loopholes in our system. If our system can strike him out all the time, in fact, we are making a better Senate, we are making a better judicial. And I want to remind you, as I always say here, we never had problem with our systems, but our system is just corrupt. Our system is just corrupt. Mother Kome, to give her credit, she made it clear like 2 months ago, 1.5 months ago, 45 days. She was kind of interviewed and interrogated politically, but she just said, what we call it, is it a law or a judicial statement? You'll always remain impeached until you are unimpeached. So if Sonko is impeached second time with the Supreme Court, I don't see any higher moral ground he can climb. And this is coming to us now, we as Kenyans. Can you allow somebody to be impeached by councillors, then runs above, go to another lower court, then the lower court, they impeach him, then he runs another higher court? This is why the moral, you see, the moral judicial system, the moral, you go to a country which understands itself, where there's no political money, where politics is not an industry. The moment you slap your wife, you are not electable. The moment you are proven to have stolen, you've gone to jail, you are not electable. So we should work more. We should not burden our judiciary with those burdens that we've created ourselves. We should have a conscious Kenyans who are having right, and napongeza sana Mutembei. We are talking about moral compass here. I have analyzed our talks here is all about moral compass. Moral compass of Kenya must be redefined completely. Completely how? We deny people like Sonko, then it inapatia motivation the moral mwananchi ambaye ako na ballot, akiona ya kwamba yes, somebody with money was denied, somebody with less money will be denied completely. He'll just took his vote and put it where it belongs. This is the right leader. Like in the moment you see somebody's money, this guy will come back with some illusional victory.
Olara,
Then
I thought you would
bribe
have
all of us.
Olara.
Then bribe all of us. Then we are just electing same continuity of this type of moneyed politician. I don't think if I was cutting the line Alex was arguing, but Mr. Chairman, you can take it over.
I thought you had a dispute with Alex. Okay,
Yeah,
Alex,
that's
finalize.
let me finalize. Let me
He
finalize
he
this.
cannot defend the lawyer.
Okay, Laura, let me finalize this. So Wekesa, you see, Sonko is a master of controversy. If you don't see now, the controversy, it's no longer about him. The controversy is now, we are having a new controversy. After the Supreme Court judgment, can there be a review? Now, he has caused another controversy. So, and that is why you had Chebukati today make very bad words to me. Those were bad words to me. But to his work, I think it was right, because Chebukati must continue to do what he's supposed to do. If somebody has appealed, like Waluke, and his appeal is still sitting there, he has no option than to just print his papers, and he's still vying. Now, the question that lies to him is, if Sonko is seeking that, if the East Africa is going to give us this continuous opaqueness and lagoonness, if I can so call it, then I think we are allowing Sonko to be in the ballot, because we are seeking a new directive, as if that, okay, if a case has been completed in the Supreme Court, does Kenya allow a review? Now, that is the new controversy Sonko is bringing. And that is what we are talking about. But I hope the East Africa stops him. Once it stops him, and we realize that there is no review, then I think that will be good. Because as you said, in the end, Sonko, whether elected or not, he will not stay in the office for 6 months. Thank you very much.
Okay, and I think now there was the part 2 you were to talk about Mudavat and something. The people are waiting in the comment section. I think you mentioned Mudavat.
Yeah. Let me put, I'm coming.
Briefly.
Let me. I have half facts. There is the other side I was getting from a friend, and I needed. He has sent it already. I need to read it, because I don't like saying something.
Get it, and then you will come and give us a dossier. So we'll give you full time.
Exactly. We need to do that. And we'll have another one with Matsanga tomorrow. Tell them.
Yeah. So, Bob, how are you?
Yes, okay, sir.
Bob, unanisikia?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, leo umeona mambo ya siasa. Raila in Nairobi anaambia watu wasifinywe makende. Kama hukusikia, baba alisema msiache nifinywe na watu makende.
I was on the travel, so I just came in the evening. I didn't follow much, but I managed to go through my phone, and I updated myself. Let me begin with what is scrolling there, and Raila shaking. I want to believe that.
No, just 1 second. 1 second before you begin.
Alai! Come on, that please.
Hey, what happened to Baba? Put me in the context.
Why?
Yeah?
What was happening there? What commotion was there?
Oh, I thought you are privy to that. Mike, you know it? You can explain to us.
I'm not. I only wanted to make a comment that that word Makende does not sound so bad when you put it in English. It is actually saying being held by the balls, and that's a statement that is used even in corporate world. So it is not as graphic as it may sound when you put it in Kiswahili.
Yeah, but again, you see, Baba likes capturing the imagination of his voters. That's why he says his voters are suicidal, because he knows the things that keeps them remembering him. He says those words deliberately. So here I heard there was a scuffle between Alai and Sifuna. I'm yet to establish, but okay, if you are not sure, let's move on. So
yeah, I have just been going through my Twitter, and I am privy to a scuffle that ensued between Alai and Sifuna, and I can see UDA bloggers trying to run away with it. I'm not sure what was the cause of the altercation or scuffle, but Alai seems to have. I mean, Raila seems to have come in and sorted out that matter. So I'm not sure. I need to dig deep and know what exactly was causing that, because these are people who are not even running in the same. I mean, the same office. So why would they want to create unnecessary embarrassment? And or is it just trying to catch the attention of Baba on who is more loyal than the other? You know, some of these junior politicians, they need some character development, and they have a lot of adrenaline in them. They need to tone down. So I will let me not speak on that, because I don't have the details as such. But with Baba in Nairobi, I've always thought that it's his bedroom. So I am just pretty confident about his performance in Nairobi. What I noticed about a few clips that I watched is that Igathe seemed very excited to have Baba. It's like his savior was next to him. And, you know, it's like he injected him with some so why are you laughing? He looked like you know, after
that's why I'm laughing. But actually, people kept wondering, why is he laughing all through? He was so excited.
He was very excited because, you know, after that debate, it's like it subdued him a little. So Baba's presence and him being on the same vehicle with Baba, it gave him a lot of psych that he could not stop smiling, he could not stop waving at people, you know. He was very excited, and I think it will give him some confidence. But I want to believe that the final rally that will be held in Nairobi, where Baba will actually endorse him in totality, he will be able to gather something extra from that in terms of support. And I was watching in the background, and there is something that a gentleman called one of the panelists called Joshua. Joshua has this habit of selling Sakaja. I mean, he gathered in negative light. I don't know what, and he has still in that mentality. He's still having that mentality of you know, politics of hooliganism in Nairobi, which we have seen from Sonko, the likes of this gentleman who went to Kiambu. What was his name? Forgotten him. This gentleman who has issues with the EACC. Waititu, yes. You know, there is a precedent that has been set by this kind of leaders. Even dating as far back as there is a gentleman who used to be a mayor from Moranga, who was also very abrasive and thuggish. and Nairobians have become used to some very bad politics. When they see Igade doing things differently, they find it very unusual. And I am not surprised that he was saying that they are not feeling Igade. The issue of feelings is very relative, and it is what you want to see, and you want to hear from those kind of people. You know, and you know, in the beginning, Igade made it very clear that you will not see him on vehicles shouting with the big public address system. That is not his style of politics. So people need to understand him. And that is not a sign of weakness, you know. According to him, he is looking at serving the people. And that he has been running on that narrative, serving the people, which is very important, because when you want to become popularist, then you will do all the, you will be engaged in the kind of shenanigans that SONKO and the Waititus have been engaged in. So Igade is as strong
I
as
think
his word.
the problem they have is that he's still trailing Sakaja. But they should also remember that somewhere just like 1 month ago, he was 15% and Sakaja was 32%.
Yes.
So in 1 month, he has covered that. Now they are all in 30s. So for me, you award marks based on if it's improvement, who has moved very quickly and who is likely to overtake. If we judged Baba that way, then we would have dismissed him long time ago. There's a time he was 11 and Ruto was 35.
In fact, he was 8.
33,
He was 8%.
38. Yeah.
8%.
So that's why for me, I said by the time we cross the finishing line, he will be far above. And again, Sakaja has been popular in this season because his name was dominating the media. Because of, you see, there is a weakness with Kenyans and sympathy. But
Yes,
now that thing is
exactly.
disappearing. That is disappearing. We will now remain with real facts and real policies. But Bob, I cannot leave you without asking you this one. Do you believe Sakaja won the debate? Because me, I want people to single out what are the issues did he win? Because some of the things he was saying were far-fetched. They were not adding up. Some of them, when you cross-check the facts about even the water he was explaining, they were not true. So in what part did he win? He came late, he was indisciplined, he was arrogant. So how did he win the Kenyans'
No,
hearts?
you see, that is just a perception of majority of Kenyans, especially Kenyans who are very active on social media, because I mean, to begin with, the fact that he came late, you know, it disqualifies him. Whatever good you have, you know, you can go to for instance, if you go for an interview in a blue chip company and you come late, do you think those directors will even listen to you? They will not, despite the fact that you could be the brightest candidate for that position. They will not even have time for you. But Kenyans are mediocre. They love mediocrity, and they do not even see or think that lateness is an issue. Then how do you convince such a person who does not have an issue with lateness that Sakaja is not a serious candidate for that position? That is where I have a problem. In fact, for me, he did not, there's nothing like winning that debate. There are fundamentals of a debate, and timekeeping is one of them. If you cannot keep time, that disqualifies you. And, you know, having also to like trying to instigate a back and forth between you and the moderator. That does not happen. You cannot start arguing with the moderator. The moderator is there to ask you questions and you answer. Period. You don't start asking the moderator questions. And then humility. he also failed the humility test. So there are so many things that I would talk about Sakaja, and the likes of Kinamato who keeps on telling us that Sakaja is a good man. This is a con man. Con men have got a good, sweet language, and that is what he has used. And even some of the
Bob,
things,
they normally
like,
say that you remember this guy who was alikuwa anaitwa nani? Osama bin Laden. Do you know he schooled in America?
yes.
And they
That
say that
is where
his teacher testified that he was a very disciplined guy, very polite, very
exactly.
quiet.
Osama,
He never caused
Osama
any
is
havoc
very,
in class.
he's soft-spoken. Osama is soft-spoken.
Yes.
He cannot raise his voice the way we are raising here. He's very
So
soft-spoken.
from the public perception, he was a very was a very good gentleman.
You know, like the Sakaja issue, you know, if you look at what Sakaja was talking about, there's something he spoke about, and I don't know. I thought about it, and I decided to dig. And remember he talked about the bill on land rates, and he was talking about it like the bill was enacted. Was in Parliament just the other day. This is a bill that came to Parliament in 2020. You know, he was even lying. Some of the things, and the fluency of that gentleman makes you believe that he's saying the truth. But when you go back and check what he's actually saying, you'll realize there are a lot of lies in his statement. And this is what Kenyans don't want to see. And you will find that they appreciate the flow of language than the content. And the same applies to the DP. So many people will tell you that the DP is a good guy, is a good orator, but look at the content. It's all lies. And that is where I have a problem with Kenyans. And, you know, we Kenyans, I don't know, we are a special breed. Let us agree that Kenyans are a special breed. You know, even in 2013, when we decided that suspects are going to be president and deputy president. You know, we set a precedent that it has never happened anywhere in this world. So we are a special breed, and we should rethink on how we look at values. And no wonder this thing in the Constitution, Chapter 6, is really a challenge because we always want to look for means and ways of avoiding the law. That is why we are having all these suckers about SONKO and the rest. Now, touching on SONKO's appeal, I'm not so sure. Maybe Mike will tell us. I've listened to Alex, and there is some truth in it, but I highly doubt that he will be successful. And the reason is that the Supreme Court did not just give a blanket kind of ruling or judgment. They dissected it into 7 different, issues, and it was so it was so detailed that chances are that it will not succeed. And the issues I had, I've not looked at his appeal or the content or his prayers of that appeal to the East African Court of Justice. But when I listened to a clip, or I watched a clip where he was talking about the appeal being there since April, why wasn't it? Those are not issues. Those are administrative, and the court knows when to sit. And then it talks about that there were 3 judges who are not the judges do not need to write that the ruling at that particular time. He was talking about very flimsy things that I'm not so sure what he'll put as his
But
prayer.
let's face it, even if the three were to write, the ruling was given by 7 judges, isn't it?
Yes.
So 7, if 3 versus 7, was it 3? Okay, let's say even if it was 3-4,
yes,
still you would have lost. That BBI we lost, Supreme Court last time we lost at 3-4. Was it 3-4? So even if the minority could have written what he wanted to hear, still the majority carry the day. It doesn't mean that in your appeal you consider that there were judges supporting what you are saying.
Bob.
And not only that, even if you look at, take for example, a presidential petition, if the majority, even by one, just decided that one judge can flip the whole decision. So, and Sonko's case is not of that magnitude that it can cause a constitutional crisis. That it is just, I mean, an individual right. So there are chances it will not succeed.
So he has made us to believe that Supreme Court is not a court of finality.
Yes, not only a court of finality, he is trying to also create a doubt that the Supreme Court is biased, and if the East African Court is to try and overturn, then it will have it will set also a negative perception of that court. So there are chances it will not happen. Okay, let me go out of the what is scrolling down there, because I have you and Mike. I have some beef with you guys because you are from Western Kenya, and I was reading that Wetangula was advising Lusaka to reduce the budget of giving out scholarships and to promote border business. What kind of nonsense is that? Is it true? Because I don't want.
It was not like it was not. That was a clip that was shared in. I think I have that clip. I will cut it. He was advising Lusaka to change the scholarship of to 200 to 100,000 borders. So they were asking, is this the person you want to follow as a leader? You reduce those funds allocated to scholarships and convert to 100,000 borders so that you issue to.
You see, Wekesa.
Because it's for them that is a hustle narrative.
That's what Wekesa. That is purely to target. It is very short-term focus to target people who have voters' cards. Remember, these children who are given scholarships are not voters. So when you tell people that we are going to bring you money, but again, it still doesn't work out, Bob. As you say, we still have a deficiency in thinking, because it is again our children we are denying. If I have a border and I have a child, which one would I rather have?
Mike, before you conclude, let me tell you. Mike, before you conclude, the mantra of that man has been all along. He has been our leader for quite a long, so we know him. He doesn't believe in empowering people. I think he believes he has that mantra of Moe, where you make people depend on you so that you can rule them for a longer period. So this idea of giving people scholarships, you are opening up their brain. They will one day revolt against you. So for you to rule them, you have just to keep them peanuts and they look survivors and they worship you.
Those are guys who schooled in Moi politics.
You
Olara, what
know,
do you want to say?
Let me comment on
also,
that.
you
Let me
cannot
comment on
you can't.
Wetangula.
Let
Let
him
me comment
comment,
on.
Bob, and then I come back to you.
See, I worked at Kenyan Embassy, and Wetangula was one time my boss. The amount of kufinyilia mtu chini, he will know you by name. They call you Olara, habari yako. He'll push you down when he speaks. I can confirm that. I've been in a small hotel room with him in Riyadh some time back. He came to some summit. So my boss was actually working under him. The way he talked to my boss, he just humiliated that guy in front of me. Alafu nikauliza boss, huyu jamaa anakuanga aje? Anasema tu anakuwa tu abrasive, anakuwa anatuka mtoto. No, you have become almost a diplomat or a second man in the mission. He spoke to that guy like what are you saying? And that guy was trying to advise him how you can approach the other government. This is how it's done. Najua. Habari yenu. Na huyu ni nani? That guy told, this is my assistant at the embassy. Hey, he was so abrasive, and I can go to a court of law, and I can confess to that. Same. Asante.
Okay, Bob, wait a minute. I play for you that clip.
Scholarship isimamishwe, na alikuwa anamwambia Lusaka, he was giving instruction to Lusaka ya kwamba ingia usimamishe hii scholarship mara moja, nunua pikipiki 1,100. Hiyo kitu iko kweli? Mwenye anasimamia hii mambo nani? Mitambo huyu. Weka hiyo kitu tusikie hata hapo sahihi. This is serious. Tukisema haya si tunafurahia na tuingilii mtu, wao ndio wanasema haya. Na lazima kila mahali kaunti ya Bungoma yote wajue, tukitaka basari iendelee, Wangamati aendelee.
Tunaambia mtu asitembea kumwambia ameleta sijui scholarship nini. Hakuna mambo ya scholarship kwa pikipiki ya 100.
Huyo ndio mtu tunataka. Wacha hiyo, imetosha, hiyo imetosha.
We want to empower the people of Kenya. Pikipiki 1,100, unajua hiyo ni kazi nzuri sana. Who born you?
You know, you know, I have never seen people who want to compromise on education. And education, you know, in itself is a tool that can much more than a border. You know, I mean, a pikipiki. Because you can always flip and change careers left and center. And when somebody condemns you to a motorcycle for the rest of your life, then that is not a person that should be taken seriously. Absolutely. And
but why are you amused? Why are you amused when people of Wangike here, if you go and see the double decker roads that have been built there, but they prefer wheelbarrow, and they say Uhuru has not performed because someone has given them wheelbarrow. Honestly, that is the mantra of these guys in UDA.
You know, there is something about the UDA and the team. You know, they glorify poverty. And you know, when you see even in their rallies that they talk about mtu wa chini, and it's like they you know, it's like a trophy that when mtu wa chini, and they keep on rubbing it in day out wherever they go. And you know, to our surprise, the people clap for them. And somebody who condemns you to, who believes that wewe ni mtu wa chini at all times, that is, for me, it is all about the mind. And I, despite the fact that we all have ups and downs in life, I never want to be tied down to misery. Even against the odds, when things are thick, I don't like, because whenever you always think that you are down, you will remain down. And that kind of mentality is what makes them, I think, be worshipped. And it's a very bad mentality. I don't like even talking about these UDA ideologies because they are very retrogressive. Let me finalize by talking about this, the guy who was he being anointed, or what was he being?
But
Being,
why have you not given Mike a chance to rebuttal? Because you included him in that dispute of that clip. You said Wekesa and Mike, I have a problem with you. Give him a chance to rebuttal before you move away.
Okay, fine, Mike. There you are.
Okay, sir, let him finish. I'll give him a full overview of what he has said. I want to load it.
Okay, proceed.
Have your moment, Bob.
Yeah. Now, there is this issue of the DP being, was he being anointed, or what was happening in that stadium? You know, I have had a session of being in church at one time in Ngong. I think it was in 2013, and it was a Catholic. I'm Catholic, so it was in church, and the father started bringing in politics, and actually he was from the mountain. And when he brought in politics and even started talking in the Kikuyu language, half the church left because they felt like this is now becoming too much. Because you know, all along the sermon was always being related to the ICC duo, and it felt bad. People just walked out of that church, and I was one of them. I could not stand it, because now I could not understand. One, I could not understand that language, and then secondly, the sermons were always being directed at the ICC duo, so it felt bad. And when you look at now the DP with this you call them church leaders. You know, when you come to the realization that Kenya, we have even an act that deals with how to register some of these churches, or some kind of regulation how you register a church. It has become business. It has become business, and most of those people who were there, for me, were businessmen. They were not people. They were not people that you can relate to when it comes to teachings of the Bible or matters faith, because they will always try to interpret the Bible to what suits them, and it was comedy. But when even the DP comes to confirm that he has seen victory, it has been delivered. Actually, he said it has been delivered. It is that was comedy for me. It was nothing serious, because we also the kind of things that were going on during that the ICC issue, and kneeling down every other place, every other opportunity they get. it doesn't make a lot of sense for me, and I can't take it serious. And if the chief hustler himself feels like it was an important function, why didn't he invite his hustlers to come and pray with him in that stadium? He should have filled that stadium. And it never made a lot of sense to me why that thing took place. I think maybe he was trying to rest. The campaign has been so hard on him, and he needed something to try and divert attention away from the campaigns. So it was nothing serious for me, and it was all comedy. Thank you. Let me give it to Mike.
He said from where I sit. I don't think I've got that clip, but he said from where I sit, victory is guaranteed. Yeah.
Victory is delivered. I think he said delivered. Has been delivered.
Yeah. So anyway, he was speaking to a certain clique of people. He knows his segment. He was addressing. Let me allow Olero to weigh in.
In fact, before you go away, somebody told me that somebody was telling me that majority of the people who always relate to the deputy president, always praying for him, are the clergy from Mount Kenya. We don't see a clergy from other places praying for him as hard as the ones of Mount Kenya pray for him. So now I don't even want to talk more about it. Okay, back to you.
Okay, Olara, you wanted to say something, then Mike, you weigh in that issue, yeah, Bungo.
Thank you, Chairman. Like Bob, I've never seen your submission more clearer than today. You've crossed our compass religiously, politically, and Alex also crossed it judicially. So, as we envisage to see what is coming up back to Kenyans, we are having a mood of a new revolution, whereby we have to look down our history. We perform well institutionally. Even the structures that we created, like a parliament, like a senate, like a what, it's functioning. That's why it's being challenged. It means we have no way you can run away with anything in Kenya. Even if you think you've run away with it now, somebody in future or in a nearer future will come and touch you. Hence, we have to popularize a moral leadership, not a managed leadership, not a chama leadership. If we can move away from that managed mechanism of politics, whereby saizi nitaka kuwa MCA Kibira in a ward, not in a constituency, then I'm required to submit in close to $5 million Kenya shillings. Then you see the problem. You just bought a flag, which can be anything. I don't want to mention any flag here, because in your heart of hearts, that is what is trading. You trade some money, then the leadership of that, whatever you are vying for, will endorse you and make you relevant. make you relevant regardless. That's why your regardless is my problem. You can be regardless you are Sonko. You can be regardless you are Sakaja. You can be regardless, you can even kill your wife. You can be regardless, there's a general, I don't know, it's an MP in southern, in western Kenya, something close to Didymus. He was caught with money in hand, but he was relieved of that burden and is buying something like that. You see, I think we are all, because we cannot stay this late at night if we don't have something to say to Kenya. And I like Mr. Gesa, the way you handled this very well. And Bob, you also expounded better. Alex expounded the judiciary and it's better. We are making a good progress here. And for finality, we have to fix only one thing in Kenya. If you go to church like Bob did, he cannot listen to a sermon which is dividing other Kenyans, then you're doing right. If today, Mr. Akesa, you can silence my video here, if you think I'm talking something against Kenyans or not for benefit of Kenyans, you're doing right. Then we replicate it down to our system. Our system are very simple. Kenyans are peace-abiding citizens, but they are very educated. That's what our politicians are not really trying to understand. We see some stuff, we see some things.
Let me ask you a specific question, Olara. Do you believe there are titles in church? There should be titles in church. Like, you see, what we saw in Nyayo was like, we have done a prayer meeting, then let's invite our guest of honor. Did he come to pray or is a guest of honor?
You see, I don't see that. I don't see that. But in reality, it is there. Sasa is how we communicate here now, how we talk now here, is what is solving the other Kenyans' problem. They can see it better. Let's just remove that Google goggles in their eyes, because there's a lot of political goggles, comes in prisms of tribalism, comes in prisms of corruption, and mostly in corruption, and come in prisms of religiosity, religiosity, or I don't know how to pronounce it, but this word you understood it all. So long as our churches have been sleeping with our politicians, because I've never seen any politician who has not supported our dioceses at big church, a big following. They always go there. They build an administration building under their name, promoted and what done with that. Then they capture us through that anger of our faith. And this is the worst part. The diocese, before you are ordained as a bishop, you have to have a political will. Is the government with you? Then you get that commissioning of the church. Now they put you there to the Pope. Anglican, the same thing. If you're not dealing, if you're not looking at Laikipia guards, because a lot of British guys are trained here. If you're not ordained to look at them as a colleague, because those guys are the one having a problem with Laikipia, because this British camp there, they have a lot of lands, and they occupied the prime land longer than anyone else. So now the population is growing. You are being sold a small plot of 2 acres, nowhere closer to water, nowhere closer to what. You'll fight. Then these mafias come in to slaughter your cows and sell it to meat market. You see, I'm very bitter. Sometimes I don't control myself, but the history is so bitter. And what history has done to us, nothing has changed after independence. We only got CDF, we only got parliamentary seat, we only got some, export and this is where Kenyans are thriving. But our actual lands, the biggest producer of anything else here, from kahawa to what, it's not us. I'm dying. The biggest producer of anything here, it's not us. So as we thrive, I want Bob, because he's a good researcher, dig down to this. Who's the biggest? Even Safaricom, it's not us. We're just a platform from Vodafone from England. So we have a bigger problem here. So the next, I hope Baba is not captured, because now we understand where he's captured from. And those who captured him, we know their history longer. And they've been long in the politics of this country.
Okay.
This country needs redemption, and redemption is our moral compass. Moral compass. Have your small thing from UD, from MCA, from although I'm against all those other funds to MPs, because I thought it will be a budget from the governor to every other portion. If we can fix those bigger problems, we'll have a nearer conclusion to a problem. But as Kenya remains an industry, no, as Kenya politics remains an industry where somebody can have all those monies without accounting to anything, and is just only a politician, then you will never find a solution.
Thank you. Let's move forward now. Thank you.
In chief, Donald Trump can't even handle the rough and tumble of a presidential campaign. He loses his cool at the slightest provocation. When he's gotten a tough question from a reporter, when he's challenged in a debate, when he sees a protester at a rally. Imagine, if you dare, imagine him in the Oval Office facing a real crisis. A man you can bait with a tweet is not a man we can trust with nuclear weapons.
Mike, as you remember those Bungoma words, here, Hillary Clinton is reminding us something very important. And it has to do with temperament. And I think temperament has been a topic for the last 10 days of our presidential candidates, especially the Kenya Kwanza, man who loses his cool at every slightest provocation. So Hillary is asking a very key question. A person who you cannot trust with a tweet, can you trust him with a nuclear weapon? In other words, can you give, in Kenyan context, can such a man be a CIC, Commander-in-Chief?
Wakesa, most of our leaders have packaged speeches that they make, and they operate in a very cool environment where they talk to people, and there is no engagement that would then test their temperament, as you put it. But we all know, and we all scholars tell you that a leader is known in times of crisis, not when things are okay. And what our leaders and the types of Ruto have been tested is not even crisis. It's just a moment. In fact, you cannot call that a crisis. They have just been subjected to a moment that they are not familiar with, and hell has broken loose. And what we are seeing is what they hide behind the scene. This is their true characters that has now been brought to the fore because of a small trigger. And the trigger is not as serious as the trigger of making a decision whether to go to war with another country or not. And these are the people that have packaged themselves to tell you they have your best interests. And the very people they were saying tutaunda serikali now, mama mboga na baba mboga na mtu wa bodaboda, the same people you are insulting, telling them that unanijibu kama nani. So the class has come out. This thing that we are hustlers who had to be removed, and the people had to be put in their places. And they were reminded that these statements are just political. Don't take it literally. Nikisema tutaunda serikali, I didn't mean it literally. So don't push it too far. Just leave it at the political scene. So I think Kenyans, as somebody said, Bob told us, we are a special breed. Even with these realities coming to the fore, we still want to imagine that there's something else that is hidden, that we are not seeing, that the angel is still there. Is only that he flapped his wings too hard and he hit somebody's face. It is not that. We have just been shown the true picture. But Bernard, let me quickly come to the issue of church, which I always avoid. But you know, I'm a Christian now, Wekesa. Sorry to say, Bernard, Wekesa. Wekesa, I'm a Christian and I read the Bible. And one of the things I'm told is that...
Tell me, why do you normally avoid?
I avoid because it is a statement, it is a place I don't want to offend God, to say something that might be wrong. And in the process of discussion, because the Bible said, do not invoke the word of God in vain, so that I am not quoting something for my personal interest, but for purely for purposes of educating the public. So this one I'm not sharing for purposes of protecting myself, but for the purpose of benefiting the public.
Wait, I ask you another provocative question because I need to milk more from you.
Yes, please.
What if you refuse or you avoid discussing sexual matters with your teen girls? Then all of a sudden you discover one or two are pregnant. Is it about time you have to discuss? Because what we are discussing here is a full-blown pregnancy that is already seen, that you can't hide.
That is true, Wekesa, but the position where I avoid is where we have a confrontation with the men who call themselves men of God, and they subject you to an argument where you have to sort of defend God. You know, you can't defend God. God defends himself. So when you have somebody who in your personal thinking is not even a man of God, and he stands out as a man of God going to pray for somebody, and in your personal conviction, you have your issues with such a man, my spirit tells me such people, you allow God to deal with them, because we have people who have given themselves titles of men of God, pastors, but it takes an average thinking person to tell you that this is not a man of God, because God's standards of rating a man of God are clear. The Bible says you know them by their fruits. When somebody creates fake miracles and it is known and it is shown on national TV, when somebody tells you to give him a seat of 310 shillings for you to get a miracle, and you see behind the scene how they prepare such miracles, they get potassium permanganate and they put in water and they create blood, and it has been shown on national TV, and we still want to to say that the church will be protected from aggression from the state, the way Ruto promised the church today, so that such people should be allowed to go on with their activities, because touching them is touching the church. You see, that is where I'm trying to avoid. I know there are certain activities that do not really represent God, but I always ask myself, who should now talk about it? Because it is hard for me to come up and say Pastor Kanyiri is a fake pastor. I always find it difficult to get into a confrontation with such men, because the Bible says such people, God will deal with them, because when God will bring judgment, he will start with the church. He will not start with the common man. So let God start with them. But what I was pulled to Wekesa is this verse. You know, I'm a Christian, I was telling you. And the prophecy is unfolding in our own eyes. I've just read today in a book of 2 Timothy 4:3-5. I've pinned it on a private chat. And it says this, I'll read it for our benefit. For the time will come when people will not put up with sound doctrine. Instead, to suit their desires, they will gather around them a great number of teachers to say what their itching ears want to hear. That is purely what happened today. There was no sound doctrine. People have gathered men who call themselves pastors so that they tell somebody what he wants to hear. And what does he want to hear? That you are the chosen one of God. God has chosen you to be the president. That is written in the Bible, and it is unfolding in our own ears. It is not me. You can read the Bible yourself. Whoever has a Bible can read 2 Timothy 4:3-5. So everybody has a place in this world. Ruto might be fulfilling prophecy. You know, Judah had to fulfill prophecy by kusaliti Yesu. Somebody had to come out and do the dirty job. In this case, Ruto has been given the assignment to fulfill prophecy, but the wrong type of prophecy, of people using church to advance their own agenda. On the issue of Bungoma, Bob is here. Wangamati's scholarship is one of his campaign tool. And for some of us who have, I don't live in Bungoma, but I have relatives and friends in Bungoma, it has really worked well. For one reason is that the scholarships for cases where the families are very vulnerable to the extent that they cannot even meet their basic needs, the scholarship provides 100% scholarships, because most of these scholarships across the counties, Wekesa, are not full scholarships. So that a child goes to school is of 30,000 is given 10,000 check, and somehow he has to come back, do some harambes and stuff like that. So this type of scholarships Wangamati has packaged is where the need is absolute. He also makes sufficient provision to make sure that such children are not sent home. And it has worked well. So for Wetangula to fight Wangamati, he can only challenge what is very popular, because he cannot promise to enhance or improve the scholarship for two things. One, the budget is also very high. The budget for the scholarships for Bungoma it takes actually, it's almost 30% of the entire budget of the county. So Lusaka cannot come in and promise that he'll improve it, because you cannot make a 50% of a county budget education. So Wangamati has put to the highest limit education as one of his key pillars, and that you cannot challenge. The only thing you can do is to rubbish it, and the rubbishing it is to now change the target market from children to adults who are jobless but cannot go back to school, because then they will not need a scholarship. So the approach is very tactful. It is to counter it by diverting the same amount of money to a different segment, which will benefit, but not just benefit, but benefit with the intention of also getting votes, because these are desperate attempts to get votes at whatever cost. And this is, of course, a script borrowed from Kenya Kwanza of bottom up, of giving handouts to borders. So Wetangula is actually just borrowing from his boss, Ruto, of going to a market and looking at the vulnerable target group and promising them things. Wekesa, when Ruto sat down to strategize his campaign for presidency, which he did long before 2017, he identified three groups. One was the youth, two were the small scale business people, and three was the church. He was told that if you target this group, because Wekesa youths 35 and below are over 65% of our population, almost against the same percentage of voters. So if you target this group, then you can get a sizable numbers of people who can rally behind you. So first of all, it was to identify the target group with the biggest numbers, and then come up with a proposition that will be attractive to them. So for the church, it was simple. Get lump sum of money, attend church services every week, and make donations. Buy Prados for bishops, do Harambes for churches, and attend churches and take photos. Some pastors are very excited when they are seen taking photos with their deputy president. Some that alone excites them to the extent of making prophecies. There's one who prophesied that Raila will not see 2022, and he died before 2021 ended. So those three target groups are what Ruto has been working with since 2017: the church, the youth, Mama Mbogas, and Boda. And each segment he had something for them. For the youth, of course, he packaged himself as a youth. Some of us do not see, but me, I saw. Ruto changed even his dress code. He started wearing tight khaki pants with shirts with broken suits. You will never see Ruto wearing suits unless it's an official function. To just look like a youth, changed his language and changed his crowd, his clique of friends. Started working with Ndindi Nyoro, the youthful people like Korir in Nairobi. That was deliberate. It had nothing to do with his liking for those people. The church is going to Kiambu and Muranga every Sunday to make donation. It was part of the elaborate strategy to do it consistently and effectively to bring results. And unfortunately, as the election nears, people have started deconstructing those theories that Ruto has the best interest of the church, he has the best interest of Mama Mbogas, and he has the best interests of the youth. Because in all those segments, there is nothing to show that he has ever done anything for them in the previous times, where he promised them laptops, where he promised them Wi-Fi, where he promised them opportunities of businesses, of their hard-earned enterprises. So all these things have failed, and we are going to see the truth as time nears on the ballot.
Thank you. I have this photo. I don't know what your reflections are. You look at the way Ruto is looking at it, and
Okay, sir. This is what I've told you. It is.
So let me ask you, even before you, let me ask you. Such like a person, when he comes even with a program of health, does it know? Does it know that is a health hazard? Who said that when you are a hustler, you don't observe basic rules of hygiene?
Okay, sir. President Mwai Kibaki, in his 2 terms of campaign, never went to a shopping center to buy bananas or to roast maize to show that he cares about the poor. but he brought free primary education, which addressed one of the biggest concerns of parents who are unable to take children to school. You don't need to do such things. Actually, these are purely for optics, to show that you can relate with the poor or with the ordinary mwananchi. Mwai Kibaki never did any of these things Ruto is doing, and yet he had the heart of every other ordinary Kenyan at heart in everything he did, in terms of health, road infrastructure, of getting road access to the rural areas, in terms of reducing the cost. We were able to, our cost of living was very affordable during Kibaki's time. As much as and at the same time he was borrowing less. So these problems we have nothing to do with somebody going around in the slums to distribute chapatis to show that he can relate with the common man. It is purely for optics, but it is unfortunate that as Bob says, we are a special breed. We shall look at it and say huyu mtu ni kama anatujali, anatupenda.
Mike,
It's
Mike, I
optics,
want
but
to
it's
ask you
also
a
it's
question.
sending mixed signals. This guy is insensitive. He's the same guy we saw in a clip in the church removing things from his nose. He's careless. Let's face it, he's careless.
Mike, I want to ask you a question. You know, when you have gone to school to the level that Wetangula has gone to, is a lawyer, supposedly respected lawyer. There is that self-consciousness, and you need to reflect on your statements, and it's no longer politics. And when you're talking about substituting the scholarships for 100,000 border, doesn't it affect you? You know, your intellect, because it Mike,
Bob,
it should
unajua
Sasa utatoka
touch you.
Bungoma brother. We, Bob, yani utatoka Bungoma.
Hapana, mimi sitaki kuwalemea, lakini unajua mimi ile kitu nasema Mike, kuna vitu hata wewe mwenyewe unaibika mwenyewe kutamka, lakini sasa wakati Mike is trying to justify that it's politics, which now that is where I dispute, because there
No,
are
the
things you
issue
can't even
is
utter.
where Bob, it's just the same way Ruto was talking to Mount Kenya elders, and the video was leaked. He talked about how he wanted to slap. This is also a leaked conversation. This is a leaked conversation.
Bob, we are living in an age where technology is helping us unearth certain things that we would not have known. Like I've said, even the tantrums Ruto is throwing over in functions. Everybody has a phone to take cameras. There are things during Moi's days, it's only KBC which had clips of what happened. If they decided not to show you, wouldn't know what happened. But we are living in an age where we shall know things that happen behind the scene to your shock. And this is one of them. He never saw this coming. And it is good we are living at such a time, Wekesa.
Now, Wekesa, this serving of this food aboard SUVs, I don't know what was the message exactly, because how many people was he trying to become? Who was that who fed 5,000 people? Is it? I'm not very good at the Bible, but was he trying to serve those people with the food, or was it just some comedy? Because when
the same way they have been pretending or trying to show that they support hustlers. So this mama sells chapati, passed by, and he had to buy, but it could have looked good if he bought it and ate. You see, if you eat, even if it's dirty, nobody cares, but you cannot serve people with your bare hands. Yeah, okay. Ukichagua kukula chakula, bila kunawa mikono ni juu yako, but to others you are endangering lives. What if somebody goes home and starts feeling the stomach? Anasema alipewa sumu na wewe.
Okay, sir. You know, these are his target groups, and they have to do everything and anything to show that tuko pamoja. If you see a deputy president stopping over a shopping center and mobilizing prostitutes to tell them that he will help put them in a chama, how can you create a chama of prostitutes? And you say you want to uplift them. So that is not the worst. Chapati is not the worst. We have seen the worst thing in DP Ruto's camp. So I started by telling you that Ruto had identified 3 groups, and these 3 groups he has to engage them in whatever way, even if it means doing very funny, extremely awkward things to show that he relates with them at their level. He will do it. So it is not he's not doing it for fun. I'm sure hata akishuka hapo chini kuna sanitizer, atajipanguza mikono aseme hii kazi ni ngumu, but huku nje for optic purpose, people will see the photos taken and say, hey, and by the way, we are very basic. That's the unfortunate thing about Kenyans. You see somebody saying, imagine deputy president anatupatia chapati tunakula, and you get very excited about such funny things, which has reminded me something, Wekesa, about the Nairobi politics. So sorry to digress. Igade is sharing 50-50 with the common people, mama mboga na watu wa bodaboda. That is my hypothesis. Don't challenge too quickly with the Sakaja. But there's this segment which made their mind long time ago the moment Igade came in. The corporate and the middle class will not vote for Sakaja because of the way he has packaged. They are smarter, they know who he is, and they know what they want for Nairobi. So they will share 50-50 in that segment of Mama Mboga. But when it goes to the middle class, the corporate, and the business people in Nairobi, all of them to the man, they will vote for Igade. Can you imagine when
Same applies to Martha Karua. Have you seen the corporate years?
That's what I'm trying to. I'm trying to dissect for you to show you how Igade will win. He's eating into the group that Sakaja controls at the lower level, and he has gotten 50%. The other 50% upper is all for Igade to take. I'll give you examples. When the CBD business people are told when Sakaja comes in, they will be pro mama mbogas. Did you see those people who have been Nairobi? Unakumbuka zile siku mama mboga walikuwa wanaweka magunia on Moi Avenue wakiuza nyanya mbele ya duka ya Mwindi. Those people are being reminded of those eras where pikipiki zilikuwa zina cross town, and Sakaja is telling what was CBD. And I'm not saying they are criminals, but most of the crimes in Nairobi are also perpetrated by border borders, these snatchers and these people who carry knives. Some of us know that, but we are afraid to say it because utaonekana you are looking down on what wa border border. But these people are very afraid of Sakaja because of that. He's promising them that he'll dismantle NMS, that it's harassing what wa mama mboga. But they have brought sanity to the CBD. There is some level of cleanliness in the CBD. If Sakaja comes in, is telling people that boda mama mboga will come back to the CBD and take over the CBD because we are all stakeholders of Nairobi. That is where Igade will get the backing of Nairobi business community and the upper middle class and the middle class who believe that there has to be sanity regardless of whether we coexist with Mama Mbogos or not. Coexisting does not mean one taking advantage of the other, because they also want to feel they are valued. So that's the hypothesis I wanted to share with you before I forgot. So Igade is going to win pretty.
Okay, I want you
Do you
guys
remember
to
one time?
have
Do you
a
remember
take
one
on
time?
this.
The candidate and the deputy will appear is a matter that now firmly rests with them. I and the team gave them advice based on the current media environment. That advice was actually legitimized by a report, a monitoring report of, they call it the monitoring report for the month of June by the Media Council, and you all saw it, that the other people are enjoying 61% or so of coverage. It's interesting, funny, and believable that Media Council did not see a problem with that. Now, I think 2 days ago, the Media Council again issued another statement. This time, however, without any report, without any statistics, trying to say the numbers have changed. And then in this obsession with polls, the Media Council goes ahead to even tell us now they have done a poll about journalists and which campaign journalists would like to cover. Really? I mean, is that the work you're supposed to do? What you're supposed to do is ensure compliance to the Act, to the laws, and we know what the Act says. We know what the laws in Kenya says about public information to be aired by a journalist or a public entity or the media, and that it has to be fair and accurate. All they have to do is ensure compliance. And again, they say journalists are not comfortable with Kenya Kwanza. And they try to quote about something that happened in the NDC, which was a misunderstanding. On 24th of March, the same Media Council and Kenya Union of Journalists complained when my colleagues, Nyamori of Standard and Awich of the Star, were actually assaulted at the ODM headquarters. So who's really, if it's about being safe, is the Media Council really being fair? All we want them to do is ensure objectivity. We have been in the media, we are still journalists, and we are asking our colleagues, and especially the media companies and owners, we are not saying you must cover us. No. We are saying this is public information. This is what you're doing this for public good. If you have decided to give one side more coverage, then please tell the viewers what you are doing, than trying to say you're objective and you're not.
Bob and Mike, I have a question for you. First, if you are in the media, shouldn't you be the one championing for the interests of the media, even when you join, whether it's political arena, so that you ensure that if there are policies to be implemented in the Kenya Kwanza government, they should be pro-media, because you have been in the field and you know the challenges the media goes through. Or should you be the first person to attack? Then the second issue that is coming out of that, Hussein seems to be, I don't know, did he leave Citizen in peace, or there was some issues? He seems to be fighting some battles, and he looked for a platform to to do that. I don't know how you interpret that. But the other thing that is coming out is that these guys are looking for an excuse to chicken out of the debate. Now, these are the guys who have enjoyed media coverage for the last 4 years, almost 5 years, unrivaled. In fact, there was a time they were telling us that Ruto apewe shares because he's selling the newspapers. It was like he was on headlines every day. So he was having the monopoly of the media. So apewe pesa yenye without him on the media, it can't sell. So right now they are complaining. What has changed?
Okay, sir. Hussein worked for Citizen TV, but when he joined and left, I think he didn't take time to read the history of Kenya vis-a-vis freedom of speech and freedom of media. In 2000, Citizen TV, owned by SK Macharia station, was vandalized by the KANU regime because of what they were carrying out observations or articles that were deemed to be anti-government. Of course, during that time, we know Ruto was a very senior person in the KANU regime. If not Secretary General, he was holding an office. At that time, there are people like Martha Karua, Paul Mwite, and Raila were the only voice that stood up to fight for the mistreatment SK Macharia was going through. Some people do not know the relationship of SK Macharia as a person with Raila Odinga and Martha Karua, and why he's passionate to front for Raila as a president. SK Macharia has seen the journey of democracy in this country from the 80s up to now. And like Raila, he has always been on the right side of history. Being a Kikuyu, he didn't campaign for Kibaki, but instead he chose to campaign for Raila, even in 2007. So did he in 2013. The reason I'm giving this history is because as a media, you have also a moral responsibility to front an agenda that is for the better good of the country. Somebody cannot package himself 2 years and become the voice of reason, the voice of change, and demand to be given the attention of a savior or a crusader of change or a crusader of prosperity in this country, when all along, when you yourself, when you are going through torture, that person was seated there celebrating without apology. So Hussein should have read the history to know where Raila was and why Raila is being given such attention as a person and as a presidential candidate. You sow or you reap where you have sowed. Raila has sowed struggle for freedom in this country, and the attention and the support is getting from certain interest groups are purely because of what he has invested as a person and the sacrifice he has made. Things don't always come easy. And there is nowhere in the world where you will find something called neutral. There is no neutrality in this world. CNN was not neutral to Trump. In fact, Trump at one time became very bitter with CNN. And that is one of the biggest stations in the world. I don't know of any station that is bigger than CNN. And yet it was still accused of bias. As a media station, you can't be neutral where a decision has to be made for the greater good of the country. You have to take a position that defends the better good of the country. Somebody cannot package himself as a crusader of change and you give him the attention and propagate that false presentation to the public. What will happen if that person wins because you gave him 100% coverage to propagate lies? Media has been used to bring down institutions, and it has also been used to create institutions or governments. Media is what brought the Rwanda and the Burundi down because of airing certain things that were offensive to the public. So media is also a very, very big tool to sensitize and maintain the right temperature and the right mood for a country. So I don't want
Hold
to...
on there. Don't even finish. Hold on there. Wacha nilete huyu Bob kwanza on hiyo issue ya media before we conclude. Bob, when the Hustler Nation began, or the Tanga Tanga team, they came up with a class war. The rich versus the poor, the dynasty versus the hustlers. Didn't it click in his mind that some of these dynasties are the owner of the media houses? Did he expect the owners of the media houses to support him? Because you see, if you prepare your bed, you have to lie on it. If you are against the rich, and they will show you what they own in this country. And when they come to displaying their supremacy, the same way you are displaying your political prowess and power, it will haunt you. Bob, I was just a motion mover.
Yeah, even extinct from the media to the business world. You know, when you lie to borders that they will own petrol stations, what do you expect? What reaction would you expect from the likes of Shell, Total, and what have you? You know, that kind of narrative is it's foolhardy. And when you look at the clip you just played for UDA, Hussein, he tells us that one, his body language is very animated, which I would want to concur with you that there is something more than meets the eye. There's something he's trying to fight. He's trying to hit back at maybe a particular group of people in the media world. Number two, the message. What was the purpose of that brief? When he tells us that the decision is left to the deputy president and his running mate, then there was no reason why he came to address the media, because it doesn't make any sense to come and blabber, and then at the end of the day you tell us that the decision is now upon them to make. He is supposed to be there as the face of UDA, as in communicating an official position of the. But when now he comes and tells us now the decision again will be made by the two principals, then it doesn't make any sense. Absolutely, it was theoretics, and if you try to look at the other side, have you ever seen Dennis Onsarigo coming to address the media? Hardly. You will not find. It's not easy for him to come, and maybe he will put up a press release, but to come and address the media, that is it's not easy. And the reason is that Hussein is not the final decision maker, and he shouldn't be coming and trying to portray himself to be the mouthpiece of the deputy president, because that was just like I'm saying, theoretics. It doesn't hold, doesn't send any strong message, and I doubt even if the media council would even give him audience, because he's trying to fight a body that actually gives him space to ventilate as a journalist. So I wouldn't want to take him very seriously.
Thank you.
Back to
Domi. Domi, how are you?
I'm very fine, sir.
Yes.
Good morning.
Have you watched that clip of Hussein?
Okay, I just watched a part of it, but I think out of the details that I gathered,
Do you think the team will attend presidential and deputy president debate based on what they are saying?
I'm not sure. You know, the problem with the deputy president is a double speak person. You cannot be 100% sure that what he says today he will do tomorrow. And a good percentage of the times he makes some statements when he knows that the next what he's going to do probably is the opposite. Okay, if you can remember part of what he has been, there are sometimes you could say like he has a history. There's a time he was talking of, oh, you will not hamutatutoa ODM mkuje mtutoe Jubilee, but in the end he leaves. In the end, unapata saa zingine is talking of again the opposite. Oh, I'm not in government because so and so removed me. So it's that one. No, you can't be very sure. That's what I think.
Okay, sir. I can tell you for free that that opportunity William Ruto will not want to miss. William Ruto by nature, and I'm told he comes from a clan which is a clan that breeds warriors, people who like fighting. He's a warrior by nature, and an opportunity for confrontation comes in, he'll want to show up. But what he wants to do is what Sakaja did. You play as if you not appear so that you weaken your opponent, not to prepare hard, so that you get him flat-footed. You get him unawares, so that Raila will relax and
steal the show.
Yeah, Raila will relax and think that he's only going to have Jakoya as his competitor, only for William Ruto to walk in 5 minutes to the debate. So I guarantee you, keep this clip. William Ruto and Rigathi will appear in both the debates. That one you can take it home, and it's part of the strategy.
And should we underestimate Rigathi Gachagua? Because I've seen people trying
That is
to
the
think
essence. That is the, now you have taken the words from my mouth. That is the essence. It is to create, you know, the art of war is you don't look as powerful as you are in the eyes of your enemy, so that his preparation is also not as much. So that is part of the strategy, is to create a picture of somebody who is almost giving up, and yet behind the scene, Rigathi sleeps at 2 a.m. preparing for the debate every day for the last 2 weeks. So let ODM and Martha Karua prepare for a fiery debate. This I can tell them for free.
And like what Sakaja did, you see, Martha Karua may be focused on policy and what he wants to do, but this guy might come against her. Yeah, focus on the politics.
And the other thing, Wekesa, the art, and this Martha and Raila should know, Rigathi and Ruto never answer questions that have been asked. When you ask Ruto a question, he will ask himself his own question and start answering. And the question he'll ask will be one that will be to hit at his opponent. When he is asked, for instance, why do you think the Jubilee failed? He will start talking about handshake, and he will make handshake so relevant to the topic and discredit the Raila as part of the problem of the Jubilee government, so that everything tilts towards his favor. So Ruto and Rigathi will cram certain points, and whatever question you ask, they'll rephrase it with the question they have prepared and answer them. This one, they should know that.
I remember Sakaja repeated the issue of resignation almost. It became like kwa shairi inaitwa nini kibwakizo.
Yeah, and it was never even a question. It was never a question. That's what they do. Martha should prepare for whether that question is asked or not. Martha should prepare for the question of her resigning from government and and all things that she thinks could point at her as a weakness. Whether they are asked or not, Rigathi will make that question come up in his own way and attempt to answer it. That is a strategy I've monitored in Ruto for a long time.
And you know
Moraya, how are
also with that.
you? Okay.
I'm good to
Domi, you were saying
Ekesa.
something.
Yeah.
So I'm coming back. I'm coming to you. Domi, what are you saying?
I was saying the problem also with the audience, the audience is that most of Kenyans are not keen on following what questions has been asked by the what question has somebody been asked. Their interest is, has this person made a lot of words? Because you'll find out that what people are talking of, Sakaja won the debate, is because I think he said so many things, probably trying to attack Igabe and going around the questions he was asked. But now you see, an ordinary person, an ordinary Kenyan, does not see as Sakaja. Are not keen to watch Sakaja's mistakes, and are not keen to. I think it's because of we don't know what is important and what is not important. The problem with Kenyans, they follow what is not important, and they neglect what is important. You know, people forgot everything that Igade was presenting. Like somebody is, you see, Igade, for a fact, he has been a good manager in wherever company he goes. I think that is what Nairobi people would have focused on, because we are not interested in somebody who talks a lot or who knows a lot of politics in gubernatorial race, but we are interested in somebody who is coming to manage what we need, the county, the multi-billion investment of the nation. So I think that is the weakness where the Kenya Kwanza, or let me say the UDA, tries to exploit with in such a debate. So that is something that the Azimio people should, let me say, in Raila and Martha Karua should be very careful of, so that not to give these guys too much space to speak nothing. And also, one thing that also gets a good, let me say, somebody who has policies. One thing that, let me say, it's sort of a weakness in most of of such a people, is that, you know, when you get this person to the defense, you know, somebody, Ruto would like to put you to the defense so that you keep defending yourself, instead of focusing on trying to defend yourself. In such a debate, you focus on what you want to do, or what is in your manifesto, what you are presenting to Kenyans. That is what majorly Ruto tried to exploit, is to derail you from your objective, to derail you from the important things you want to present to Kenyans. I think in such a debate, that should be very, very well marked.
Thank you for that insightful contribution. Morayas.
Yes, Wekesa. Mambo.
Happy New Year. Ni kitambo,
Happy New Year
karibu
to you.
nikwambie Happy New
Morning.
Year.
Morning panelist. Tuko poa?
Tuko sawa.
Nashukuru Mungu.
Mhm.
Na
Tuambie.
Nafurahia kuwaona na kusikia mchadara kwa background kidogo.
Yes. Leo we
Nikaonelea,
anointed king for Kenya.
nimeona sasa divine intervention.
Yes.
Wale wanasema ile roho ya kutaka vyote. Mtaka yote.
Yes, tell us, what did you observe and what is your expectation?
Number one, about the court. Our courts, they pronounce themselves as a Supreme Court. There are things they need to put to finality. And it should be in record because it's the biggest court in the land, whereby that is the end. When you are litigating all your things, when they reach there, you rest your case. You go and do something else. So now, the point was that I have some legal people arguing for how long. If the Constitution says impeachment should be, once impeached, go and do something else and forget that, then it should be like that. If it is 10 years, they should be 10 or 20 years. So that people can just, when they reach there, they know I'm going to do my business. Let me come after 10 years or 20 years, or I would not come for this object once more. So I hear people talk about East Africa and other things. Even those things are need to be looked into. Who is going to East Africa? Not every label, maybe from governors and above. They should go, and to some what extent. So for me, I see that court should go, and but you know the court cannot do alone. They need parliament to do some things. Parliament should do so that the court can stamp. Now even that one, now the court cannot stamp it because parliament also there is some akuna something like that. So this thing, that's why we say 14 for Papa, and then with Karua, we finalize all these things. You see, the drama will go. That's why people are scared. And as you see, once they have got a good policy in justice and other things in the courts, then other elements whereby they know, you know, that those people who made the constitution, there are some areas they left it because they understood technically. Even when you are building a house, you know that in case of anything, you can go through this window. Those are the areas they need to people sit down and check properly and seal those areas and come up. But it is very hard when a house is not united. You cannot do anything. So we are in that situation. No, tuko kwa hiyo shida. Lakini kitu kingine nilikuwa nasema, for that reason, if it is once impeached, that is good. It will stop there, and the Senate also, you have to choose who is going to the Senate. Before you give the Senate the power of everything, who is going there? That one should also be looked into. Then once somebody is taken there, you know that person is going to do the right thing. And this is the road, and this is what happens. From the parliament to the Senate, all those should be streamlined in the sense that they do their job independently, and so that the court does not interfere with them in case of anything. Because somebody go to the court will say, you do not do very well as per your law, which governs. But once they do the same, even IPC, if they follow the law, they do their job, the court cannot have a problem with them. But when they mess up, the court now will come in to sorrow. And that is why they take which is a job which is meant for them. They are integrating, and then they leave it to somebody else to do. So it's like also we overwork our courts as well. So on the debate, I think we have watched these people, all of them, how they talk, what they speak. Already they planned what they are going to talk, a separate paper. So they will only come when you ask, they get a chance, they start talking what they have. They get you off the rail so that they take time. And you know, with Kenyan speech is not that much. So we could love our team to embark on manifesto, point 1 to 10, and then ask them what they have done. From there, they will not be able. But if you go to person or whatever, then it comes out, they will try to spoil the water as they you know, they are crafting that, they are smart. And you know, most of the two of them are auditors. Kachagwa, the best mobilizer. So he can mobilize words and put them together, everything, and mix, and then he try to earn the mileage, you know. So all those things he will advise our people. The key people will be, and they mark you, they will come. They will not miss. They are trying to buy time and see how they will come, like what happened, you know, with Sakaja issue. So we know.
Let me ask you, you have used
Yes.
the term Rigathi is the best mobilizer.
Yeah.
Has it reflected in his rallies? Have you seen him outperform others?
You know what happens? The way they have, you know, they have a problem within. Is a potato which is rotten in the sack. They are wondering that the whole sack will go to astray. They have put him aside for the time being. But they will know where they want to use him the last minute when they have made the house properly.
Because personally, I can even think that Karua is coming out as the best mobilizer. She has interacted with different groups, civil society. You see, in fact, every region they go before they do the rally, she interacts. She has the boardroom meetings with different kinds of groups. So for me, she has interacted with many groups, and I think she's coming out as a good mobilizer. Because Gachagua, apart from a few rallies, I've seen him just doing more of the same. I haven't seen him. You know, a good mobilizer is tested by even the grounds that are. If you go, you reach the grounds that are uncultivated. The guy has dropped off. Huh? Yeah, for me, I think that it was a tag that was given. Maybe it worked for him sometime, but he hasn't come out as a good mobilizer. Jagen Bey, how are you? Jakendu Bey, uko na sisi?
Asante sana Wekesa, niko na ninyi bwana. Mimi nasikiliza vile mnazungumza.
Morayas, umeenda wapi?
Tu ni kazi kiasi, niko job.
Oh, so
sawa.
It's okay.
So, sawa tu atawasikia kwa background.
Sawa. Okay.
Bwana
Selina, karibu. Jakendu Bey, karibu.
Asante Wekesa. Na wewe ndio nafaa nikwambie karibu, manake huja kuwepo kwa muda, sijakuona muda.
Yeah, I've been listening to you from the background too.
Oh, okay. Asante.
Yeah.
Umenipatia nafasi.
Naona ulikuwa nakula kitu kwanza. Selina, how are you?
I'm good. Unajua hii
Selina has dropped on this session 3, 4, 5 times, so hata naona ni kama nimpatie kabla drop off.
Tumefahamiwa kweli tangu
leo internet imekusumbua.
Tangu jana inatukalia kukalia. Nilikuwa na swali moja saa ndiye nikadrop. Hii mambo ya makanisa kuordain Deputy Ruto. My question is why central? Ama kanisa kunakuwa central peke yake Wekesa, because nafikiria mahali ninatoka Rift Valley tuko na makanisa na sijaiona akienda kanisa kuordain. Ama central ndio kuna kuanga na makanisa tu. Si hata Mombasa unaenda ama anywhere na kama wewe ni mtu ya kanisa. Nataka mtu anijibu hiyo swali because
Chifu nakutafutia klipu hapa ya Rift Valley ni kujibu na hebu endelea na hao wengine.
Mimi nataka kujibu hivi Mama Selina.
Yes.
Kuna watu wengi sana huwa wako na hiyo problem. Wa Nigeria. Na Central, mimi vile nimeiona kwa maoni yangu, unaweza kuchukua ni rahisi sana kuwapeleka upande huo wa kanisa na wakakufuata, kwa sababu wa Nigeria ni wajanja sana, lakini ukimwonyesha Biblia anakutolea nani kabisa. Na hiyo nimeona hata Central Province, ukienda na Biblia basi kila kitu. Na nafikiri mtu anapoenda huko na Biblia na kudonate, Ruto alikuwa anafikiria kwamba hivyo ndivyo ata make sure kwamba hiyo kura za Central ameretain, amezishika sawa sawa, ziwezi zikatoka.
I hope ile kitu wangefanya kama bibi ya deputy president ni pastor na bibi ya Ruto ni pastor, hatukatai. Wangekuja hapo kusema sisi kama washiriki, kama pastor, kwa sababu waume zetu ndio wanaenda kuongoza nchi ya Kenya, tukuje tuombee. Lakini unajua sasa, I don't know, tumaiona makanisa ikiomba inapelekwa Uhuru Park, ingine inapelekwa Mombasa Crown, and it is in the what inaitwanga nini, makanisa yote ya dunia ya Kenya. But anyway, hiyo tu ndio ilikuwa inanisumbua, kwa sababu hii watu ya Central yani hii ingine ikitoka, but ile kitu pia najua ni biashara, kwa sababu ikifika tarehe 9 ndiye tutajua ukweli ya hiyo mambo. Otherwise naona mumetwell na mambo ya SONKO sana, mambo ya kotini, Court of Appeal, Chebukati. In 23 days, hata kama SONKO alikuwa anapendwa namna gani, Wekesa, it is too late. Sometimes things are too late, unless unaenda kotini for future. Otherwise, kama iwezi saidia sahi, because you cannot mobilize, uwezi kuwa na nini, time imerun. For him kuwesti pesa, I hope angetulia kama mwanaume amejaribu na aendelee, kwa sababu Kenya inaendelea. You know, yani hii watu, nani aliambia Wekesa ati kama si hawa dunia iwezi endelea? Today kama Chekendube anachaguliwa na kesho yake anatoka baba Asimio, dunia inaendelea. Unajua watu wanashikilia mpaka unafikiria hii nchi iliundiwa hawa. Wanasahau tunaambiwa Kenya imerule for 56 ama 57 years, which means we had different leaders. Wenye walikuweko, wengine wameenda, but nchi inaendelea. So kama watu wanakuja wanafanya kama ni mwisho ya dunia yao, I don't think Kenya itapaki. Sisi yote tutaenda, tutawacha, na watakuja wengine waendeleshe. Amerika wameendelea miaka karibu 1000 ngapi, na patu iko haijaongezeka, ita reduce. So nafikiri in 23 days tukasane tu, tunajua baba ameenda. And of course unasikia watu wanasema mimi nilikuwa nauliza, kama vile tuliambiwa huyo mtu yao ya Murang'a anaongoza na huyo ya Kisii. Kwa hiyo opinion polls ni uongo. You know, kama kitu imeenda, tukubaliane hiyo na tukue na amani. Ya muhimu ni amani. And by the way, baba alifumilia akiweka tumaini ya kwamba
Kisii, you got it wrong, huh? Kisii, it's
yes,
UPA,
not
no?
Kisii,
Nyamira.
No,
Nyamira is UPA.
Oh, not UPA.
Chama ya Matiang'i. Ni chama ya Matiang'i.
Wow. Yes,
UPA is the current governor. Is the current governor.
Na chama ya Matiang'i.
Yeah, UPA,
Kwa hivyo,
UPA, not D.
Kwa hivyo ni Azimio.
Ni Azimio. Hakuna gavana anaenda Yuda huko.
Then I'm sorry. Nilikuwa nimeshangaa. So I'm sorry. Tulifikiria unajua hiyo Martina
ni central too, but there's a last the finishing game inakuja. So Uhuru will be in Central. There will be Sagana 4 and the utaona.
I think, yeah, kama Nairobi bila baba amemaliza leo. Otherwise, Chakendu Pay nafikiri tunajitayarisha kufima ile suti ya tuliambiwa ya blue, lakini ni wa baba. Sikusikia design gani mulitupatia kina mama, ama yote ni blue, ni sawa. Otherwise, tunashangaa ni wapi baba ataapishwa. Wengine anasema Uhuru Garden. Hiyo Uhuru Garden na kuanga wapi? Imagine nimekuwa Kenya na sijui hiyo nini.
Hiyo si ndio place
iko karibu na Wilson Airport.
Yeah.
Si Chakaranda, si hiyo ya Chakaranda?
Hapana. Kama unaenda Lang'ata, unajua Lang'ata Barracks?
Yeah, yes.
Sasa ni katikati ya Lang'ata Barracks na Wilson Airport. Iko hapo katikati.
Hiyo kiwanja haijaifanya kitu, iko tu, haijaifanyiwa sherehe.
Ilikuwa inataka kunyakuliwa, ilikuwa hakuna kitu ilikuwa inafanywa hapo.
Ni wanajeshi walikuwa na training na kufanyia mambo yao.
Lakini kuna wakati ilikuwa fence na ikaitwa Uhuru Garden. Lakini sasa wameijenga. Wameifanya museum. Uhuru wameifanya museum.
Thank you so much. Tutapata mahali ya kwenda, na I hope hata itajaa hiyo mpaka washangae.
Yeah.
Otherwise nasikia naona watu na ni mzuri kuwa na maoni tofauti, lakini kwa maoni yangu saa ile imefaki siku kidogo. Tunataka kukuwa na mambo yenye kama tuna watu 10% ama 5% wamepaki, wakitusikia wakuje wote. Sahii hatuna ile time mingi ya kufikiria na kusumbuka. Ile iko tu, unajua hata kwa Biblia ngawa watu ya makanisa yani wamefanya mpaka tukitaka kurifaa mambo kwa Mungu karibu inakuwa msito. Otherwise hata kwa Bible tuliambiwa after 7 days Mungu alifanya kazi na akapumzika. Na sisi pia sahii ni kuhimiza watu watafute kura mahali waliweka, wale mabwana sao wanawawekea at least wapatie mapipi ma ID. Unajua wekesa nyinyi mnawekanga silaha wa mama, so
Mama Selina ameenda tena.
Amekwama?
Inaonekana.
I think she's having a network challenge. You can proceed, and then if she comes back she will.
Asante Wekesa. Mimi nataka kusema tu kwamba ile kampeni ya leo nimeona kule Nairobi ni nzuri kabisa. Kitu ambacho niliwasikia mkizungumza, nilikuwa nataka kusema ni kwamba tukitaka kupigana na ufisadi hatuwezi kuiacha eti ni ya Raila na Martha Karua. Hapana, hata sisi ndio tunatakiwa kabisa kuwapatia support, kwa sababu kuna mambo fulani ambazo sisi ndio tunafanya, sisi wenyewe ndio tunafanya. Kwa mfano nataka kusema hivi, kwa mfano wa Sonko tayari ana makosa. Sisi wananchi tunataka kumchagua. Kwa nini? Sisi wananchi, kwa sababu tukimchagua na tayari ana makosa, hiyo ni makosa, ni sisi ndio tumefanya. Hatuwezi tena kulaumu sijui president. Unamlaumu president na ninyi ndio mnamchagua. Unaona? Inatakiwa hata koti ikimpatia nafasi, sisi wananchi tuseme hapana, wewe ushafanya makosa, tunataka mtu clean. Saa hii naona watu wanasema juu ya Sakaja. Sakaja tayari ni mwalifu. Sakaja si mtu ambaye anatii sheria. Sakaja ni mtu hana is a corrupt person. Sio corruption, sio eti mpaka uchukue kitu. Vitendo vyako vinaweza kuonyesha wewe ni corrupt, kwa sababu juzi ile mimi watu wakisema mambo ya debate, mimi Sakaja vile alikuja late na majibu ambayo alitoa ilimnifanya nikampatia sufuri, zero, kwa sababu ukianza na udanganyifu, madharau, kutoheshimu kutoheshimu watu, kutoheshimu wale wanataka kukupatia kazi, hiyo siwezi kukupatia max yoyote. Na nashangaa Wakenya bado sisi tunasema ati Sakaja anajua kuzungumza. Hakuna mambo ya kujua kuzungumza kama huwezi kuheshimu saa ambayo kila mtu anatakiwa aheshimu saa. Tunasema time is money. Sasa mtu haheshimu saa, haheshimu saa za kazi, anaambiwa anakuja kweli. Kama huyo mtu alikuwa anakuja kwa company yoyote tu, amekuja na anajibu hivyo, atapewa hiyo kazi kweli? Wekesa. Sasa mtu ashatuonyesha haheshimu nothing. Alafu Wakenya bado tunazungumza hapa ndio Sakaja anajua kuzungumza, sijui hiyo ni upuzi mtupu. The first mistake amefanya. Lazima sisi raia wa Kenya lazima tuwe ruthless, ndio watu wafuate sheria. Lazima kama huyo Sakaja tunampatia X, tunamwambia bwana we, hata shule rudi ukasome uje na certificate. Lakini huwezi kuja tunataka kukupatia kazi alafu wewe unakuja late, na ukiulizwa ujibu unaonyesha arrogance, unaonyesha kiburi, unaonyesha wewe unajua. Hiyo mimi nasema hiyo ni kitu ambacho huyo hafai. Sakaja hafai, hata kama anajua kuzungumza hafai, kwa sababu unaweza kujua kuzungumza, lakini naweza kusema kwamba unaweza kujua kuzungumza lakini una kitu inaitwa wisdom, akili za kufanya vitu, za kujibu maswali na nini, ni tofauti na wisdom. Wisdom ni tofauti kabisa na akili ya kwamba umesoma wisdom ya kufanya ujue nitafanya nini. Kwa sababu Sakaja amefanya makosa mengi ambayo mimi naona. Sakaja mwenyewe, na jambo la kwanza alianza kutukana ile mkono ile imemlisha, mkono ambaye imemkuza. Unawezaje kutusi mkono ambaye imekukuza alafu unafikiria utanawiri? Haiwezekani hata kidogo. Hawa jamaa ukianza kutapatapa utaona wale watu wamekuwa wakitusi. Unatusi mzazi wako, mtu ambaye amekulisha, mtu ambaye amekuangalia, alafu unamtusi, unafikiri wewe ni Sakaja. Amelelewa na Uhuru, alafu anakimbia, anatoka kwa Uhuru anaenda kwingine kwa yule mtu ambaye anatusi Uhuru, ndio anaenda upande wake. Hiyo hata kama wewe ndio mwenye ujuzi, maana yake hiyo ni kukosa hekima, hiyo ni kukosa kuangalia nchi inaelekea wapi, ni sehemu gani, natakiwa nifanye nini. Hizo ndizo tunasema, hizo ni vitu lazima, kama wewe unaangalia, kama wewe kweli una hekima, inatakiwa uangalie vitu kama hizo, kwa sababu tayari ameenda upande ambaye yule mtu anatusi bosi wako, mtu ambaye anakutusi kama mzazi wako, alafu unaenda kujiunga na huyo mtu. That's completely kukosa nani. Halafu unakuja kwa mtihani unakuja kwa interview ya kutaka kazi, kazi kwanza, kazi hiyo huna certificate, hiyo certificate yako iko na matatizo, hiyo bado anataka, alafu anakuja kwa interview, alafu anakuja late na hasemi sorry. Jamani, mimi nawaambia hiyo ndio maana sisi kama tukiendelea hivyo tutabaki third world, kwa sababu hatuna standard, hatuna. Hata mtu akituibia bado tunataka huyo mwizi ndio tumrudishe, alafu tunalalamika ameiba, alafu tunamrudisha huyo mwizi. Ni kitu ya kunishangaza sana, kwa sababu mtu kama Ruto, mtu kama Sakaja, mtu kama Sonko akiwa Uingereza ama Amerika, huwezi hata kumsikia. Hawa watu huwezi kuwasikia kwa sababu ya vitendo vyao, huwezi, kwa sababu hakuna mtu yoyote atataka kuassociate na wao. Hata chama ingewafukuza, hata chama itakwambia pana bwana, toka. Kuja late vile Sakaja alikuja late ile, hiyo umepoteza kazi, huwezi kuipata. Amerika huwezi, Uingereza huwezi, you cannot. Alafu unasema uongo, huwezi. Niliwaambia Boris Johnson amepoteza kazi kwa sababu alisema uongo, alidanganya uongo tu kwamba party ilifanyika kwa resident yake. Yeye haku organize hiyo party, lakini the fact party ilifanyika, na alipoulizwa akasema hajui, ikaja kugundulika alikuwa anajua. Wakati polisi walifanya investigation, walimpatia ticket, walimpatia fine ya kusema uongo. Kumpatiwa tu fine peke yake na polisi, hiyo kazi imeenda. So is gone. Prime Minister is gone kwa sababu ya kusema uongo. Ndio maana mimi nawaambia, tukitaka kuwa na nchi yenye thabiti, tukitaka kuwa na uongozi ambao ni wa haki, angalia Martha Karua na Raila. Mimi saa zingine hao ndio nasema, hawa ndio wanafaa kuwa viongozi, kwa sababu saa zingine mimi nikiulizwa kitu Raila amesema uongo katika zile siku zote namjua, sipati. Sasa saa zingine labda mimi niko bias, na hata Martha Karua sioni kitu anasema uongo. Sijamsikia akisema uongo, anadanganya. Sijamsikia hata kwa interview ambazo labda sikubaliani na maoni yangu, lakini sisikii akisema uongo. Na mimi nimeshawaambia hapa kwamba hawa watu, ndio maana unaona Raila hakuna vile unaweza kusema labda amekwisha au nini, kwa sababu siku zote maneno ambayo anasema, hasemi alopoki tu, hasemi maneno eti ni siasa inasemwa. Raila akisema kitu, anasema kitu ambayo ukienda kuuliza ama ukienda kuiangalia unaona ni kweli, na hiyo ndio inatakikana. Lazima tukubali, tuhakikishe hawa wanasiasa wanasema ukweli, kwa sababu siasa ndio barabara, ndio hospitali, ndio shule, ndio kila kitu ambayo tunafanya, ndio kila kitu tunachotaka kufanya. Ni siasa ndio inaipitisha hiyo, iwe ni court, iwe ni nini, ni siasa. Ni lazima tukubali kwamba hii mambo ya kupigana na ufisadi, lazima tupigane na ufisadi sisi wote. Mimi ninachotaka kusema ni kwamba hii mambo ya kusema eti debate za kwetu sioni kama huwa inabadilisha chochote. Hata ya Amerika ndio wanafanya debate, ni kwamba waandishi tu wa magazeti watasema fulani alishinda, lakini huwa haibadilishi vitu sana sana, kwa sababu niliona kuna wakati mmoja Obama alifanya debate, siku ya kwanza watu walisema kama alikuwa amefifia, lakini siku ya pili walipokuwa kwa hall aliscore kweli kweli. So lakini mimi nasema kwamba debate, hawa watu wa Azimio na watu wa UDA wakitaka kuenda waende, watu wa Azimio waende tu na zile policy zao basi. Wacha huyu mtu akianza kuropoka, wewe unasema wa stick to their policy peke yake. Zile point 10. Hiyo tu, maanake hiyo ndio tunataka kusikia. Hatutaki kusikia maneno mengine ambayo ya kando kando. So kitu ambacho nasema ni ya kando haitatufaa. So mimi naamini kabisa kwamba ikiwa hao watakuja debates, mimi siogopi kama hao wataleta vurugu. Lakini Nairobi, mji wa Nairobi haitaki mwanasiasa. Mimi kwa maoni yangu, ile kitu nishaona katika miji mingi, haitaki, inataka manager, mtu ambaye anaweza kumanage hiyo kitu. Hiyo ndio inatakikana, kwa sababu hata sasa London kuna mayor, lakini huyo mayor ni manager, anafanya kazi nzuri sana. Manager ingawaje yeye ndio mayor, lakini ukimwangalia zile kazi anafanya, hashughuliki sana na mambo ya politics, ingawaje yeye ni wa Labour, lakini ukiangalia kazi ambazo anafanya ni kazi ya management. Na hata mtu ambaye anasimamia mambo ya vile traffic ina flow in London ni Mkenya kutoka Kisumu. Nafikiri anatoka Lego au Ugenya. Ni Mkenya. Ndiye ameweka hiyo plan zote zile transport vile zinafanyika na kurelease hizo traffic jam na nini. Ni Mkenya. Lakini kwetu hatuwezi kuajiri mtu wa namna hiyo afanye kazi ashughulikie Nairobi. Lazima wakati huu tuache mambo ya huyu ni ndugu yangu, sijui huyu mtu wa kwetu. Hapana, kama hatupatii service, potelea mbali, hatuna haja na yeye. Hata kama ni ndugu yangu, hatupatii service, lazima ni stick na yeye namna gani? Na taa zingine hakuna. Yeah? Ukiangalia stima, kila siku stima inapotea. Kwani ni engineer gani hao? Stima tu lazima ipotee. Kama ni makosa, kwa nini hiyo makosa inakaa tu? Kila baada ya siku 2 stima imepotea. Baada ya siku 2, hao si wafukuzwe, hao hawajui kazi. Lakini unakuta watu wetu wanadalidali tu. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo inatakiwa sisi wote tushikilie. Wekeza, kuna kitu jana nilisema, lakini Bernard alikuwa anajaribu kutetea kidogo. Mimi nilisema niliudhika sana na wale wazee wa Trans Nzoia kwa kusema kwamba wanataka Ruto aombe msamaha. Mimi kwa nini aombe msamaha? Wako na kitu ya kumwadhibu. Wana uwezo wa kumwadhibu sasa, kuonyesha watu wote adhabu, kwamba usiweze kwenda kutusi watu. Waambie watu wa hiyo sehemu yote, Mulembe Nation, wasimpigie kura kwa sababu ameonyesha madharau. Ni mtu ambaye haheshimu wenzake. So kama haheshimu minister mwenzake, sisi wananchi atatuheshimu namna gani? Mimi nilikuwa nataka wazee hao wangetoa wito wa kwamba kura asipatiwe kura katika Western yote, asipatiwe kura. Hiyo ndio itaonyesha hata wengine next time. Yes,
those are two independent processes. Unaona, when aje nikupatia a biblical example. When David alikuwa bibi ya Uriah manani, you see, afterwards he cried to God and God forgave him. But there's something that God told him, that the sword will not be removed in your house. So consequences remained even after forgiveness happened. So if we demand an apology, it doesn't mean that we automatically now going to vote for you. We are, we are telling you we need an apology for what you said, but even if you apologize, it does not translate. Ni kama mkosane na bibi na anasema basi tusameane, lakini sirudi kwako. Tumesameana, we are friends, yes, but sirudi kwako. So it depends on how you look at it. For peace, for the peace of the nation.
mimi naomba mimi kitu ambacho naona ni adabu ambayo itaonyesha hata watu wengine, watu wa Kenya wote, kwa sababu hiyo wakifanya kwa sababu mtu akiomba msamaha watu wanaanza kusema aliomba msamaha bwana, sasa tumpigie tu. Hapana, tumpigie tu kura kwa sababu ashaomba msamaha, tumemsamehe. Hapana, nataka hata kama mimi sioni, kwa sababu
but let me ask you, Jakentube, at your age, don't you see the wazee were sending an indirect message? Because if they could have kept quiet, wale wanamfuata wangeona kumbe hakukuwa na issue, labda ilikuwa jokes. But they were sending a message. You see, they are saying omba msamaha, but indirectly they are sending a message that hiyo kitu, unajua kitu unaitisha msamaha ni kitu wasi. So they are telling the followers that thing he said is bad. They were just amplifying it.
Labda wacha niseme nikubali kwamba vile walikuwa wanasema, lakini uwekeza tumekubali makosa mengi sana. Inatakiwa tuweke mkazo, tuweke warning kali, kwa sababu hii mambo ya corruption na ukosaji wa nidhamu imeenea Kenya, na ikiwa kwa mtu kama makamu wa rais, hiyo inaonyesha hatari. Unaona, inaonyesha watu wengi wanaweza kukosa tu kwa sababu wanamwangalia yeye, wanaweza kukosa, wasema si hata makamu wa rais. Inatakiwa kama sisi wazee tutoe gonyo kali, onyo hiyo iwe ni kali ya kusema hatutaki, tunataka amani, tunataka watu ambao tunaheshimiana, ndio nchi iwe umoja, tuwe na umoja ambaye tufanye tuvute pamoja. Maana yake saa hii vile dunia ilivyo, lazima tuwe pamoja, tuwe umoja ndio.
Yeah, but let me tell you, Jakentube, I think you didn't watch the whole of it. You see, kuna the wazee and kuna the political leaders. Yeah, if you have time, go and check the service that was in Wangamati's place. They made it clear. Even they played all the tapes that Ruto has said over the real leaders. And they made it clear hatumpigi kura. So you see, they delegate.
Kama walifanya hivyo,
you go and watch.
Hiyo ndio inatakikana. Hiyo na waunga mkono. Hiyo ndio inatakikana. That is what I wanted.
It was that serious.
Ndio
nataka time and watch it.
Kwa sababu mimi hiyo kitu imeniudhi sana. Nataka tuweke sheria ya kwamba kila mtu aheshimu, uwe ni mzee, uwe ni mtoto, tuheshimu. Mimi kama mzee lazima niheshimu watoto. Siwezi kuwadharau. That is wrong. Nikiwadharau hata wao
nataka kupatia Selina chance, najua network yake anamsumbua.
Asante sana.
Yasipotee saizi.
Asante.
Yeah, we will come back to that. Selina, before you say ile tape yako iko hapa, uisikize alafu uongee.
Alafu iko kijana yenyu nikiendelea huko, hii kijana anakimbia ametoka Omolaya. Kuna huyo Omolaya
and handed something and the question we are asking is, when will our day come? Are there no churches here in Rift Valley that can be visited and gifted? The bigger question is, when shall we get our share of this thing going round? Yet the September 30th deadline is fast approaching. In Rift Valley, we also have churches, constructions we need to finish, and needy students we sponsor. It is very unfair that Central Kenya churches have been given more than they can handle. And that is why violence is now being witnessed in churches there. There is one particular group that is seriously blessed and has visited some churches in Central Kenya more than 50 times. We can only imagine how many projects we would have finished by now if we had half the visit. Tupewe share yetu kabla CPK ifunge hiyo mlango, na hiyo ndio ombi letu. And that is our request, that we should also be considered so that we also have an equitable share of the national cake, because it all belongs to us. We want to support the church so that we shall have a healthy, just and fair society. That is very important. We support our leaders.
Selina, Rift Valley hamjapewa share yenu ya national cake.
Hakuna. Sasa ndio nilikuwa nashangaa. Anyway, nikaona kitu ingine very important, Luya Nation. Kuna kijana anakimbia 100 meters. Anaitwa Frednan Omanyala. Ako na 10 sahi, karibu anacheza semifinal, anakimbia semifinal. Imagine aliingia 3 hours na ndio kwa flight jana usiku, na imagine akaingia number 3 kuqualify kwenda semifinal. So please, ataingia inanata, utuwekea hata saa ingine watu wafurahie, hata kama si leo. Ataingia inanata maybe 20 minutes. Tunaona saa hii ni saa 9 na atakimbia saa 10 huko Kenya. Alafu wasichana wetu wawili wamepatia sisi 10,000. So tumejaribu, but mimi nilitaka kusema hiyo ya Western because hatujai kuwa na mtu ya kukimbia short races. So na hiyo ya Rift Valley nimechipiwa na wase. So acha niwatie hapo juu. Hii internet imeleta stress sana. Otherwise Chakindu Bay tunafurahi, baba anaingia na baraka mingi sana. Kama tunapata kijana kutoka Western anakimbia 100 meters, hata baba anaingia tarehe 9 100 meters. I think I'm not out of topic, Wekesa, because I think that is very important.
The Luyas, the Kisis, many of the current subtribes who are there today will have to move out, because that land ancestrally belonged to the Pokot, the Charangani, the Sengwe, and the Sabau. Okay, that's a little extreme.
Maulile sauti hiyo. Sauti hiyo ya nanu. Khabola alikama lobaka translate balu ya kweli. Khabola alikama Pokoti ta nende banana. Na khabola ali nyanga na bali uya no musabali uya. Vevu ngoma hembare balu. Masika kawanda asenik. Mutulu kwa mwawo mundio bwana. Kahuisha Transoya. Mulina kamaro bandiko mkuwa. Mula kufikira ahuishe. Nono mukenda anono bola muli Kenya kwanza. Mubola muli mwenya muomu ndio bwami. Aba mwafurere mu busiku. Balala muli ano muhamanya busiku nuwako viraumbu wami kwa muromu chaita. Mureva abefwe bali kumbongi korongoro. Bako nanga siuna bembera nende chikorokoro. Omusahuru. Omulosi na abana benyala mukorokoro. Kubera no range ababuingo bwa kunyoa. No range lisazi AK47 lwa kriya kunyoa. Kwaba mu bwami bwo murwa. Kinyange echo wetangula ne mdavaji. baba nibo bali munju ya Farao munju ya Moi na bali ya kuminawa ke Moi baba nibo bali munju ifwe kulinje mumbeo na nibo bora kwe bikenga na bangona kimyandu kyabwe luno lulunde kama kenda hungo kunono umurwa venya bali kupupira umurwa bapa petueta bwame bw'umurwa for 24 years omusakulu wanga mati na bapamba ne mulilo ne wamalwa paka na bayima fera kurusya ko bwami bw'umurwa wakara bavefwe bamenya kumukhere kabaele mala wetangula nende mudabadi baba ne moyo bapinga muliro bapinga wamala luno lurakwanja lukendo luni nenyambo lino ebwe niwe basakulu bano kabali kufukira ko chengere Kenya kwishe ye abefwe nga bali ya kwisha kulyala abantu befwe abakaba chakukola another 30 years you know kabele abundu batarakaniti kabola linia chakuruka 10 ngamala 10 awere siyo mundu bali gashagwa gashagwa ngamala 10 bawese mundu bali kindiki ngoro na mawile kemba keyo ngoro wakala kane mupeke sauti yo chisa chawe ka uparanye ke charo me kuchiro mo
Kumbe hiyo ndio inafanya Wamalwa anachapwa.
Jakendu Bey kama wanataka kusema if the Luya leaders spoke, that was the ultimatum of everything. He spoke to the real issues. In fact, he began by sharing a clip of what Ruto said about the people of Trans Nzoia and how he plans to rearrange the people in terms of land and whatever. And he was asking people of Bungoma, if you accept this man to take power and remove all of us, tukuje huku Bungoma, muko na space ya kutupatia? He asked them very pertinent questions. So it's that's why I said that conversation was serious. I think wherever Ruto is regretting why he called, because you know Eugene, you can just see Eugene is not a normal CS. The Wamalwa name in Bukusuland is like the Odingas. It's a name that has a history. Remember, the senior Wamalwa himself was a governor during the days of colonialism. So it has a history. It does not begin today. So when you speak to that name, you have to have some respect. So the message he communicated there is deep. And I can tell you it will go a long way. Okay, so Mama Selina, are you through? To Balisana na Jakendu Bey. Jakendu Bey.
Nasema
turudi kwa Domi.
Hiyo kitu nimekubali kama ni hivyo
in fact nimekatakata tu, it was a long speech and then ikafuatiwa na Oparanya, ikafuatiwa na John Waluke, ikafuatiwa na DAPK party leader wa Munyinyi, ikafuatiwa na quite a number of leaders.
That is good. Inatakikana atoke na zero kura, ndio watu wajue hauwezi kutusi. Kuna watu wengine manake kama hiyo jina la Wamalwas, huwezi kuanza kutusi, lazima uheshimu hata hiyo jina tu peke yake. Hata kama umheshimu, angalia jina. Huwezi, kwa sababu ukitusi hiyo jina umetusi Mlembe nation yote. That's wrong.
Now let me put it in Bukusu cultural context. You see, wakati unaenda to be circumcised,
Yes.
Unaambiwanga unatolewa nguo ya mama, unavalishwa nguo ya baba. So that means before, when you are uncircumcised, you are considered kama mama. Now, after that initiation, you become a full man. So when you tell a person who has gone through that process, a mama, actually that's a deeper insight. So you may not get it, but he got it deeper.
Yeah.
And that's why the Bukuzus understand it deeper, and they have a problem with that.
Yeah, naielewa.
That's why they asked him to apologize, because they understand it deeper than whoever said it did not understand culturally what it means.
Sawa kabisa. Asante. Hiyo sasa nakubaliana na hiyo. Ni vizuri.
Sawa sawa.
Domi. Alexa nimemwona, ishafika.
Alex, he has come for. Are you set, Alex?
No, bado nasikiza kidogo. Nani ameamka? Jakindu bed mute.
Yeah, we were to do a different topic with you shortly, and some viewers were waiting.
Yeah, it is true. Mudavadi tunajua alikuwa, and Penny Nyakaka is very excited. Wamekutana na yeye, wamepiga picha. But that's not what I was concerned. I was concerned over the follow-up of what they were trying to do last time that did not succeed. Last time when Kenya Kwanza came as a team, they came to do a US tour. But it wasn't just a US tour. They had a cash crunch. And therefore, therefore they needed some money. And you could see the entourage that came with him. Now, that time we were not concerned about where Ruto was in specific. We were watching two people. And more particularly, we were watching Eliud Owalo. Eliud Owalo, remember, he was given a ticket to run by ANC in Kibra. And Eliud Owalo, for anybody who doesn't know him, he was a personal assistant for Raila Amolo Odinga for a very long time. And at some point, he wanted to run for a seat, but mzee akumpea blessings zake, but mzee hakumkatasha. So he threw tantrums na akaenda kando. But prior to that, Eliud Owalo was one of the few people ambao walianza kukosana na the Miguna. And anybody who can remember the book of Miguna, Peeling the Mask, he talks about Eliud Owalo in there. And that once I read that book, that is where I picked up in trying to understand who Eliud Owalo is. For your information, Eliud Owalo is one of the most lauded people in Kenya. He's extremely rich, and not just rich, he's very wealthy. But his wealth is not out of like a company or a business or something. He took advantage of the contacts that Raila Amolo had international and turned them to be his ping pong. Now, after kukosana na Raila, he started establishing some dubious relationship, one in particular called George Soros. Now, if you have been reading the newspaper very well, and journalists have been refusing to write this, but I think our intelligence knows, is that George Soros, and I will say his name again, George Soros, has been trying to do a regime change in Kenya. George Soros is very lauded. all over the world, he has been trying to do regime changes everywhere. Even today, what's happening in Ukraine is a reason for George Soros. Now, George Soros has met Eliud Owalo and Mudavadi many times. And last time when they came here, ni pesa walikuja kuchukua, but they could not get that money to Kenya. So you have been seeing some money from Nigeria, some money from Dubai, some money is from Burundi, some money is from everywhere. And that is why you should be worried about this man called Ahmed Nasir. There is a law in Kenya that needs to be taken care of. The ones that if I have money outside the country, I shouldn't be asked if it's in the account of the lawyer. A lawyer can get money on my behalf, and I can get that money from him small by small or by piecemeal. So what is happening here is, it looks like their cash crunch the last 3 weeks zimekuwa ngumu sana, and therefore they need that money by all necessary means. But how to get it to Kenya has been the problem. So they came here to skive away. And I think now he's pretending, Mudavadi is pretending that he came here to meet people. Which people? While right now, we are not meeting anybody here, including the largest community of electorate in the diaspora in America is in Minnesota. If you want, and every time Baba comes, he has to come here. For your information, what is he going to do in Texas? Is there somebody from Sabatia in Texas? Absolutely no. And the group that we have in Texas that is Ata Kama Peniak or UDA, he knows the largest group is Mwanyagetinge, which is not registered, but at the same time, it is mostly Watu wa Azimio. So him coming over there is a lie. His destination is Washington, D.C. His destination is not just Washington, D.C., it is the Legacy Foundation. And the Legacy Foundation, if you go and Google, the Legacy Foundation is one of the non-governmental organizations that Kibaki had a fight with, that Uhuru had a fight with, and I'm also having a fight with, because the Legacy Foundation, its main aim was to do a regime change in Kenya. That is where now you find people like our speakers, both of them who are today in Kenya Kwanza. If you follow the money trail, these people ni kama walipewa pesa. I'm using that name intentionally, ni kama, because so far Star newspaper has been able to come out forthrightly and say kuwa that Star newspaper ikasema kuwa nani alikuwa amepewa 3 million bribe. So in that 3 million bribe, is some of the money that can be traced, because when you read that article in Star newspaper, how that money trail was followed, and that's not the only money that Star newspaper says that is in the hands of Chebukati. There is more money, but the ones that they can authoritatively say that this one went to Chebukati, and that is why they could not mince their eyes or blink their eyes when they were writing that article, because it was the headline in Star newspaper. So we are connecting Mudavadi, Eliud Owalo, and his ANC in something called money laundering. And our intelligence needs to be careful about them. These people want to flood money last minute to confuse the commission and not only our intelligence, but also our judiciary. And you have seen it somehow. We don't trust the judiciary. We don't trust the IEBC. We even don't trust some people who are in the intelligence. Now ask yourself, why don't we trust them? Because money is finding in their way in the manner that is not even traceable. So Mudavadi's trip to US is not about politics. It is money. And that money inataka kuchafua siasa ya Kenya. And Mudavadi should know that this time around, no amount of money, kama kuna watu watachukua hiyo pesa, hoteli wacha tu ifunguliwe. Judiciary, kama mnataka kuchukua pesa, chukueni pesa ya George Soros, because that's what he does all over the world. There are so many countries who have taken his money, including Boniface Mwangi is part of the people who take George Soros' money openly, and he talks about it. George Soros took him. Boniface Mwangi did not finish Form 4, but he found himself in the US, and he was able to complete a degree through George Soros' help. It's okay. The boy got educated. He went back to Kenya. He vied for a member of parliament. So haina shida pesa yake kupatikana Kenya, but shida iko nayo ni wale ambao wananunuliwa now to do something called a regime change. So there are other things that we are following. There is another meeting that is supposed to happen tomorrow. I don't know if it will or not, because I think the intelligence pia inajua vile vitu zinafanyikana, but it looks like the Legacy Foundation today were in Hilton Hotel in Dallas downtown. And the people who are in Texas will tell you, wale watu wenye muliona kula wazungu hawakukuwa ati walikuja kutafuta kura kwenu. That is the Legacy Foundation ya watu wa George Soros. So Mudavadi meeting in Dallas today was not about politics. It was basically about money laundering, kuja kuchafua siasa ya Kenya na kuja kufanya Kenya isichague Raila Amolo Odinga to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you very much. More information by tomorrow. We will tell you we are trailing them where they are going. Now we'll start taking pictures and we will bring that to Mutembei. Wakitaka kutu Musando, hatuna shida. Wacha watu Musando, but Kenya will be free.
Si tulitosha hiyo 6 feet, tulitosha. Hii measurement yetu ilitosha. Anyway, Nyumba, how are you? Thank you for that dossier, my brother.
I'm fine, Bwana Wekesa, but now when my friend Alex talks, very comprehensive on such issues that are a threat to the country, issues that are a threat to individuals of us, and he talks being Musandod, and him is in America. What of me in Kenya, Naikuru? Where, Alex? I'm through, Wekesa. Thank you.
Nyumba.
I greet
America, Kenya, udongo ni udongo. 6
I'm
feet
saying
America na 6 feet ya Kenya is the same.
Okay, so what I'm saying is much easier for me to be Musadod than the Alex when it's so far. Me, I'm just a local.
No. Wakati yako ikifika utaenda tu. It doesn't matter where you are.
And I don't care. We have done my part in this world. Nimepata watoto wajukuu. So nini ingine hata mtu akitaka kumsando, ya msando tu. Selina, habari
Anyway.
wote na Jakendube. Atomi. Thank you. Bwana Wekesa.
So Selina, hiyo nini kifanyika utuambie? The rest, I think it's almost 20 minutes to.
Yeah, it is almost.
Sasa.
Na umwambia Alex Oriri amechukua kumbe iko Kisii bwana anakimbia. Tuko sasa na Mkisii na Muluya wamesumbua Americans.
Yeah, Selina, you are never an athlete. You have the genes. Huh?
Yes, I did long race.
Mambo yako anakimbiaga tu kwa ndoto, kifukuzwa na mapepo. Okay. Nyumba, uko sawa? You have not commented on today's topic, huh?
No, I was struggling to get in because leo nikijaribu kuingia kuna kuleto clip ingine ya watu wa mabishop nini. I tried so much but I managed to get rid of it. It's like they are trying to prevent me getting to this panel tonight. Now maybe ni kuwasalimia wote, msalimike tena, because I just wanted to comment about Alex. Very comprehensive and true statements. It's true. Some of these things we understand them. So I can make a very brief.
I need an interpretation.
Uhuru ni karetha handu ya gutiga gikuyu handu hega no andu matirona gu marona ati ni Uhuru marateithia ati ni ahaicirie mutu anga ni ekire Uhuru ni mbei ya mutu ni karageri kwetha handu ya tutiga hega na muigua murekane hatiga kuona muthuri ucio ta muritu aramenya muno uri areka nawe gikuyu turumirire mukarenjini ni ndenge murumirira anti huragira areke kuhonia karenjini yake ningari aroiteki ndenge mugwa thutha
Bwana Kesa. Hello.
Nani hao wapigiwa Kalenjin kura?
Aya,
Bwana Kesa.
Niambie.
Yes.
Yes, can you interpret?
Wewe Sally Cheb, wacha maneno yako kwanza niongee. Now, it's a very simple transition is that Uhuru cannot mislead or take his people to bad grounds. He'll take them safe to green pastures, actually, where they can feed well and also drink clean water. I mean, so they are saying, this lady is saying that the Kikuyus, we are defying Uhuru's guidance. Actually, they are lost because this is the shepherd for now. You should follow the shepherd. Now, secondly, the only thing I may not agree with that lady, when me I've grown in grown Rift Valley, and I'm still there, and I'm mixed with all tribes. Nakuru is cosmopolitan. In fact, I've born in Nakuru, grown in Nakuru, learned in Nakuru, worked in Nakuru, retired in Nakuru, but now in Mutembei. Now I'm international because you can even talk with people in America like Alex. Now, so that statement of not being led by Mkale is not right. You can be led by anybody. That one now again defeats Uhuru's statement at the late Mudavadi's mother. You know, it said Kenya is not for Kikuyus and Kalenjins, it's for everybody. Is it a Luo, Kamba, anybody, Kisi? No, that's the way to go. So she makes a good statement, and then somehow she adds something that is not very good about it not being led by a Kale. But you know, she's not talking of all the Kales. I think she's just talking about Ruto. She's been very specific, not tribalizing the whole thing and taking a whole community negatively about that leadership. So one thing she's positive. I think the other one carries more weight. The one she's telling the Kikuyus to follow the guidance of their leader, who is Uhuru Kenyatta. He cannot take them into bad grounds, you know. So that's the translation, Bwana Kesa. Then can I continue?
Thank you. Now make your submission now.
Hawezi fuata Mkale nyuma.
Mimi siwezi fuata Zelina.
Madam Sally, I've explained that one at length. They're saying that she made a very good statement in terms of us Kikuyus following her leader. And then she messes by saying she should have said she should not be led by Dr. Ruto. Just that. Not Kalenjin. They're good Kalenjins. I've said I've grown with them. Even I know Chamge, Selina, Chamge, Gorongale. Mimi najua hii lugha. So siati nimekuwa na wakale na so ameanguka hapo kidogo, lakini tusamehe tu ni bitterness.
No, hajaanguka, amesema haki yake na amesema nyinyi wa Kikuyu na ameongea vizuri na amesema na akashika huko kwa akasema hawezi. Anyway, mama
hapana, wewe mama Sandra, ya mwisho aitwe nimwambia substantiate yako not
no, amesema ukweli kwa sababu mama amewashinda wasee ya jamii ya Kikuyu. Mama amesema na nyinyi mnakaangaje? Uhuru hawezi kuwapotesha. Na kina mama wanajitenga na wasee wenye wanafuata Wakale nyuma. Si makosa ya huyu mama, si amesema ukweli.
Pana tusiongee kufuata Wakale, kufuata Ruto. Si Wakale.
Yes, kufuata Ruto nyuma. Okay. mnafuata. Sasa mama hajafanya makosa, wacha ni unajua
Ni language,
nimeongea
hiyo language ndio inatupotosha. Hiyo language ya kufuata wakali. Bana ni Ruto, tutaki kufuata Ruto, lakini kunaweza kuwa kuna wakali wengi wazuri tunaweza fuata. So we cannot generalize like that. Similarly, there are good Kikuyus and bad Kikuyus, bad Luyas and good Luyas, bad Kisses and good Kisses. Like Alex is a good Kissy, if you are not mistaken.
But
Kama
for now,
kwetu kuna good lawyers in Azimio, bad lawyers in UDA.
Yes. Now Wekesa hapana hivyo. They are all over in both spaces.
They are lost. Those are lost sheep. Those are lost sheep.
Wekesa, ukitaka ukweli, ngoja mtu ingine Njeru ama mwingine atakwambia the truth. Chomba amekuwa diplomatic na ametaka kutengeneza maneno. Ngoja mtu ingine ila atakwambia ukweli.
Bwana Wekesa, can I take 5 minutes break nitengeneze coffee yangu? Sasa mmenichangamsha hata nimepotea. Wacha nikunywe kahawa kwanza alafu
ndio.
Lakini
enda utengeneze coffee ya urudi.
Si coffee ya coffee.
Oh, coffee. Ni vile uko na
unajua kizungu yangu ni ya local. Naona sasa hapa mko international wote. Mimi tu ni local man. Sijui kama Domi uko wapi? Domi uko nchi gani?
Ako Damascus.
Sinaona sasa. Mimi niko Nakuru.
Mimi niko UAE, Abu Dhabi.
Ona sasa, among all of us, unaona mimi wakati Alex anaongea ati habari ya ile nani.
Msichana wangu wako Abu Dhabi, kumbe nimepata mtu wako na msichana wangu huko.
Let me take the 5 minutes break. I'll be back. Thank you.
Nyumba hujaniuliza. I'm also in diaspora huku Machakos.
No, you're in Machakos.
Diaspora.
Then by is where?
White House iko huku. White House iko huku.
Sinani huyu Bernard ndio najua tunakuwa naye hapa Nairobi, Kenya. Wekesa hata sijawahi kukuuliza. I just decided uko America pia. I just like that. Uko Machakos?
No, Washington.
Sinaona. Sasa niuliza swali yangu tena. Selecheb, Domi, Wekesa, LX, nani yako Kenya? Who is more exposed to danger?
Wekesa ako Kenya.
What? I'm getting more thirsty. You Wekesa kipi. Let me enjoy.
Wewe wacha nikwambie, after victory ya tarehe 9 nitakuita tukule nyama hapa Kitengela. Wao wa US tutawatumia clips tu.
Vita. Kuli nyama peke yake.
Tutakuja na ndege
na kitu kingine juu.
Alex anajua. Alex, thanks. Asante Alex.
Okay, Domi, the floor is yours.
Okay, mjambo tena.
Kwani umekuwa Mluya unatusalamia every 1 minute?
Mimi natoka
Tuma salamu basi.
Kwa Titimas. Okay, I think let me start with what Alex was presenting here. I think if somebody is trying, so kuna ile the normal way of fighting out, trying to achieve, and if somebody is going out of his way, doing everything as though Kenya inaisha leo to be president, then Kenyans should be worried. Kama Ruto atatafuta pesa, and now he goes everywhere saying that, you see, Raila is a project. There is somebody who said whenever Ruto speaks something, he always, that what he's saying, what is dispute, okay, what he's fighting against is exactly what he's doing. Wakati anakuja anawaambia Kenya waliisha wajinga, the next thing, be sure that he wants to lie. Sasa wakati anakuja anauliza, anasema Raila is a project of Uhuru, then it's now confirmed that he is now a worst project of a foreigner. In fact, it's not just imagine a foreigner. What is the interest of that foreigner trying to change regime? What is it? What is his interest? You know, like most likely, okay, this I think what it would have been difficult to manipulate people like Raila and Uhuru, probably because of economic status they were from far back. These are people who have grown in wealth, so they know everything about wealth. They are hawashtuliwi na mali. But getting somebody like Ruto, somebody who is trying to get rich kwa vyovyote, it will be very easy for him to be manipulated. I'm trying to think, to imagine if that Ruto is there and that whatever CJ Alex was calling him, that rich guy in America, mwenye anawapatia pesa, meaning that guy will be in position, will just be in position to pull strings. Atakuwa anatutawala in his own way. Everything will be going to in his direction. So I think out of that, Kenyans should be very alert. Kenyans should think sana. Ukiona mtu anakuja na wamwangia pesa, then should be, everything is suspect. Okay, you talked something about mambo ya kanisa. I think mimi ni mtu wa kanisa sana. Na mtu wa kanisa sana, and I believe in God. I'm a believer, a born again Christian. But I think the churches have been put themselves in a very awkward situation. One, they have put themselves in a position to be manipulated. That is one. Two, they have set themselves not to be believed. Okay, there are so many. That's easy. Okay, you see, okay, Ruto is being anointed somewhere. He was being anointed in some place. Now, you see, kama tunaweza enda kwa kibibilia, the time of David, when David was coming, was almost anaenda kufa. Alikuwa amezeeka sasa and he knew that he was going. Adonijah, people conspired to put Adonijah in power. And there was a priest mwenye alichukuliwa kwenda kuanoint Adonijah. Then David wakati alisikia, he immediately, because Adonijah was not his choice, and he had promised kuwa Solomon ndiye atakuwa king. Immediately David organized for the anointing of Solomon. Now you see, hata kwa Mungu there is hata mkitafuta tangi mzima ya mafuta mumwagilie mtu, it does not move God. Problem, you know, still yule mwenye ameamua, yule Mungu anataka kutupatia, if we are genuinely in need of a right. You know, there's also God can give you a wrong one. If you want a wrong one, he can still give you the wrong one. But anaangalia pia maombi ya Wakenya wengi ni nini. And sisi, we have always been that we need a right leader, who is Raila Odinga. And that is, people have been praying all this time, we need a right leader. There are people who are thinking of their financial, pesa yenye itaingia kwa mfuko yake haraka. And it's there. Wamekuwa, you know, kupata pastor mwenye atakumwangia mafuta alafu akutangazie. You can see and how. Yeah.
Domi,
yeah.
You have told me you're born again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is there a leader who was anointed by any of the New Testament apostles?
No, I have not seen it.
Were they even concerned?
Okay, let me say they were concerned.
with
Okay,
the
being
regime
concerned
change.
about leaders. No, okay, being concerned about leaders, they were concerned because there was a time even Paul was
They just say to
praying
pray
for,
for those who
but
are
they
in
did not.
authority. But in
They
fact,
were,
they struggled with the regime. In
yeah,
fact, the regime is the one which had give them a lot of problems when they were preaching.
yeah, and you know, in fact, at that time, they still prayed for for that regime that was giving them trouble. But anyway, you see, shida ni if churches wanakuwa hell bent, and you know, if you are hell bent to manipulate everybody to dance to your tune, then that is what is causing now kudanganywa. Sasa mtu anakuja na wadanganya, oh, nikikuja hapa hawa watu nikisema mambo ya kanisa watanifuata, then that is what he will do. Now, in fact, okay, we have talked of, by the way, I think on Facebook and whatever, we have seen so many people prophesying. Kuna mmoja anasema Ruto atakuwa president, kuna mwingine anasema Raila. There is a new one yenye imekuja. I think I'll send you, Eric. Huyu naye anasema, and yeye naye anasema it is Raila who is going to be ordained, na anakuwa ordained in I mean he's going to be sworn in, na atakuwa sworn in Uhuru Garden, na watu watajaa huko sana. That is what he said. Okay, I'm not saying that I believe him 100%, but I think the reasons and you know, he has given reasons as to why he says God is choosing Raila, and every reason he's giving is very true, very genuine. Ukiona, and God hata vile sisi wenye tunaishi
Dobby, I am one of the people who shared that clip, but I shared it because it agrees, it's part of the campaign. But
okay.
As to whether I agreed with it, okay, in content, it's another thing. One, your clip there 2016, do you know that?
Oh, yeah, 2016.
So it was supposed to address the 2017 election, not this one. But we were just sharing it for the purpose, for the season. Anyway, that's why sometimes I tell you, spiritual people sometimes get excited, but in the process they mislead. The reason I'm saying that,
yeah.
Kindly mute first, Kunayako.
Yeah. Oh, there's something. Let me remove that.
Yeah, there's an echo coming from you. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that because this spirituality helps us even to make daily decisions, I wouldn't want it to peg your hope on something which is not concrete or accurate. For me, I believe if prophecy has to be, then it has to be accurate. We cannot round off to the nearest truth. If you tell us this is the person, it will happen in this period, then it has to come to pass. Otherwise, it may not be considered as prophecy. It may just be your own mind. But a few things when you listen keenly, if you listen keenly, you can know. I think what men of God failed to tell you, Alex, I think to me today, I want to be honest because it's Sunday. Yeah? What men of God fail to tell people, and that's why I find Apostle Paul was very genuine. He used to, when you look at the scripture, he says, now this is not God speaking, but I, Paul, speaking. You see, you can speak something and it's accurate, but it's not like God is speaking. It's me speaking. Today, if I say I love Selena, I don't have to say God has said, Selena, you will be my wife. I just say I'm feeling like if God approves it, so be it. But why should I use God to coerce Selena into the decision I want to make? You see, that's where people go wrong. Just say, I think as a spiritual leader, I have been practicing spirituality for a long period of time. And if I raise my antennae very well, if I look into the spiritual realm very well, the way I perceive, it will be. It's not God saying, it's me. That is how I feel. So that you stop confusing people. It's not wrong to predict, but don't tell us God has said when he hasn't.
Yeah, as you say, you are very right saying, okay, there is opinion. That is, Paul was giving sometimes as an opinion. And I think that's the best position preacher can give. This is my opinion. And you give your own reasons. Okay, there's somewhere in the clip where where the preacher has mentioned Ruto. I think it's okay, probably 2016, but I think it's meant for this time because he mentioned it is kwa hii alisema atashinda Ruto na more than 3 million. Okay, that aside. But what I'm trying to, in essence, what I was trying to say is there is a lot of confusion that should not be the point of focus of Kenyans. Kenyans should just, because I believe also that God gave us brain. Akili yetu Mungu hakutupatia in vain. And there was a time I was telling my friends, you see, you have a head to think. And God is very much aware that he gave you a brain to think. Kuna zile anaweza kuambia fanya hivi, na kuna zingine he just expects you to think. How can you tell me, wakati Ruto anasimama anatuambia watu wa viburi wataangushwa, tunataka kuangusha watu wa viburi. In reality, kati ya Ruto na Raila, nani ana kiburi? Is there anybody that, in fact, in Kenya, is there anybody that is more proud than Ruto? Is there anybody that is as arrogant as Ruto? I have not seen any. So if Ruto says he talks of proud people and arrogant people, I think probably
so yeah, what you are saying is true. And my conclusion in what happened in Kasarani was, I say the prayer was okay, but it was a double-edged sword. Because when you are praying, I think the key thing that I got from prayer of Pastor Mwiru was when the righteous are in authority, I think it's Proverbs 29 verse 2. When the righteous are in authority, people rejoice. So in my interpretation, for me, the righteous are people who are doing the right thing. It's not the amen people. It doesn't mean that when you talk a lot of Panasvio, you are the righteous. No, there's just people who are doing the right thing. Sometimes we double click the word so much. And for me, when I look at the two presidential candidates pair, for me, the righteous, that's my candidate. And for me, I know if he is in authority, we will be happy. Because these are the people who have the right agenda for the nation. The righteous comes from the word right. We don't have to complicate it. Yeah, there are people who think that they are righteous because of their perceived.
And you remember the story? You remember the story of the Pharisee and a tax collector in the church, in the temple, that Jesus was, I mean in the synagogue that Jesus was giving. There is somebody who stood up and said, I do this, I pay, I give, I do good things. And he said all the good things that he does. I pray how many times? If it were the context of today,
Would you
say,
please go to the comments, please? Somebody is raising something about Selena. Thank you.
okay, you see, somebody.
What
Okay.
is it?
Oh, sorry. It was just about, like the dress code, and somebody was just concerned about Selena. So, we are in the studio and the cameras are on. Thank you. Sorry Selina, ni vile tu amkuwa mnaona comments. Ndio maana nimekuja nikaingia nimwambie Wekesa jaribu.
Wanaona faje. I'm wearing a dress.
Nimeona tu comments.
King sasa.
Poa sasa.
Sasa hiyo story wachana. Endelea. Domi endelea.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you see,
finish. We move.
You see now, you see, the tax collector was like, God have mercy on me, and this other one was saying, I do this. The person who is filled with the I. Baka unasema, I was challenging some of my friends when walikuwa nasema sio maombi ni walikuwa nasikimba wakisema sio uchawi ni maombi. Okay, they are telling us that waliomba Mungu akawapatia Uhuru as the president. We have heard Ruto saying mimi ndio nilifanya Uhuru president. Now the question comes, if you are really Christians, this statement huyu amesema yeye ndiye alifanya Uhuru president. Who is Ruto? Is it Ruto who made Uhuru president, or is it God? Or is that God Ruto? I don't know. For us all to judge. You see, that is so
Ruto is assistant.
It from
Ujasikia Ruto is assistant.
Assistant? Assistant God. Okay. Now you see, okay, for that matter, I think it is prudent for us kama wa Kenya, vitu zingine tuache kuweka ku manipulate others in the name of God, because that is called manipulation. What is happening with the preachers, that is called manipulation. They are manipulating Kenyans to vote in some direction, which in the end, it is messing the whole nation. Because if anything, if the worst go to Kenya, then don't expect the Bishop Muhiru to continue being at peace if we have a dictator like Hitler being upon Kenya. I can assure you, even hata wahubiri pia wataumia. Now you see, I think Kenyans should delink mambo ya Mungu na vitu zingine that are outright. For now, let me stop there.
Yeah, but Alex,
I've been avoiding to speak issues of Ruto and spirituality, but I think it doesn't do good for us to keep quiet. In the end, Martin Luther says it is not our enemies that we loathed most. It was our friends who kept quiet. The history of church and politics has had its own share of shame. When you look at the politics of the Catholic Church, and I'm not bringing Catholic Church into limelight, but recently,
I'm a Catholic. Yeah. Be careful as you talk.
We all have share of shame where we worship. So I liked what the Catholic Church said. It came forth and said, through our church, many people have found salvation, but also the church has been used in a political way, and the world suffered when it was used politically. Now, I will leave it there so that anyone who is wise can go and look at the politics of church, because Catholic means the first church. It is our mother church. And therefore all churches came from Catholic. And that is why I used it, because you're allowed to use a mother church. If I come to others, then I think then it will be a little bit hard. Now, recently, we saw a person, a pastor, seek to be a president of a Republic of Malawi. And within very few years, the constitution has been suspended, not for the good of that country. I mean, people are suffering. He is using charismatic religion of spiritualism to blinden its people, that we can pray until the economy becomes better. The problem with invoking spirituality and politics, and that is why up to a certain age of life, I used to think it was unfair to separate the state and the church. But I think I'm coming to see the magnanimity and the ingenuity of it all, because you must understand that everybody has God. We worship God. We might go to the same church, but we have different God of our understanding. We understand God differently. There are those who fear God like the fear, not of reverence, like the real fear. If you do something, you get into panic mode. By those who come to God in reverence and seek for forgiveness. Now, what the Ruto camp is invoking is the fear that is wrong. And you see them invoking righteousness, invoking sinfulness, but when it's in them. And that is why the other day I was having a problem with whatever happened in Kirinyaga. Not that I did not believe in it. I believe in tradition. I believe in culture. I believe in all those things. But when Raila did them in 2017, alikuwa mchawi, alikuwa mrogi, alikuwa all this. Unaelewa? And now that we do it, now it's being done to Raila and it's them doing it. Now it's no longer that. Because they are doing it, sio uchawi, sio urogi, sio. So we must come to a point in life, because religion can be a good thing and can turn out to be immortal. For those who want to be honest, they can tell you, London, Britain and UK for years had a civil war, Sinn Féin, just Protestants and Catholics fighting for years. And yet this is a Western country. It is a civilized country. It is a country that has seen everything that is learned people, literacy ratio is very high, and you wonder because of belief. When we invoke religion, we invoke belief that is blind, because religion deals with faith. And the Bible says faith is believing in substance, not sin. So sometimes you are allowed to believe in things that are not there. So I don't have a monopoly to tell you, oh, wewe sasa huwezi kuwa dini ya Msambwa na mimi siwezi enda, siwezi kuwa, ya Undeto, Lejo Maria, lakini sasa wewe ukikuwa Catholic, wewe uko vizuri. No, I mean, it's a belief. It's a substance of things that are not seen. And that is why I support, which is going to be difficult, but I supported what Kagame did. It cannot be in a country that we do not have industries. We have 100 times more churches than industries. Okay? They are under 501 or 501k. They can't pay. You see, and that's why the other day somebody took them to court that they should pay taxes, but they can't. But somebody is getting so much money, he can't pay taxes because he has his own church. So what I'm saying is, I wish our politicians could understand that playing with the emotions of poor people using religion is a sin. It is the worst sin we can do. Somebody is sitting down crying for the death or the sickness of their child. in church, then you use the same church to tell them that Ruto is a king. We have anointed Ruto is our king. I mean, how petty can we go down? And somebody who is poor is going to believe it, because faith is about, religion is about faith, and faith is about believing anything that you are told in the pulpit. So my question is, how long are we going to suffer? And because Wekesa, the whole issue is this: you and me who are middle class, just very few people, like this girl who was a news anchor who went to Australia, who was lied to. Very few people like those ones who can be lied to. But the vast majority of people who become culpable to this are poor people, extremely poor. So I am concerned that the narrative of bottom-ups did not work, hustler did not work. Now they are using an emote narrative that works everywhere in a subtle way. Charismatic religion is the greatest danger of the world as we live today. Here in Waco, Texas, one man gas-chambered people in Texas, America, and he told them to drink. And they drank and they died. And you can see that in many, many places. And that is why the other day, Sospita came here, who is a psychologist. And we were trying to ask, and somebody said, no, that's wrong. We are trying to say that. But the question was, does Ruto have dictatorial tendencies which also compound with cult-like features? Why does he put his picture to be so big in front of the church and now is anointing himself to be a king? Is that not cult-like? Should we wait until people die and then we start investigation? Now psychologists to come later on to give us the prognosis? Those are the questions that we must ask, because in this debate, it's not mainstream media. Wait, Nyumba, it's not mainstream media. It's topical, it's educative, and not only educative, we are also giving our opinion based on what those who have ethos within jurisdictions cannot speak. Journalists see it. Journalists have given us documentaries on how these churches operate, but they are not able to shelve more on what you and me can say. It is a high time we must resolve this issue once and for all. Unfortunately, when I'm finishing, Ida Odinga tried to give us a taste of, you see, there's liberty, but these people are being taken advantage of. The regulation issue. And then you know what? We started saying, Ida Odinga is saying churches ABCD. She kept quiet. So some politicians cannot be able to say the truth. They must wait until there's a calamity. Then we start talking about it. That is the same conundrum we are having in this country, that guns are killing kids every day.
Now, you see what, Alex, before you move away from that, salvation needs to come from inside. When Raila cannot address issues to mountain, he goes to the mountain and picks kina Kanini Kega, kina Sabina Sheke, to speak to the mountain itself. So when kina Ida and whatever are perceived to be against the church, then people like us who are in church, we need to speak about it and speak it very loud. And that's why for me, I don't support keeping quiet. I asked someone, do you know that Biwanga utoe tithe in Israel itself, since they abolished the priesthood, they don't tithe. they abolished the priesthood of Levi long time ago. But here in Africa, you are told to do it because you are not allowed to know the truth. It will open your eyes. Anyway, Nyumba, what did you want to say before Alex concludes?
I'm taking my coffee.
Okay, Alex, conclude.
No, let me comment.
You are eating, guide. Finish fast. It's good manners. Don't be kashakwa. Kawa chapati kila mahali.
I've swallowed.
Don't be this one. Ambia ujamaa bwana. Sasa chapati ya mwisho na ya mbele ndio imekuwa serviette. Ya katikati ndio nakula ama.
Alisema achukue ndio ende tukule mchele na nyama na tuteremshe huko. Atajenga nyumba pale huko.
Alex, finish before we get out of that.
Can I comment? Once he finishes, please.
Okay, comment.
Now,
comment.
I wanted to request Alex to move from that topic. The religious topic is very complicated, and we may not talk about anything else here until even for the rest of the year, because it's very complicated. It's a matter of faith, and faith, it is not fact. You don't use facts. It's not 2 + 2 is 4. No, it's a belief. It's a faith. And me, I'm a Catholic, but I like what Alex talks because he talks factual. The others are break away from the Catholic. We call it the universal, see Maringo, because all the others, they broke the protest and all that with reasons. And they are breaking every other day. And in Kenya, maybe let me talk about Kenya. Opening a church or starting a ministry is actually a business. And this guy are making a kill. They are doing. I know even a distant relative, standard 7 dropout. Me, an architect of family that 8 years. It was Konana Kimari. That guy is rich, okay? Because amefungua branches Tanzania, Uganda, Sudan. Mi nilisoma miaka 6 university. Nimefanya kazi miaka 38. Utajiri wake na wangu hawezi kufanana. Ako tajiri. Na ni standard 7 dropout. He started his own ministry. It's a business. So hata hii Ruto ni biashara. There's no religious thing in it, actually. So I'm saying maybe we thanks Nani, Alex very briefed. Omanyala is out. Oh, Omanyala, we like Omanyala, but he's out. It's okay. It's God. Finally, we say it's God's plan. Anything that we cannot explain, tunaisha kwa Mungu. Hebu nipatie a very simple example. We are in the solar system. Atile inatupatia energy yote in the sun. The sun is a very small star. The other big stars, many times bigger than the sun, and other systems elsewhere, okay? And some of the stars are billions and billions light years from us, or from the sun. Sasa ikifika hiyo kiwango, you have to end up with God. It's beyond your comprehension. Very complicated, Maybe the other lives even elsewhere. So I'm saying what Alex saying is true, and most of these ni biashara tu watu wameanza. Hata hiyo Ruto na nini pesa tu amenunua makanisa, and ukiona hata Central alikuwa huko kwenda kujenga kanisa nyingi, eti ile Kiambaa huko. In fact tulikuwa naulizwa donations the other day ndio anajenga, lakini he was very busy building churches in Central, na akawadanganya wakandanganyika, lakini it's short lived. Truth always prevails. Thank you, Wanawekeza, for giving that small chance to comment.
Yeah, but speaking about it is very important. That's why when there were excessism, the people like Martin Luther, that's why they came up with Protestant, because they realized you cannot continue with where we are going. We are getting lost. So it's always right to speak about ills, regardless of the sphere, whether it's spiritual, science, whatever. It's good always when the society is going wrong, you say this is wrong.
I agree.
Yeah.
Wanawekeza, I agree. I also forgot to say, although Alex mentioned, there's a time the church, there was no boundary between church and politics. In fact, church was leading. Alex will agree with that. Hakukuwa political, church ilikuwa inaongoza countries, which was actually very bad. Hakukuwa control. Thank you.
Okay, Uzi and then Domi.
Oh, yes. Good evening, Wekesa, Domi.
Good morning, unless you are
Oh,
outside.
Jeb,
There's
I'm
my
like,
sphere.
Jeb, I like the way your name swings, like mine. Eh? Alex, Nyumba. You said good morning to all of us. Eh?
Did you say Temba?
No, I said Wekesa.
You said Temba.
Jeb. I said Jeb. Domi and Jeb. Alex, don't worry. Yesterday I told Themba he must behave as a moderator and he needs to be likable. It is his duty to ensure he achieves that. So don't worry. Anyway, Wekesa, I think, okay, Raila shakes Nairobi. That was a very good meeting in, was it in Dagoretti or someplace like that? I can see those who keep saying that watu wajitayarishe watengeneze. I remember Makiadi used to tell us that at pima suit and make sure you get the colors right. Well, some of us, we wish the elections were just next week because we like the way things are moving and we don't want to surprise other surprises. Everything seems to be within reach almost day by day. So and of course, the best of all is that there is a lot of confidence which is growing, and my prayer is that we shouldn't be overconfident. You know, if we start the celebrations on the polling day, we might forget to go and vote. So people should be able to resist the temptation to start.
Uzi.
Yes.
There's one day, there's a guy who liked the messages that the girlfriend was sending it to him. And he was so in love and he was planning. He wanted to marry as soon as possible. One day when he came across the phone and realized, kumbe hizi ni forwards tu anaforwardianga kila mtu. He was shocked. So maybe you are excited because you are not aware of what's happening.
Well, from where I have been, sometimes early celebrations are a common thing. That is what seems to be worrying. Early celebrations. So Nyumba, let's keep down the until it is done. You can celebrate 2-3 days mfululisho after it has happened. People should.
Koseo, what's happened? We want to celebrate twice, in advance and also thereafter.
You know why? Because the Ruto has proved to be an animal which has never been seen.
Koseo, let me ask you, what did you have anything concerned what Alex was saying so that he concludes?
Or regarding the Nini?
Yes.
Actually,
was the hand related to what you were saying? If it's not related, I allow him to conclude. Then I give you your time.
They are related, but I'll just touch on it when I do my submission. Alex, you want to hear what I say on it? Then you conclude.
No, we wanted to conclude with Domi. Then we go
to move away from that.
Don't want to prolong it.
Then let me say my part on the same. Then you can deal with it conclusively.
Let Domi conclude and me then, because it's going to be part of your submission. So then you can start another submission because we were doing rebuttals.
I have no problem with that. Go ahead.
Okay. On my side, I think what I'll say, I'll go back to I am a believer, a Christian who believes in Genesis to Revelation, the whole Bible. The Bible says those things that are hidden are for God, but those things that are revealed are for us and our children. So let us not throw responsibility to God on those things that are revealed. You know, there are some things that are so open that the church leaders are trying to blinden us to using religion. And that is what we are saying here. What I think what Alex is talking about here, and I think it is very right for us to discuss and to get the right perspective of what religion is and the way politics is going in Kenya. Because if we don't put religion issues and politics in the right perspective, that is the reason as to why these guys are taking advantage of the poor. You see, let me quote one of the things that I just talked about. There are some things that the middle class, to the middle class is, okay, it's no big deal because they will be able to understand more easily. They will not be easily manipulated because they have a broader view of things. But a poor person, wakati wanaongea kuhusu pesa inakuja kwa kanisa, he salivates. Because kanisa imewashinda kujenga, na hapa Ruto amekuja anasema nataka kumwaga pesa yenye itajenga hii kanisa yote, and he has been seeing it being a burden to them. It will be very easy for them to be manipulated. That is why I support what Alex is saying, and it needs to be said. That's what I'll say. Okay, Alex.
So let me conclude this way. If Ruto believes such kind of theatrics that are happening in some churches, that he has been anointed as a king, I swear before the living God that I serve, if Ruto becomes a president, he will not be a democratic president. He will become a monarch because you have anointed him. And there is a danger in that. Because in his mind, psychologically, and that is why sometimes when we even debate, we must know that when we are debating, we are getting some of these facts from the archives of what we have learned or the experiences of our lives, and then we divulge them in our tongue, then we speak them here on panel. They just don't come from nowhere. So you are putting this idea to Ruto that he's a monarch, and the moment he ascends there, he will act like a monarch. And that is the making of dictatorship. Dictatorship, the reason why the French Revolution came and the sign of liberty was brought here is because we were sick and tired of monarchy and theocracy, because those were the only form. There was nothing called democracy. Democracy is a new thing whereby through the French Revolution, people started saying, why don't we elect our own leaders now, not anoint them? But now the churches in Kenya are going back to anointing, and that's what I'm saying, to woe to those who think that is a good thing. When he becomes, if he becomes, not when, because I know by the grace of God, he can never. We will fight sword to blood to make sure that does not happen, because we cannot go back to monarchy, which actually the state of Kenya has never had. Or we go back to monarchy whereby we still see other countries like this Swati kingdom. A person marries an 18 and 21-year-old every year. How many people will be married in room 350? It will be a daily thing. So I think the people who have done this, I think there should be a law in future to stop such kind of shenanigans, because it is a threat to democracy, and anything that deals to threatening democracy, to me, it is almost like treason. We are in a democratic country. We should exercise democracy, and in that democracy, it is not a Christian kingdom. We have Muslims, we have atheists. Not that I subscribe to that, but the fact that they are what they are and they must exercise their faith, and therefore we cannot start saying Kenya is a Christian kingdom now and we start saying Ruto is going to be the president. That is wrong. And this kind of leaders and church leaders who are doing this, there must be a limit of their shenanigans, a limit, because I think they have been given a pulpit so that they can masquerade anything and they get away. They get away with the money. Now they are getting away with their languages and they are getting away with their actions in the pulpit. I don't know if it's how we can achieve that. I don't know. It is a tricky thing. And I swear, all Kenyans know that we are not going to exercise, whereby we are going to force people to go to church where they want. We don't want that. But at the same time, if people are not behaving, if they are cult way, like what we are seeing these people who are saying we have anointed Ruto to be the king, that's automatic cult. And something must be done, because the future of this country cannot be done like that. And I think that's a danger to the people who are poor. That is my plea. And that's a personal thing. As we said, the Bible says this, but Paul says on my personal level. And that is a personal level from Alex, that these leaders are a danger to democracy and they are taking advantage of the poorest, which hurts me most. And there is no law to protect them. Thank you.
Wow, so many hands. I wanted to close that topic, but in 1 minute each. So Ulem say, Joshua, who say you wanted to contribute to these topics? You say it.
I say I have quite a lot to say on that topic.
Yes, I think.
Briefly, then we go to Ulem say, and then Joshua, and then Nyumba.
Well, I'll contribute on the topic and just mix it together with my submission. What I wanted to say is that you see, Kenya is generally a very, very poor country. Out of about 100 countries in the world, poorest, so to say, Kenya is number 44. I did some research on poverty, and that is when I came glaring. In fact, basically the entire East African countries, Central and East African, they are all below under 50 in that ranking. And Kenya was then ranking 2020, 2019, 2020. It was ranking number 44. Now, you see, what's happening is that even before the politics of this country reached where it is, if some of you would remember, in the past, in the 80s, okay, call it in the 90s, most of the politicians used to get their way by bribing voters. Now, in those days, or as early as then, you find that the poor people in society, they used to get a lot of help from the so-called churches. So you find the poor of the poor would normally congregate around the churches and would get whatever they can, the essential basics of life, be it clothing, food, sometimes. And it is just used to be once in a while. So if you get it that once in a while, the rest of the time you are just starving and you are basically fighting for survival. Now, that trend has not gotten any better. What has happened is that more people have moved away from the poorest upwards. And like they say, Kenya is a country of, 10 millionaires, and the rest are the poor. Now, here comes a time when these days being a member in the public service seems to be the in thing to do. If you remember in the early days, you check the courses that people used to do at the university. These days, you find that the most popular courses, like where I used to be in some of the 2 universities down there, you find supplies, supply chain management, procurement, purchasing, and this and that are the most popular courses that are being done there. The reason for that being that if you do those courses, they are the escape routes for people in the public service to loot money, to loot government fund, taxes, and what have you. Now, with that in mind, you see now, for those who are eyeing these public offices, and at the same time take our parliamentarians and the people in that line, they tend to be the ones who would get businesses, tenders, and what have you from the government. And this problem started when, for whatever reason, I think in the 1970s, somebody came up and allowed government public officers to do business with the government. So it turns around that people who are in government go and create proxy bodies who come and are given tenders or jobs, supplies, and what have you to the government. Now, if you check in detail, you'll find that the people who are, they are the ones who are in the government office to give the tenders. But when they are awarding the tenders, they award them to their proxy units, enterprises. So basically, they steal and steal and steal from the same government for ages before there are anybody who would know. And so long as that continues, then now comes in the bedrock of corruption. Now, that is the genesis of corruption. It means that maybe it is time this idea of doing doing business with the government is stopped for anybody who's working in government. It doesn't matter where they register the companies through their daughters, their sisters, their friends, and whatever. I'm sure the intelligence will be able to find out who is behind all these organizations or companies that are winning tenders from the government. Now, back to where I was talking about the people, the poor people in the country. They believe that you realize that the majority of the people who pray are the people who really need to pray. Those who have daily food are not very faithful prayers. Take it from me. The people who are miss food day in, day out, those are very, very dedicated, prayerful populations. Now, what happens now when you have the people like, for example, from the DP's camp? You should know that you are targeting the poor. They have what you need. They have the voter cards, but then they don't have food. Now, since you can't go distributing food all the time, the churches then became a very, very good place to approach these fellows. So you go to the church, you know that they will be turning up at the church asking for food. So when I go there with my bags of maize or millions, I declare that I brought this donation to the church so that the church can help the poor. Not knowing that the poor being targeted are actually, I'm targeting voters, but I call them the poor. So I appear very good and very likable to them. So to the poor who goes to that church, they see you as being the savior because the church can only give what they give. For that, churches have been allowed to, churches are not supposed to, church donations rather, are not taxable. So what happens? People will take things there. Even sometimes you take 10 million to the church, but you have only donated 100,000. Money laundering. My 10 million is being cleaned in the church. I have donated to the church, but the bishop or the pastor knows he'll only take 100,000, 9 million, blah, blah, blah. He'll find a way of returning it to me. Now you can see how this thing is so deep-rooted. Mpaka, you find at one point, I think in the 2000s, the number of churches which were registered in Kenya, you will be shocked. All of a sudden, since it became the route for accessing the people, the voters, the politicians knew that, you find churches are registering left, east, and right. You know, one church which was here is now there's a splinter group. they are now singing on the other side. Then these people come around, they are the ones who are donating to the choirs in the churches. Let them have uniforms, because they are too poor even to afford clothing. So you give them clothes and what have you through such gimmicks. Now that brings us to now where we are in the churches. In the process, the good, genuine churches have gotten so diluted by these other, call them false prophets and false churches. Now, unfortunately, in the society, very few people can see this, what is happening. Call them the middle class. The victims who are so vulnerable, they don't see this. Then they only know that every Sunday, so-and-so politician, whoever it is, will come and the donation, you'll make a good donation. From there, the church can now be able to donate some little food to the beggars and the poor. Now, then, if you imagine that that is what's happening, then you can imagine how long it will take even to correct anything, especially when the bishops, who are, we call them the false ones, are now the ones who are shouting the loudest. Even you, if you are the one who is going to church, this other church, where they are genuine ones, you don't get that flamboyant food all the time. So they keep going to the ones which are the fake churches and what have you. And then it goes on and on and on and on. Well, I think I'd end that there. I just want to make one more comment on this this SONKO case. The SONKO case is a very, very disheartening kind of situation. Normally, you hear that the judiciary relies on a lot of what they call case law and precedents when they are making decisions. In other words, if there has been a similar case in court and it has been decided in a particular way, and a similar one comes on board, it makes the work of the judges a bit easier going forward. Of course, anchored on the evidence that is also presented. Now, I'll refer us ourselves to the cases which have been anchored on Judge Ngugi's judgments on the impeached governors. Now, there was no precedent when she did that. There was no precedent, or was there any case law which she could rely on. But then I remember the petitioners, the petitioners came to argue their case. They said, look here, we are moving so-and-so out of office because he is corrupt. He's stealing our money. Now that the case is in court and the case is being heard, we cannot allow him to go back to the same office and start going to corrupt records in his favor. Now, the judge actually gave a very considerate decision. She said, yeah, for true, we are accusing you of having stolen our milk here. Surely we cannot allow you to go back and continue to be there. You are going to interfere with everything. You are even going to add more water on the milk so that it looks like the milk was so stolen. Now, it made very good sense, and you realize the same case is what was used to bar Waititu from accessing office. It was used to bar the Tharaka Nithi governor from accessing office. It was used to bar the Migori governor from accessing office. It was used to bar SONKO from accessing office.
And Samburu also.
Yeah,
Samburu.
Yeah, and Samburu. Now then comes the SONKO case. Now, SONKO appealed rightfully, yes, that's right. He went to court that, look, I was unfairly impeached, so I should not be barred from contesting. But the truth be told, if we were successfully impeached and he has appealed, for heaven's sake, for him, even if he examines his own concerns and want to go back to the same office where he has been accused of stealing, just because he has an appeal, that was very, very strange. Anyway, nevertheless, the High Court listened to the case and they said that no, we cannot be allowed to contest for a governor if you have already been impeached. So then the High Court passed the judgment and he was stopped. What happened next? He went to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal held the same, that no, you cannot apply to go and contest again, and you have been impeached for corruption and for stealing. Then he takes his case to the Supreme Court. Now, the matter has been pending in the Supreme Court since TG for more than a year. And I keep saying here that, for heaven's sake, since the matter was touching on elections, why the Supreme Court took so long to dispense with the case, I do not understand. But that is far from it. What I'm trying to say is this. Now here comes another High Court judge, where SONKO had been stopped. And he then declares that SONKO can go ahead and contest. Now, that judge did, he was banking on Article 93, which allows convicted people, they can proceed to contest so long as they have an appeal. Remember, SONKO's case is on Article 75, which deals with impeachment. And there are no cases to refer to, and there is no precedent set. But nevertheless, the judge which stopped SONKO at the High Court for the first time already set a precedent. So this other second judge in Mombasa, overturning that, at least they had the precedents on the earlier ruling to rely on. They chose not to. So they go ahead and do what? And clear SONKO to contest. And Chebukati being so quickly, now he's trying to say that he's obeying court orders. I don't know whether you people observed that. Yet he was ordered to open the servers, he refused. Now this one he was obeying the court order within hours. And quickly, of course, the certificate to contest in Mombasa was issued. Somehow, I think the Supreme Court had come to their date now for the ruling, and they had set a date for a ruling on SONKO's case. But nevertheless, there it was. But what I can say is that the judiciary is really letting us down. Judiciary is letting us down. A similar case for Sakaja, remember, a judge who was supposed to be on leave ruled that Sakaja needs to proceed. And he issued an order ordering the tribunal, IEBC tribunal, to clear Sakaja, which they did based on that court order. Now, in the meantime, the University Commission has written to Chebukati, look, we have serious doubts and Sakaja's degree cannot be certified, cannot be verified. Literally meaning that the degree is not valid. Now, what does Chebukati say? Chebukati is saying, no, I must rely on the order which was given to the IEBC tribunal to clear.
Wanawekesa, hold this man called Kuseo. He'll go until morning. You want to talk and God. These are God's also.
You don't want me to end that story about Sakaja because that was the last point actually.
Okay. Lakini Jose ukiamua kuongea unaweza enda.
But that is what has happened with Chebukati and all these things. I'm not making them. That is what has happened. You are aware of it. Anyway, Let me finish. So now here is Chebukati. You remember the interview he had. He was trying to say how he's going to obey court orders. So what was he saying? He was saying that the court had ordered me, the tribunal, to clear Sakaja, and so Sakaja is cleared. The only way I can remove him, even if the university has written, is go back to court, get an order to undo the clearance, which they had ordered IEBC to give Sakaja. Now, I do not want to make any more comments regarding the judiciary, but you look at those contradicting and conflicting this way, that way, this way, that way. I think your judgment is as good as mine. We are yet to see. But anyway, SONKO has gone to the...
So in your own judgment, is the law clear? Because
no,
according to you, to
you,
it's a straightforward thing. Huh?
Let me tell you, what is happening is this.
Wekesa, kama mnaweza niacha nimalize haraka haraka. I came to reply for to say something as a reaction.
I asked Kuso kama he was replying to it. He said he was replying.
You see, Wekesa, I know legal issues are boring to some people, maybe if you want to deal with the Sakajas and the Sonko issues, then maybe when they are being discussed, don't be there. Because
no,
that is
what I'm saying. No, what I think the issue was that we were supposed to rest something. Sijui kama unanielewa. We were dealing with that topic, and the people raised up their hands. So we said we wanted to rest.
See, I was giving my submission. That was my submission. Because that was my submission.
Okay, it's not a problem, but we wanted to rest something. You see, for me, if I was you,
going on.
Wait, Ule. If I was you, I would have just raised an issue on the religion. Then these guys, when they finish, then I continue with my submission, because we were to rest something. Now you see, when everybody is lost.
Because I think then you have forgotten. I said let Alex continue to conclude this, but then I do mine together with the submission. See, that is what we had agreed. You want me to stop and then continue later? I wanted to finish my submission.
Some of us that came
anyway,
in,
people process information differently. Now the people who are supposed to answer are not there. Let's continue. Let's just continue.
I wanted just to say that Sonko has found a higher court than the Supreme Court to go. Well, we'll see. Wish him good luck. But personally, I believe that what the Supreme Court did, they realized that there were so many missing links in dealing with these cases, especially the impeachment side. You remember the one on conviction is very clear under Chapter 93, under Article 93 of the Chapter 6. But impeachment is purely under what do you call it? Under Article 75. And in Article 75, it is not, you could say, it's what the lawyers say there is a lacuna. So anyway, I think that hata nani ameenda, si ndio? So I can go.
I think labda hao ilikuwa tu hiyo topic ndio ilikuwa imeweka. Sawa, Joshua.
Yes.
You can comment on it even if the Alex amend.
Yes, I think on the issue of religion, I strongly condemn the bishop to ordain Ruto as a king. But the term king, I don't condemn that term, because they use this term because they were Christian, and biblically, in Bible we don't have president. So being that they were in church and they want to see it at biblically, that's why they use the term Christian. So I don't think they use the term king. So I don't think this term can be used that can be taken and then Ruto use it as in a monarchy term, the way Alex was saying. They only decided to do the term king because they were Christian, and biblically we didn't have president in Bible. We only have kings. So I don't think this can make affect our constitution or any other thing, or make a Ruto to be seen as a monarchy. So that's what I wanted to rectify, so that we don't condemn the bishop too much because they use the term king. But I condemn ordain of the whether if they could have ordained Ruto as a president, still I could have condemned that one. But them using the term king, I don't see anything.
So why did they ordain? Because presidents are never ordained. Why did they ordain?
You see,
presidents are chosen by vote, power of the vote.
Not even just that. It is in the leadership in the church where people are ordained. Ruto is not a leader in the church, Amma. The word ordained.
I have said I condemn the Ruto being ordained, whether they use the term president or they use any term. But them using the term king, biblically, we didn't have president in Bible. We only have kings. That's my point. So we should not condemn them using the term king, but biblically they only use that one because. But ordaining Ruto was one of the worst things they did, because you cannot ordain somebody. What is he doing? That thing was not a divine. Ruto being president is not something divine. In the Bible, it was the God was the one who was choosing it was the one who was choosing kings, and that's why you could get maybe a prophet who was ordaining a king. So them they did to show that they have chosen Ruto to be the president. Let me now raise that case, and then also concerning the religion, Kusea say that in churches we have people who are middle class and they are poor. I don't think that Ruto is using churches because he's targeting poor in churches. If you targeting poor, then he could go to slums. Slums, you have people who are very poor. The reason why Ruto is targeting churches, he knows very well. So many congregants, they trust and believe in the bishop, their pastors. Such that if a bishop, if you give me a direction that can we vote for Ruto, it's very easy for me to vote for Ruto because my leader said. But I don't think even in churches we have people driving cars. But when you say that you want to provide that they bring food there, they're targeting poor, I don't think that they're targeting poor. Ruto is not using churches because targeting poor. He could go to slums like Kibera. Kibera, where we have large people who are poor. But in Kibera, you cannot mention the term Ruto in Kibera. People are so bitter with Ruto, but they're poor. So the reason why Ruto is using churches, you know very well that leaders, the members trust their bishop, their pastor. Said that if a pastor said that, can we vote for Ruto? It's very easy for someone who trusts his servant of God, being a servant of God who is a bishop, a pastor. He can listen to that person very easily. That's why Ruto has captured churches. He captured Central, which is also going, and he also captured people who are seen as a hustler. So let me rest the case of religion. If there's anything, but I want to rest that case there. Now, there's an issue
You
that I
don't have
saw.
a problem with the poor. Observing the prayers that were in Nyayo, you can yourself even see. You see, there are bishops who matter in this nation, and there are those who are not known by everybody. So who are the ones ordaining Ruto? If there was no class, if you think so.
Which particular church was involved? Do you know the churches which were involved?
I don't know. They are just.
Donation ya Ruto ilikuwa ni ukora tu.
These splinter churches, which one? The mainstream churches. Was there
the only
any
faces I could
involved?
recognize? No.
So that one ilikuwa ni ukora tu ya hao watu waliojoin Ruto, but to me I don't think that it does have any impact in politics of Kenya. And then already Ruto is a dictator. Alex was saying that Ruto will be a dictator. Ruto already a dictator because I was looking at statistics of how he has filled the candidates in Kenya. Out of 290, those are MPs, 261 are from UDA. And then our party ndogo like ANC, they have only filled few candidates. So that alone tells you that Ruto has dominated that what is known as Kenya Kwanza, which I don't think that we have Kenya Kwanza. We have UDA. And then also look at these larger countries, governors. If you go to Nairobi, it's UDA. If you go to Kiambu, UDA. If you go to Machakos, UDA. Mombasa, UDA. Nakuru, UDA. Eldoret, these big countries that are commanding and controlling our economy of Kenya, Ruto decided to field his candidate from his party. I've not seen like I thought maybe he could have said, in Kiambu, let me get another person from another party to be there. But you see, all these big counties in Kenya, Ruto has tried to fill his own candidate from his party. So that alone tells you that Ruto is a dictator, and he has tried to suppress other parties, and he has managed it. Like now, ANC is trying to struggle. Mudavadi, I think they are not in good terms with Ruto, but already has been suppressed. I know Mudavadi is regretting even right now. Wetangula is regretting. I heard Aisha Juma also complain about Ruto. Aisha Juma has been used by Ruto and has been dumped, because I know in Kilifi, Aisha Juma won't win election in governorship in Kilifi. So there are so many people are crying. Ruto has used them and has dumped them. And then I also saw the viral video about the wife of Chebukati trying to plead to people to pray for them, and I really sympathize with the wife of Chebukati. And when I saw the way he's pleading people to pray for them as a family, I saw he was very sincere, and he said that bwana yangu anajaribu kufuata sheria. And then he didn't complete the statement. So this tells, and then he went ahead and said that in terms like this, 2017, our family really suffered. My kids, but now right now they're okay. So the wife of Chebukati is in a situation that as any other woman can be, because if your husband is only in such kind of position, and there's a controversy, and maybe the wife, so many women knows the secret of their husband. So I think the wife of God has known very well. Maybe my wife, my husband, I have a match is trying to follow the Sharia, but it's not doing this. That's whatever is being either it's follow Sharia, but we have some political strength that is trying to pull my husband. So the wife was very sincere. She talked with a lot of pain, which to me, I think Chebukati, if he's really a good husband, he should do what is right to the family. Because the way I heard when they're being interviewed, already the way they behaved already tells me that they have inclined to Ruto's side. Like Marjan Hussein, he mentioned the term Mama Mboga. I was shocked when I heard he's saying that Mama Mboga. Why is he using the term Mama Mboga? The term ambayo Ruto wanatumia. So already that thing about Mama Mboga imeingia mpaka kwa Hussein Marjan Hussein. So I am seeing IBC is not clean, and the way the wife of Chebukati spoke, can Chebukati do the right thing to save his family? Because the wife really spoke bitterly that this issue is affecting us as a family, and Chebukati should do something that's right to save his family. I'll come back later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for raising those issues. But as to whether we should believe them from the service, it's another thing. Okay, Alex, you wanted to respond to him?
Yeah, Joshua, thank you for your comprehensive and good analysis. But however, I needed to ask you something. When Ruto started campaigning from the onset, he was very clear and very categorical that he's building UDA as a party of his vehicle. He went further to even call, in particular, in this case, an illustration that everybody knows. He told Wetangula, that's your village party. And until recently, that is when Ruto realized that, okay, I have to use them. Now, the question comes to you. Who should you blame? Should you blame Ruto for using these people, or Ruto already told them, you know what, this is my clear path? So in this case, is Ruto using them, or they allowed themselves to be used?
I think they allow themselves to be used for their self-interest gain. For their because even in the ANC, Mudavadi went, but some of the ANC members were they were really complaining about Mudavadi. So they went to Ruto with their self-interest, and I blame them. Because right now Mudavadi is really crying.
Yeah, so I think these leaders went to Ruto for selfish interest, as you have said. They got what they wanted, which was money. They have the money. So for Ruto to have fielded his candidates in Nairobi, and you know, Sakaja was working with Ruto everywhere, with Mudavadi, remember? So how they came to be in UDA, we don't even understand. So I think the blame game we are giving Ruto, that Ruto is using people, must stop. These people were bought with a price tag, and they understood the ramification of it. They were not going to negotiate. I'll give you one example. The man called King. Kingi complained that we have refused zoning, isn't it? And Kingi goes to UDA, not even Kenya Kwanza. But when Ruto is coming to Kilifi, he is rooting for who? For Aisha Jumwa. So then you ask yourself, why did he leave Azimio and go to UDA? Because every time the man Ruto has gone to Kilifi, he's routing for his own, which is who? Aisha Juma. So I think these people were bought. They received what they wanted. That was it. Last example, Alfred Mutua told his people, tunataka pesa. You remember that clip? He begged them. But that lady from Busia told them, tukienda kule hatuwezi uzwa. That is the end of us. Then, can you mute? And then you know what happened? At that time, temporarily, he did not go. Later on, he shifted. He was given money, and that was it. Watu waliachwa kwa mataa are the people who went to vie in their seats. So whoever that is saying that Ruto is using people, that's not true. Ruto paid them, and they knew very well their price tag and what they want. And that's why Ruto is able to go comfortably to Vihiga and campaign for his candidate in Vihiga. In Vihiga, and I repeat it 3 times, for his candidate. But Mudavadi can do nothing, unfortunately. And that is the party for Mise, unfortunately. Siku hizi anajiitwa msafi sokoni, sijui ni
Sorry.
Kesa, you're mute.
Okay. Yeah, I'm asking Use, is it a question or a comment?
Just want to add on what Alex was saying.
In brief.
You see the ANC and the Wetangula group. Part of their deal was actually to do with the Orca. So that phase of things was done, paid for, and the matter ended. Now, they are joining UDA or joining Kenya Kwanza was not to translate into them fielding candidates is a different matter. So then you can understand why Ruto is fielding a candidate, because the people that the Mudavadi is joining Kenya Kwanza was for a different purpose. It was paid, and that was a sealed deal. Kila mtu alipata haki yake.
Yeah, but like Alex, I agree. Nobody can misuse you unless you are misusable. You have stooped so low. And people, you see, when people misuse you because they have already categorized you, they know what you can do and what you can't do. When they purchase you, they knew they own you, and they can use you for any purpose they want. So hakuna vile uta-complain.
Exactly.
They sold their birthright. They sold their birthright. So they have if you check a clip of what Mudavadi was saying about Ruto before, Gari serikali, serikali. So if you have that awareness and you go ahead and join the same person and you expect Alex,
God forbid. But if you get one person from Mtito Andei Sako and you expect her to be faithful to you, already you understood the background. Atakwambia, kwani unajua my background? I'm just giving an example. So
And Wekesa, remember, and Joshua, remember, Wekesa, Mudavadi was told before he made that decision. He was told even by his own lawyer, the worst we feared, and you know it, and I know it. Anybody who is a political student understands this. What we feared most was Mudavadi to go it alone. I swear to you, had Mudavadi gone it alone, we will be having a problem in Kakamega. Hata hii Malala tunaita Omondi, hatungekuwa tunamuita Omondi, tungekuwa tunapembeleza polepole. He knew it, how he was going to be formidable alone, but he still went. Gachagua is right. Pesa ni sabuni ya roho, ilituosha.
In fact, hao watu wangekataka kukaanga Raila na Ruto, Kalonzo angeamua kuenda peke yake, Mudavadi peke yake, ingewachanganya kiasi. But the moment they cleaned the field, saizi hata ukipika kelele hapana.
So fielding candidates was not part of Mudavadi's deal with Ruto. That is why Kenya Kwanza UDA can do their bit in complete disregard to what ANC is doing. It was not part of the deal. So you should not, I agree with Alex. It is not that they are being used.
Thank you. Let's have Mesa and Adams make their contribution. Alex.
Yes.
Nani yako hapa na admin privileges? I want to retire. I'm very someone should be coming. Either Julie
No, Julia is watching from behind. Julia, why don't you come?
Yeah, Julie should come. I need to rest.
Julia or Njiru? Let me call Njiru.
Yeah. As Alex is calling Njiru, thank you very much. I just wanted to compliment for once Alex has actually looked at your argument from a different perspective. Joshua, you say two things that are contradicting one another. You have said that Ruto is using these people. At the same time, you're saying they are also agreeing to be used for their self-gain. So, I mean, that's not using, because there's symbiotic relationship there. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. So I also wanted to echo Kuseo and Alex that these people, if you remember, it is Kenyatta who told us willing seller, willing buyer. And I think this is the same thing that we are seeing, willing seller, willing buyer. And this is not only in the UDA part. This is also in the Azimio part. There is a little bit of compromise, and that's what happens in coalitions and alliances, that people have to shelf and give certain things, compromised in order to get certain other things, appointments. And that's why you see even nominations at the end of the day, people get nominations because either financially they either compromised and gave the compromise and gave supported a party financially. If you also that's how people get diplomatic appointments and other ministerial appointments, because in one way or the other they have supported the party, and there is nothing wrong with that, because that is also ingrained in policy making, and there is that issue that portion of symbiotic relationship. So yeah, that's what I wanted to add. And it's not only Ruto. So I guess I hope that you recognize that nobody in politics, even in the most stupid person you would think, is not being used. It's a bigger plan. You know, when the gazelle goes out to look for grass every day, the gazelle goes out hoping to come back in the evening, but the lion goes out hoping to get the gazelle, and the gazelle and the hyena goes out hoping to get something that they can eat. So the gazelle, in the process, is hunted. The hyena fights the lion and gets the meat. So it's a man eat man society. Everyone has a bigger plan, and the bigger plan at the end of the day, the person who anaumia ni mwananchi, lakini hao wote they get a piece of something. And I'm telling you, like Kuseo said, fielding candidates, I think that is something that was left in the open there. And at the end of the day, after all said and done, the coalition, all the alliances you see, every party needs to identify. They need identity in legislative assemblies. They need numbers to support their agendas. And so there is nothing wrong for Ruto to field these candidates. That's why you're seeing in Nairobi, Igade is being supported from the Azimio side. And there is nothing wrong from that. So that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. I want to hand over chairmanship or chair leadership to Julie. I think I've done my part, and the glucose energy levels have gone down. I don't want to sleep here. So before I go, let me play this clip here, Mudavati, then I leave Julie to control the debate.
Kinaitwa Yuda. Mimi nataka niwaulize, kwa Biblia Yuda ni nani? Yuda ni nani? Yuda ni nani? Sasa mnaleteo ati mpige kura kwa Yuda. Inawezekana kweli? Inawezekana kweli? Hiyo ni chama cha Yuda. Tunaelewana? Na Yuda anakuja kwa njia nyingi. Yuda anajitokeza na wheelbarrow. Yuda anajitokeza na jina Hasla. Unasikia hiyo? Kwa hivyo tunasema Yuda shindwe. Hebu sema hivyo. Yuda. Yuda. Message yangu ni hiyo.
Message ya Wekesa, message yangu ni hiyo. Good night, good day, good morning.
Asante Wekesa, Asante. Thank you Wekesa. Good to see everyone. Richie, Kuseo, Joshua, Alex, Mise, and na Mise umekuja mapema leo, kwani uko kwenu kuna baridi kiasi? Honorable Bundi.
Nimekuona joto imekuja, wacha nitoe hii baridi ilikuwa inatoka kwa Adam na kina Kuseo, but now that you're here and Alex, I feel it's hot here.
Yeah, some people are complaining that tunakaa uko na stress, lakini kama umefurahi, that is good. So good to see everyone. I think I'll just make my contribution, then I think Adams hajaongea ama Adams siongee. Mise umeongea kweli?
Yes, I just spoke. I gave my contribution towards what Joshua said as you came in.
Okay, I'll only comment. I think I had a debate earlier from Alex and everyone else about the church, what happened today when the church say they were anointing Ruto as the king okay, I think the word king is used in the Bible, like I think someone here said Joshua. But I don't want to really care about that. It is inconsequential. It is just a game. I mean, it's just the thing that Ruto has been walking around trying to pose to be the most godly person, especially to the people of Mount Kenya region. But I've been asking people that I think you don't have to tell people you are godly. You don't have to shout at the rooftops of how much you love God. I think we should see it from your character. We should see the things you do, and then we can tell whether you are Christ-like. So if you are associated with massive corruption in this country, and you have cases to the tune of crimes against humanity, and it is not me, Julia, who is saying, I think there are ongoing cases against Deputy President William Samoei Ruto of crimes against humanity. And we even had a case that he took land from one man, Muteshi man. I mean, I'm not trying to say I'm holy. I won't even say that because I don't think so. I don't think I'm righteous. But the church coming up to say that we have one godly man and other ungodly. I saw a woman saying that when you identify with the church, then you have the blessing of the church. I almost told that woman that is when you identify with God and you walk according to the word of God is when you have the blessings of God. It's not identifying the church. It's identifying with God and walking according to the word of God. So we don't even have to be really stressed about that thing of the church and who was there. I think I saw Pastor Mwiru and the others. No amount of drama that they are going to do that is going to change who becomes president in this country in August this year. No amount of drama, no amount of oil. You remember, if you know, you people, you read the Bible, you remember when Samuel was asked to go and anoint the sons of Jesse. He began by starting with this because Jesse had sons who were in the army and they were strong sons. He tried to anoint those sons, but the Bible says it was not possible. Even the oil could not come out of the jar that he was carrying. And then Jesse said, I only have one other son. He was not even talking about that son. He said, I only have. So when he brought in the last son, that is David, is when it worked. So it means that no amount of drama that the church is going to do or we are going to do is going to change who becomes president of this republic. So me, I would ask the people who think that they love God and they believe that they truly believe, it doesn't matter which, I heard people arguing here that the Catholic Church, I don't know what church, it doesn't matter. Church is not building. Church is the people. Those buildings you people go to, those are buildings you worship God in. Those buildings are not churches. The people are the church. So it is not Catholic, it's not Anglican, it's not Pentecostal, it's not evangelical. It is not anything. It is you and your relationship with God. So those who are walking around and saying that Deputy President is holier than thou, I want to ask you a question. Why he has the most cases of corruption in this country when we talk about top politicians? Why he's working with people who have been mentioned with corruption? Look at Rigathi Gachagua. Show me your friends and I tell you who you are. So this little drama they are doing is not going to change anything. And if they really love God and they really walking in the fear of God, then they know that they are doing what we call blasphemy, and that is blasphemous. And the wages of blasphemy is destruction, and destruction is knocking at their door. They don't have to believe what I'm saying. So I want them to go and read the Bible. I'll get the verses, the book of, I think, Ephesians, that do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. Whatever you sow is what you reap. If you sow sin, you reap destruction. So if you sow hypocrisy and blasphemy, you reap destruction. So we don't have even to think who is righteous. We can see it. I don't have to tell you at mimi niwambie if I'm married alafu niwambie ninapenda bwana yangu alafu kesho yake mnanipata nikitukana bwana yangu wako kwa barabara. I think there's no need of me saying napenda bwana yangu. You should look at me and see how much I love my family from how my family is. Even you people who have family, who have your children, don't lie to us how responsible you are, how serious you are as a father or a mother. We should look at your children and see that you have brought up a responsible family. Then we can say, wow, Kuseo is a wonderful dad. Did you see his son? Did you see how respectful his son is? I'm telling you, you don't have to tell us. So don't worry about this thing. Whatever they did, that is retro drama. And I think after 9, some people are going to be embarrassed and ashamed so much because of that drama. About Raila Sheikh's Nairobi, that is really good. I think we are heading to really victory, so much victory. SONKO takes appeal to the East Africa. I think the students of law here will tell us more the effect of that, because I'm aware that Mother Karua took her case to the East African court, and I think we've never heard what happened. We don't even seem to care about what happened to that case. So, so I think when, as far as moral values and SONKO and the court, I think the
she indicated she's going to withdraw it, I think.
Okay, whatever, but we didn't hear anything that came out of that. So even Kipto says, who cares about this nonsensical? It is not nonsensical, Kipto. The Bible is true. So stop. You might not be able to say that tomorrow if you continue saying that. So don't say that about the word of God. As far as I believe, that is my faith. So, however, those retro drama they did, the Muirus and the others, even, okay, let me also say this. Even when people visit, the church visits President Uhuru, it doesn't mean much. It only means much that if those people who visit President Uhuru are able to take his word and follow his advice and support him and agree with him. But no amount of anointing that they put on him changes anything. Even the thing that happened in Kirinyaga, I want to agree with Alex. It didn't mean much. It was just an opinion shaper. So the next president of the Republic of Kenya, those who think they have faith like me, is already anointed by God, and God has nothing to do with hypocrisy and people who shed. The Bible says God hates men that shed innocent blood, those that sow discord among brethren, those who devise wicked plans, and those whose feet rush to evil. Hilo ni fumbo, mnaweza kanipatia jawabu. Asante, nitakomea hapo. Makiadi, I would like you to take over to moderate because I also just came. But Mise ameongea, Adams hajaongea na Bundi. Would you like Adams to aongee, Makiadi?
Sasa Julia, hata hujanisalimia.
Sasa Makiadi.
Tumekaa sana bila kuonana. Naona uko hapo.
Hi, Makiadi, I saw you yesterday in a fading blue suit. You remember that?
That was Azimio suit. Tulikuwa tumetoka ground. But I was just saying hi to Alex, naona hapo, Adams, Mise, welcomed back. Ama ameandika nini?
Makiadi, I never thought I could miss a man. I missed you.
I know. You know, I had gone to check the ground for you. Unajua nyinyi mnapiganga siasa ya UDA hapa bure, akina Honorable Bundi wanatuambia mambo kwa ground ni mzuri. What?
How did you miss Makiadi?
No, that's between us. Hatukukuuliza vile baridi likuchapa kama Julia hapo hapa. We didn't ask you. Tulikuuliza vile baridi likuchapa na vile joto imeingia wakati alikuja na ukatoa.
Jibu swali.
It was public knowledge, but you just made it known now, so it's okay to seek for clarification.
Thank you so much.
For the benefit of repetition, Makiadi, we missed you and we missed your submission. Thank you very much.
That is more clear. That's more clear.
Thank you so much, Alex. Hata kama hakuna kitu naongeaga ni sawa tu. Unajua you can come here na usiongee kitu na tumisi hiyo kitu yenye uongeangi. So it's okay. I hope you meant it when you said for
He said you are the only man he misses. You know, there's another man who is confusing men for women. So we are beginning to ask ourselves, what is wrong with that man?
I think, Julia, you are taking a detour.
No, actually,
you're heading in the wrong direction.
Right? Alex has clarified that, so I'm good on my side. Let me join Alex to say we missed you and missed your singing and your submission, not you as a person, but your submission and the singing is what we missed most.
Thank you so much, my learned friend, Mise. When I was away, somebody was doubting your papers, but I can assure you here that I can attest to your qualifications. So, so whoever was doubting your papers here.
No, the University Commission has not verified.
No, Mise Akosawa. Mise is our only JD here.
The only one.
Mumepea Adams Arsenals.
Don't start Adams. Adams, Eugene is representing you well. Don't spoil it, Adams, today.
Sawa, unajua Mise yako ndio external. JD yako, hao wengine zao zote ni local. Yako ndio external. Nisikia kuna degrees inaitwa Bachelor in Management external. Sasa sijui inasomewanga nje ya darasa ama namna gani. Anyway, Julia, you've done a good job. Asante sana. Mimi ninaona kuna private chat hapa. Honorable Bundi anasema ako na mkutano. So sijui kama hao wenyewe watu wa late night show watampatia nafasi atoe submission alafu aondoke. If it's okay with everybody.
Sure, he requested. For me,
okay.
That's good.
Honorable Bundi, you have your 3 minutes basi tusikie.
Wacha nianze nikiwasalamia mchambo. Nianze kwa ndugu yangu kutoka mahali kule nimesaliwa, anaitwa Mr. Alex hapa, who has just said the only man who can miss a man. It's not normal from our side, but I congratulate him for missing a man. Thank you for that. Chosomak, Mr. Wazi, Mukiani Churia, the only lady in the house, Big Churias and Adams, Mrs. Welcome. Asante kwa kuwaona. Kidogo tu kwa sababu mimi nakaa Nairobi, napendanga negosie siasa ya Nairobi kihakika. Kitu ya kwanza, kuna madai tulikuwa tungependa sana wala watu ambao tuko mrengo wa Azimio tupate gavana wa Azimio. Na mimi ni mmoja wao ambao wale wanang'ang'ania viti vya ubunge katika Nairobi katika bunge la Westlands mahali inaitwa Mountain View. Siasa ya Nairobi inaendelea kuwa ngumu kwa sababu madai yanaendelea kujitokeza dhidi ya Igathe. Ukiangalia tangu debate, watu wanaamini ya kwamba Igathe didn't make it. Anaona kama Bwana Sakaja alimkanyagia chini. Hata ile timu ilikuwa mapema, ni kama wanasema ilikuwa somehow better. Mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa hapo kwa debate zote, nilisuhuduria, na I don't know the expectation of people, but it's like politics of Nairobi, this gubernatorial is changing. And again, there is this thing so-called family. Kuna madai kwamba wengine I'm sorry to say this and it's not good on this. Anasema Igathe kidogo pande ya familia hawelewi. Naweza kuwa ni matusi, naweza kuwa ni siasa. Wengine wanamtukana, wanasema wa King'ang'i. Si ni minor, I don't know what the minor King'ang'i. Sasa ukiona hivyo sasa wakimuita yule ni mwanaume na huyu mnaelewa wanamaanisha nini. Siasa ikianza kubadilika hivyo, wewe ni mwanaume waseme anyway. Kuna madai kwamba wanasema yeye hana familia, alafu wanasema ni ameoa opposite sex au same sex, mwanaume mwenzake. Hiyo ni madai tu, lakini unajua kiti kama governor, sasa zingine ni vizuri mtu kucha wasiwasi na familia yako. Sasa na wanasema you don't have quality of being a governor, na madai ile kwamba ulishindwa kidogo kuwa deputy. Ndio maana jana mliona papa wameweka nguvu zake zote Nairobi kujaribu kumupigia debe. I wish these people they should have given Wanyonyi this seat, angekuwa na waziwazi. Sasa tunaenda kuwa na Sakaja, we really not sure whether it's a Kenyan, whether it's a Ugandan, whether they went to school or not. Because if you went to school, you went to school. You must have a colleague, you must have even a teacher, you must have mwenye alikusomesha at least should have come out and explain. You should have even your parents should have come out and say, no, I paid school fees to this man. So this is the kind of guys we are going to have in leadership as I see as per now. Si kura sikipigwa leo, Sakaja may be the governor of Nairobi. And I can assure you that's going to happen. Kama sitapigwa leo, unless kitu ipadrike kwa hizi wiki 3 ambazo zinakuja. And it's very dangerous for our children, wale ambao wanasoma. Naona mtoto anaweza soma afike afanye semester 2-3 aende Uganda arudi na asema atakuwa anything. Kwa hivyo kumaliza sura haitakuwa hoja. You may see what you can do. So the setting here is not very healthy. I wish mambo ya masomo na leadership we should have not mixed. Atungechanganya. Inaleta utata sana. Kwa hivyo mimi kwa kuona kwangu hiyo kitu kinaniuma sana wakati kilachi weti yako mahali. I normally sometimes I interact a lot with Alex, whom I believe he has papers, but you not get this chance of being a leader here because auchui huyu ama yule. And that's very dangerous, and I feel a lot of pain at somebody from nowhere. And you see now, you can call yourself 4 times Mkita, sijui anachita Kosgei, unachita nani. Now, how do we know where are you? You don't. Anyway, I was asking some readers yesterday, are Sakaja parents alive or not? Kwa sababu sasa mimi nilikuwa na shida kama hii, lazima mama yangu angekuwa ita ameojiwa ama amekuja. Lazima baba yangu angekuja wasema no, this is how it went. So inanichanganya kidogo. Mliona kidogo Martha Karua wakati aliintroduce kwa makamu wa rais mtarajiwa, alipeleka baba kwa wazazi wake, akamwonyesha hawa ndio wazazi wangu, hapa ndio mimi nilisaliwa. And I think when you a leader you must lazima weke vitu yako wazi wazi. Kwa hiyo mimi jambo ningependa nikaingia hapa hata na mmenisaidia muda kwa sababu nakimbia siasa hapa Turali. Tunafanya ile house to house ndio nakimbia kufanya kwa sababu natoka sehemu za utawala. I'm rushing to Mountain View. Ninawaeleza kwamba siasa ya Nairobi imebadilika and that ile mtu ambao walitupatia was not that good. Awangepatiana huyu this guy. Mambo ya Ruto na hasira, I think this is normal. It has not started today. We know what is happening from 2013. And I can assure you, everybody come out today and say what he has seen on Ruto's office. Watu wamepigwa masirapu hapo. Hii mambo ya sirapu ilianza kitambo sana. I have 2, 3, 4, 5 guys whom I not mention, but wamepitia mambo mingi kwa hiyo ofisi. So some of us, we know the kind of a person we are dealing with. We only repeat the behavior. And hiyo hasira yote ukiangalia ufike now, this is the person we shall have as a president. It's not going to be that easy. And again, yes, Mr. Dedes, I see your message, but sometimes we have to speak at it is, and that is this, because I'm in this Nairobi, I'm a politician of this Nairobi. I think we have to spread what is not there, and we have to explain. We are not spreading, but it is just a reality. Kama imekuuma, but thank you for your advice, but that is the fact. Now, Tukiangalia siasa ya Nairobi pia, mimi nikasema kwamba Ruto hakukuwa mchezo hivi, hatunge muunderrate. Ruto pia kuna watu wake. This guy has whichever way, sisi wote tutaangalia mtu na tabia zake, na kuna watu wanapiga kura kwa sababu wamesikia na wameambiwa. But mi kwangu, kwa kuona kwangu, as me Duncan, I can assure you for free, sile kura saa mingi saa Ruto saa vijana wa Chakoya will pick it. Chakoya will come out with 700 to 1 million votes. Na kura mingi hapo silikuwa saa Ruto, kwa sababu wale vijana wengi pale if they are see around ni wale wanasema wa Chakoya. Not the word wa Chakoya marijuana is those guys who you can really tell sisi ni Asoras. So now the Asoras not was changed. Kama huyo anaweza kubali tufute, hii ni sawa, wacha sisi tupatie, because there's nothing tunaweza fanya. Hatuna kazi, hatuna nini. Kama huyo atasema aturuhusu tupande pange kama mauga na tuuse, it is not healthy for the country, but he's just saying what he sees that he can be a alternative, a very fast alternative, which most of people are buying. Okay, whichever way, Christians, okay, it's okay. It's okay. We will see. I'm supporting Igate. I vote for Igate, but it was just a fact. Now, the fact is, Ruto was no longer a joke. But my own small analysis says, inanionyesha kwamba this Wachakoya wave will help Papa a lot. And another Ponga point Papa asked for now, Central, he may come out with an unexpected percentage, which is good for Asimio. I beg to because of my time, I beg to end there, and thanks for the members for giving me this chance to come ahead of you. Yeah, asante sana na mbarikiwe sana.
Sawa, asante sana Honorable Bundi, weenda uchape campaign. Tutaonana.
Oh, kabla Honorable Bundi hajaenda. Yeah, you can't go like that.
Okay, just 1 minute each.
You know, Honorable Bundi, you are my younger brother. I've seen you through politics, and I know Mounts View unaenda kushinda. I know for sure, and you made a good move. And we advised you accordingly. Tukakwambia, don't go to ODM, just go as an independent because you had a better chance. And I know I'm following. You're doing very well. However, I think on this I will castigate you. These are the last moments. What the deputy did, what the deputy did, both in Trans Nzoia and Vihiga, finished him totally and completely from Western. Kwa matanga ya Wangamati hukumuona, and he has gone missing. Don't make the mistake that you have made now. Whether it's true or not, do not utter those words anywhere, because Igade is winning, and if you are not with Igade, you are going to blunder your chance right away. If you want to be an MCA, go for it. Concentrate on it. Zingine, don't worry. I'm just giving you advice because we have used money. It is a home stretch. You are winning, and such kind of allegations, whether true or not, are going to put you in a wrong side. So don't repeat that, because you will hurt some of us who have campaigned for you this much. So we will warn you on that. So weenda vizuri campaign. But kama umechoka kama Ruto, wacha kuongea kwa vitu zingine kama hapa.
Hold on.
Asante ndugu yangu.
Hold on. You know, the reason why I didn't want to take that route is because Honorable Bundi, you've made allegations, and basically, like Alex said, these are just allegations, and they are grave allegations. So I was trying to avoid that topic and let it go, because siko nataka ilete kisirani. Naona mikono inakuwa mingi sana. I would.
May I correct Bundi? I think he mistook us when you were making fun with Alex. When Alex said that he's the only one missing you. It was a joke, Bundi. On this platform, we don't argue like that.
Oh, I know. I was also joking over it. Actually, I know. I know Alex. I know Alex was joking.
No, allow me to finish talking. My point is, Bundi, everybody has a right to live their life. Do not come again an international platform to talk about people's sexuality. It is a wrong thing. It is not right. Who marries who is their business. So who marries, even people here who is married to who is their life, is their freedom. They are free to do that. They are free to marry whoever they want. So it is very uncalled for. Don't speak such things on such a platform. Secondly, if you are supporting Igade, I don't believe so. You just sabotaged him. Here, don't do that again. Thank you.
Yeah.
Very well. How do you?
Yeah, like I said here, Honorable Bundi, the allegation you made a very grave allegation, especially to a candidate that most of us support. I personally preferred Wanyonyi over Igade, but when the party decided it's Igade, I had to support Igade because it's for the good of the party. And I understand your heart is in Azimio, but you had to go independent. But the issues of family, most of us try to put issues of one's family away from politics because it helps a lot to distinguish between the candidate who is running and the family. And that is where you see most politicians do not tag along their families. Hata kuna wengine hatujui watoto wao, and they've been in politics for a long time because they try to keep their profession away from their family. You cannot mix the two, because if you mix the two, unaleta conflict na ndio unaona watu wengine wanatukana watoto wa wengine. But what I would want us to do is this. Wacha tuachilie Honorable Bundi aende afanye campaign because
let me just say something.
No, if I let me do this. Let me give you 1 minute each. I wanted us to move away from that topic.
Bundi, please go. Bundi, you are going to make a cholesterol damage.
That's okay. Alex, give us 1 minute to tell Bundi.
Let him go.
I can advise Honorable Bundi. Amefanya mzuri. I did not kick him out. Mikono yangu ndio hii. He has decided what is good for himself.
But now we can say. Now we can say. Please.
Okay. Now let me give Mise 1 minute. Mise, dakika moja ongea.
I for once don't agree with Julia's comments to Bundi in terms of sexual orientation or same sex, or the comments in relation to what Honorable Bundi said. In this country, the countries we live, there is that spirit and freedom of expression. The country where we were born, it is not there yet. That's what they say. It is existing, but it's not. But in terms of politics, the kind of family reflection, what you have, it's important for us to know who you have, because when certain bills come, certain things in terms of policy, it will help us to understand whether you're going to support them or not. But in terms of the allegations that he said, and once someone says something, he speaks from a point of information, so that I cannot dismiss until someone, they say he who alleges must prove. So maybe for us, it's important not to dismiss him, but to ask him to prove, because he has alleged. But lastly, 1 minute is gone. Honorable Bundi, I didn't hear what he was saying, to be very honest. I didn't know whether he's supporting Igade or he's criticizing Sakaja, and whether he's an MCA or a candidate, a gubernatorial candidate. This way, I think he overstepped his mandate to criticize the people that he's not even vying or competing with in the manner which he presented himself. So my brother, Honorable Bundi, be guided, and you are a little bit out of subject of today. Thank you.
Okay, Joshua, 1 minute.
Yes, I just want to react over what Bundi said on issue of Igade. and this that's the fact and the reality. I'm from Nairobi resident. I'm a Nairobi resident. For Igade to win this election, the voters who will vote for Raila must translate their vote to Igade. Without that one, it's going to be difficult for Igade to win the election. So I'm requesting that we should spread this message that if you vote for Raila, kindly don't compromise that you want to see that letter. Just don't have to. If you want to vote for after voting for Raila, can you just translate your vote to Igade if Igade win this election? Thank you.
Jose, 1 minute.
I just want to add that if it is true that Bunde is a candidate, hey, he will regret the blunder he has just made here. Because then in Mountain View is almost 100% Igade. So I don't know, but time will tell. Personally, I think he has made one of the biggest blunders he will regret.
No, let's not say his name, and that is why I said he should go out. His name, just leave his name out.
And that's why I was trying to insist that we move away from
Please,
that.
let us save our brother. Let's leave that thing alone.
Okay, I don't know. Julia, I don't know who was supposed to submit next, but before that person comes, I'll give Julius just 1 minute. Nimeona umeinua mkono, dakika moja tu ndio tusonge kwa next person.
But Alex, tusifungilie mabaya. Kama amesema mabaya, let us do the right thing.
Thank you Makiadi. Unajua huyu mwenzetu amejiangusha tu peke yake. I think ni fatigue. Kitu kama hiyo, because kuna vitu zingine, unajua kuna vitu mali inafikanga saa zingine you assume things. You don't have to be speaking of the sake of speaking. Kuna vitu hata kama ni ukweli, because this is a very critical time actually for election. And he should be very careful about what he says or even what he has, because at now, kama juzi watu walikuwa wanasema ati ule mtu alijibishana na Ruto alipatikana ameuawa. You know, some rumors, and the guy is still alive. The guy is still. So we have to be very, very careful at these 3 weeks. You know, mtu anajiangusha peke yake kama mti, alafu anaona na yeye mwenyewe tu kwa sababu ya kuteleza ya mdomo. You know, those are very, very, let me call it silly allegation, because even if they are true, just a shit that, why do you have to talk about it? It will not help. And one thing I realized, this guy, anasema is supporting Igade, but I don't think he's supporting, because if he's supporting him, hawezi kusema mabaya hata kama ni, you know, kuna vitu zingine unafichaga. Kwani unafikiri all of us kwani ni wazuri? We have some errors, but we hide. I know your error, you know my errors, but I cannot just kuanika everything in public. Anyway, he was wrong. That was bad. Amejiangusha tu kabisa.
It's Adams. Adams is next. Adams.
Asante. Adams, mimi sitaongeza kitu kwa hiyo, hata ninadhani mwenzetu amesikia mahali yako. You have not impressed a lot of people here. So Adams, karibu.
Well, thank you so much, the panelists. Ed, how are you? Long time. All right, now. I don't know I don't know whether it was only me. I decided to keep quiet because, first of all, that guy who just left was off the topic. I don't know what he was discussing. I don't know. And then he's talking about, he said he's vying for Mountain View constituency in Westlands. There is nothing like that. It doesn't exist. There is no constituency in Nairobi called
No. He didn't say Mountain. He's running as an MCA. MCA, please.
Alex, you are being indisciplined for so many times.
No,
you need to mute. You need to relax. When somebody's speaking, don't just unmute. I have watched you. Relax. Hold on.
He's correcting you because you're misrepresenting the facts.
I'm not misrepresenting anything because
hold on, guys. Hold on. Mise yako hapa kweli? Mise anaongelea wapi? I heard Mise speaking and I can't see his face. Kumbe unakula ugali kando na unaingilia speech za watu. Bwana Mise, can you be patient with your food? Pacha Adams aongee kwanza. We'll give you time ya ku respond to whatever you want to respond. You know, I was listening to Mise and nashanga he's not on the screen.
I'm duly guided.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
sir. Aya, Adams, endelea.
I will steal from the minutes too. Now, yeah, all said and done. I think we just need to move forward. If somebody is vying for independent, you're an independent candidate and you're pro Azimio, that's good enough. But I know you may decide to support somebody because he's from your clansman or something. But from where some of us sit, we know he's not going to win. And that's the truth, according to us. You may take it, you may leave it. Moving forward, I'll just go directly to what is supposed to be done here. And Mr. Makiadi, you are the moderator today, and Julia. And this show, I think we normally have our ground rules for this evening crew. I'm very happy with you, Mr. Joshua, because you just made corrected something there. We normally don't debate here when we are on bed, but for a long time you were just on bed, which is okay. Thank you. Now moving forward, I want just to talk about Mr. Ruto's ordination today. A lot of people here said that, like, they had a problem. They were saying Ruto could not be ordinated as a king, blah, blah, blah. But you know, the fact of the matter is, in as much as we may belong to different political divides, be it in the church, in the mosque, or wherever, but still there are people who support him. So there is high likelihood that those who prayed for him and made him a king of something, according to whatever, those people, they like him the way it is. You know, that is according to them. So we should not castigate them. Like, it should not really worry us that the fact that they made him, and I mean, whatever the function they did in the church today for him, does not necessarily mean that he is a king, like there is some kingdom for him. I don't think there is some kingdom for Ruto. So that is just like a passing glance. So it shouldn't really bother us so much, because he has been in the church path for so long with those pastors and bishops for quite a number of time, but it doesn't really mean that is anything. Mike SONKO moved his case to the East African Court in Arusha. Very laughable and interesting times there indeed, because from the way I know, according to the establishment of the East African Court, basically it is established to ensure the adherence to law, and mostly with the interpretation and applications of the compliance of the East African Community Treaty. It's kind of treaty-based. It doesn't really deal with political issues so much, because East African Community Court, normally, mostly it reviews cases of war crimes, trafficking of maybe people and drugs, genocide cases, crimes against humanity, terrorism, and things like piracy. You know, it really has it has nothing. It doesn't have much to do with political cases, like things political. So SONKO moving there, I don't really think it is gonna have any weight at all. It is just a matter of passing time, and I don't really think again that the East African Community Court can overturn the decision of the Supreme Court of Kenya. Chances are very low. I don't really think it is something which is inevitable and can happen. People can argue, but I don't really think so. So by and large, there is something which happened today in the Nairobi rally. I don't know it was around which area, but What I know is that Robert Lai is an MCA aspirant for Kileleshwa, and Edwin Sifuna is the ODM Secretary General and Azimio candidate for senatorial position in Nairobi. At some point, they had fracas, like they were going physical, and they were very close, just like a few meters from where Martha Karua was, because Martha Karua was on the mic when I think Sifuna pushed a lie, and the lie tried to climb the car and tried to throw a jab. So it wasn't a good show. It wasn't really a good show. So our politicians, especially the Nairobians, they need to hold on their horses. Such kind of things, I don't think it is in order for them to do whatever they're doing, because it's really tainting and painting a very bad image on whatever they're doing. What they did was really wrong and should be condemned to the strongest terms possible. Because we should not give our opponents a reason to complain or to justify that whatever they claim, whatever the propaganda they may come up with is true. Because such kind of things, when they happen, they can just, paint it out with some propaganda and say, hey, these people are violent, look at what they behave, they don't deserve it, hey, Nairobians, you need to wake up. They really don't need to be given a reason to have a leeway of convincing the people otherwise. Otherwise, I think we are doing so well, and the rallies in Nairobi were good. Let Ruto do whatever he's doing. It's the kicks of a dying horse, and I think we should be ready to see more of such kind of things. Otherwise, that's all I have for this evening, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Adams. I want to move on to the next person, Julius.
Thank you, Makiadi, for this chance. Ndawasalimia wote. Huku ni saa sita mchana, actually it's lunchtime. Good morning, good evening, sijui wengine. Kumekuwa, your story, Adams ameongea, it was something which is not called for. They should not do that in front of our voters. If they do that, then what will happen to the voters? We need them to address whatever they have in a decorum, in a good way. Anyway, unajua hii making Ruto a king, kingdom gani, which is okay. It's okay, but we also have Adams. We have to castigate it, because they castigated Raila when the Raila and Martha when they were blessed in I think it was Murang'a, I think. So hata sisi tukiona kitu kama hiyo hatuwezi kubali, lazima tuseme
it was Kirinyaga.
Yeah. So we also have to condemn it, because they did the same. So one thing I can tell you is definitely UDA walifanya vizuri. They did something so good in Western, and I want them to do the same, to continue doing that, because the problem with William Ruto, I don't know why he has a lot of people who are working for him, but still he always try to answer everything. So as a leader, I don't think there is need. There's some other issues that we just ignore. But hawezi kubali hata kadogo tu kadogo, and he tries to respond. And that's when why I think it's going wrong, and it's going good for us. And I think these people, I think they are fatigued. He's fatigued, and ukiona, like, I don't see kina Kingi, I don't see anaitwa nani, Mutua, and ukijaribu kuangalia hata Mudavadi, they are not there. Yani nguvu imeisha, they are fatigued. They are so fatigued, and it's a good thing for us, and I think we are we are Baba and Martha, they are doing well, and all of us, because actually without us, all of us, we are moving in the same direction, following them and supporting them in which way. By the way, Alex, yesterday, is it yesterday? The day before yesterday, I called, my brother is working in South Mogirango. I wanted to tell you this, but I forgot. And he told me that the MP and Osoro is winning.
No.
I don't.
No.
I talked to him yesterday, and I talked even the chief. The chief is he's working in the chief's place. So we talked with the chief, and amesema Osoro is winning because Osoro amejaribu. So if Azimio La Umoja is not doing, they need to do something else to work more about it, so that because I'm always talking about the MPs, we need Baba and Martha, they need the senators, MPs, and the women rep. Wamsaidie nini for to legislate. So I think these few days, unaona kama Narok, there's a problem. Kuna senators. Of course, Ledama is winning, but there is a big mix-up there. And Kajiado also governorship. But for me, I don't mind about governorship. I'm worried about senators and women rep and MPs. That's my big worry. So I hope that anyway, there is democracy, but I think even though it's almost late now because we have only 3 weeks, and I think we could have done better than this, so that the Baba and Martha will have enough legislators to help him, do his whatever he promised to Kenyan. Wacha niachie hapo for now as we go ahead. Thank you, Makiadi.
Thank you so much, Big Julius. I can see you are transforming your names every day. Nianza Papa Julius, imebadilika imekuwa Big Julius.
No, you know what happened? Let me explain what happened. That Bob stole my name. That's why I was looking for Mise to represent me as a lawyer, but Mise disappeared. And I think Julia remember that Bob stole my name. That was my name. And that day we are talking about Sakaja having a fake certificate. So so Bob also has a fake name because that was not his name.
We can appeal. I think we still have time. And Bob is a person of interest that I'm also would like to know. And indeed, if your name was stolen, we will put our efforts together to make sure that you have your name, because Bob has been brandishing this name, getting everyone, every woman, every lady who comes to this show. So I think it's about time you get your name back.
Julius, why should you go for a lawyer when you can get Makiadi the judge?
No, you know, Makiadi is because we cannot go in front of a judge without a lawyer. That's the law.
But you are accusing somebody in his absence, so I don't know.
You just asked me why I changed the name, so I explained, and I said that I was waiting for my lawyer, and now today is here, so we are waiting for him so that he can we can file a case.
Julius, you still have he has the right of reply, so you haven't made any wrong. And usually the rules of right of reply is where the allegations are made, the answer should be provided at the very, very same venue and time. So you're still within your rights to make those allegations.
Yeah, but make sure you serve him, eh?
It will be served by Julia. Oh no, it will be served by Adams.
Misa, you just changed your name, by the way. Misa just changed this name like 20 minutes ago. When he came here, it was Misa from Sokoni. I don't know. Misa from Sokoni Wash. Something's from Cow Wash.
Adams, you are the same rules you said you engaged this evening. You are breaking them.
Because you said the precedents, Mr. Alex.
Okay,
okay. The rules you said you are breaking them.
We will mute you.
No, we will put them behind the curtain huko wapigane, wakimaliza tunarudisha kwa main forum. Let's go to Ed. Ed, habari ya masiku mengi sana, karibu.
Poa sana.
Tafadhali Ed, usiende after your submission. You always say good things and then you run away. We don't have question time for you. Usitoroke tafadhali.
Yeah, niko hapa. Mke wangu alikuwa anataka kuongea na mimi kidogo, but that's fine. The reason niliingia it's because Adams habari yako?
Niko poa bana. How are you?
So the reason niliingia is I think I was watching a few hours ago. I listened to Alex say that Musali alikuja US and the biggest constituency ya Kenya iko Minnesota, but I beg to differ with that. I think the biggest constituency ya Kenya iko Texas, but the most active one iko Minnesota. But a while, many years ago, wakati wa Kenya walikuwa wanakuja America, walikuwa wanapitia Jersey, and then they use that as a springboard to go to other states. So usually, don't forget kwamba kuna watu kutoka New Jersey who still feel the same way. Sakaja, niliwacha kuingilia Wajakoya because I realized he's there to play a certain role. So, and apparently he's helping Azimio, and so many people know what I was saying about him, and they chose not to talk about that because there's a role he's playing. I don't know who put him up to that role, but there's this problem of Sakaja running for Nairobi. We know kwamba hana degree. He can't prove kwamba alienda shule, and he has used the system very well, especially the legal system, to maneuver his way around. And he's actually, the only thing that he has on his side is the legal system. But we know kwamba hana degree. It makes a mockery of the entire country, of the entire system. Kwamba a guy we know very well is not qualified to run for that office. Yuko hapo hivyo and has the audacity to come and even show up for a debate. I thought he wasn't going to show up for that fact, but he showed up. A few minutes ago, kuna jamaa amekuja, nimesahau jina yake, akasema kwamba Igathe hajaoa. I don't know why that is a problem. Especially in Kenya, it's like, okay, you want to run for our office, lazima ulete mke wako msimame naye next na wewe uoneshe kwamba umeoa. Why is that even a problem? In Kenya, you can be accused of anything, and especially kwa watu wa nyumbani huko nyumbani kwa vijiji. They will believe that, especially what he said was, I mean, it's really bad kuongea juu ya mtu hivyo, because you cannot prove it. It's just like telling somebody, oh, it's like Trump was saying his hand is small or something is big, but how is he gonna prove his hand is big? You know what I mean? So accusations like that, especially when you know somebody's gonna talk or say things like that, I think they should be discouraged. And I'm pretty sure that that guy has spoken in this forum before, and you know what kind of things he says. I think because once those things go out there, you can never get them back. People will always believe. I mean, mtu akishachukua hivi, ashasikia umse yuko hivi na hivi, that's it. You can never take it back. There are people who are going to take that as gospel truth, and they're going to say it to somebody else. And watu wataanza kusema, huyu mse tunataka kumpigia kura, kumbe yuko hivi. And that is not right. Another thing is, kuna somebody who said kwamba Kenya ni system ya majambazi. See, somebody said, I think it was Mutunga, or somebody said that. Like, if you want to do anything in Kenya, there's corruption everywhere. And the main place...
he said it is a bandit economy.
Bandit economy, yeah. Like what Swahili system ya majambazi. Yeah. So if you want to do anything in Kenya, and I've been a culprit, a victim of that. I went back to Kenya. I got into some problem. There's corruption everywhere, from the police to the court system. The reason why Sakaja, the reason why SONKO, they're able to do what they're able to do right now is because they can pay. They can pay the legal system. They can pay the court, the judges, for them to get the rulings that they want. How comes a lower court can rule in favor of SONKO and then the Supreme Court rules against SONKO for the same case? And I believe that the Supreme Court ruled the right way because SONKO alikuwa impeached. But where do you weke kwa shoes za SONKO? Ameenda kwa East African Court trying to find a way of coming back and to find a way of being allowed to run. The reason why SONKO is fighting so hard, anaangalia Sakaja, no, Sakaja mwenye ana degree, mimi niko na degree, amekubaliwa kurun. Okay, I'm gonna fight this thing and try to get because SONKO is more qualified than such Sakaja to run for office, despite the fact that alikuwa impeached. Both of them shouldn't be in the picture. But the whole system is all full of corruption. I mean, if we find a way of eliminating corruption from the system, then we will actually solve that whole problem. And I don't agree with what Julia said, that we shouldn't. I mean, nimekaa America for almost 23 years easy, but I still have that core belief kwamba there are certain things we cannot just say it's okay. I don't go telling people how to live their lives, and I'm not gonna question somebody's lifestyle. But we should not just say, oh, if somebody anaishi maisha yake and they can, let's assume somebody comes out in the open and says that's what they do, then personally I believe, and I'm a Christian, that we can't do that. We can't do that. But kama ni uongo, if it's hearsay, if you believe kwamba mtu amefanya hivi, nilisikia mwingine anasema Malala sijui yukoje, sijui, I don't know if that's true. Yeah. So that is the reason why nilisikia your topic ikaniuma sana, because in the States we work with people like that. They come, they tell you, I was working with 2 patients yesterday, mmoja alikuja akaniambia, this is my husband. And you know that shocks me, but I have to pretend that I'm okay and I keep the conversation going. But in my mind I'm thinking, they are related. So, and it's okay over here. But in Kenya, when you come up with an accusation like, because Kenya is a very small country, we know each other. We know each other, honestly. You cannot come up with an accusation, especially when you cannot prove it. And you cannot come and say it on a public forum, kumwaribia mtu jina, and they cannot come up and defend themselves kwamba siko hivyo, because that's somebody's life. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Ed, for your remarks. Naona Alex kwanza nataka kuongea. Ngoja Alex niongee. You know, there's something here. You've mentioned a very important thing, and I also have been a victim of the same. We were in this seminar, and this lady comes here to introduce. She was the one who was actually giving a lecture, and she stands in front of everybody and starts to give her part of the lecture. And the first thing you know, when you're in such meetings, people try to give a little bit of their background information. So anaanza na vile familia yake iko. Wacha niongee na Kiswahili kwa sababu anaweza kuwa ananisikia sahi. Na akasema na huyo unaona hapo ndio bibi yangu, na ujue yeye pia ni hivyo hivyo. Na akasema tumeoana miezi kama 3 imeisha. Alafu sasa kila mtu akapiga makofi, kwa unajua ile wanapiganga makofi kushangilia because somebody has been married, amekuwa newlywed. Sasa mimi nilikuwa najiuliza at the back of my mind, hata mimi nitapiga makofi ni flow na room mzima ama ni nyamaza? Yeah, my conscience could not let me clap my hands, because mimi ninajua mimi mahali nimetoka, ukienda kuambia mtu story kama hii unaangaliwa ni kama
you could have done a fake clap.
No, I didn't. My conscience could not allow me to clap, So mi niliweka tu mikono chini ya meza hapo, hakuna mtu alijua kama nimepiga, but I looked on the side na nikasema kwa roho yangu, hawa watu sijui. Lakini unajua it's like your conscience is not okay with that, but there's nothing you can do, because hiyo ni life yao, that is their culture. You cannot do anything. You just stick there, listen to what they have to say, na wewe una move on. So you decide to ignore, and that's why I tried as much as possible to especially when it comes to politics, I try as much as possible to distinguish between people's personal lives, you know, maisha yao ya kando ya kijamii and all that na siasa. You might not like the way they live. You might not like the way they do other things. But when it comes to politics, you try to put a clear line between their political ideology and their family, because whatever you do after politics is up to you. No one will come to control you on the other side of life. But when it comes to politics, if we don't agree in the ideology that you represent, then we can argue over that. Who was supposed to speak next? Julia. Oh, it was Alex. Ngoja Julia, just a minute. Let me give Alex Julia 1 minute, Alex.
Wacha niongee kwa Kiswahili. Katika huu mtandao wa YouTube, ukiongea hayo maneno openly, wanafunga channel yako. Ukisema haupendi hilo, tafadhali tuache hiyo topic. Tunahitaji hii channel mpaka kura ziishe. Nawaambia ukweli, unaposema tu ukipata tu ukisema hivyo, unafungiwa. Tuache huo mjadala, tuendelee mengine. Ndio maana hata nikamwambia Bundi usileta hayo maneno hapa. Hiyo maneno YouTube yanakubalia na mkubwa wao pia ni ako hivyo. Tafadhali tuiachie tu hapo tu.
Haya, mumesikia.
Ni kweli Alex anasema kwamba hata wakati unaanzisha channel hiyo ni one of the check mark, unasema kwamba uwezi ukawa discriminate watu wa aina yoyote. Kwa hivyo lazima tusingatie hayo ameyasema.
Jamaa mmoja anaitwa President J anasema hao watu wako na interpreters, you know. You are scaring us even the more, kwa sababu tunaweza poteza channel yenye natuwekaga hapa kila siku. Lakini wacha tuachane na hiyo story. Tunaweza anza kuongea shenga hapa na hawatajua ni nini tunasema. So Ose ulikuwa unataka kusema. Oh, Julia. Lakini mmesikia tumeambiwa tuachane na hiyo story.
Yes, I just want to correct Eddie and me say, I think you mistook me. My stand, which I will not explain, may be more radical than yours, because I've been in Kenya for I think probably more years than you. But I'm on the stand of Makiadi. Let us not bring people's personal life in such a forum. It was very uncalled for to talk about somebody's personal life without even evidence. I mean, those allegations were very grievous, especially like what Alex has said on such an international forum. So, Eddie, I'm very radical. If I tell you about myself, there are so many things that I'm yet to take here. But still, I have taught myself now the fact that I'm working here. I want to be above board, and I don't want to treat people from my point of view. I want to live their personal life alone. If it does not concern me, even in the classroom, I want to live their personal life alone. So that was my point. It's not that I think it's acceptable in Kenya, no. It's just that I think that's their personal life. Even you people, that's your personal life, whom you're married to, whom you live with, is your personal business and should not be discussed here, especially when you are making allegations that you cannot substantiate. That was my point. Thank you, Makiadi.
Asante sana, Adams.
Yeah, I just want to take a different twist on the same issue. What Missy and Alex just said is true. I don't want to go there. But I think we have members of parliament who go to the National Assembly. Their main work is oversight and make laws. I think when this thing is about the society, our political behavior, whereby politicians just take the mic, they go to the podium in public, and they talk about their colleagues and others' families. They carelessly. They've done it. So many politicians, the top ones, be it deputy president, be it Babu Wino calling president, I don't know, Mtoto wa Umbwa, what. So many politicians have done this. So I think the best thing which should happen in Kenya is getting a representative, like a member of parliament who can come up with a bill, and that bill is enacted so well and furnished and is put there and is signed into law to regulate or to stop people, politicians especially, about talking about people's personal life, or rather people's families, such that if you do it, you automatically break the law and the consequences follow you. Otherwise, we will just keep talking about it. But whenever the electioneering year comes, they talk. And by the way, some of these politicians, a lot of them, talk about other people's families to gain mileage, and actually they end up being elected. A lot of politicians, me and you know them, have been elected because they rode on the way of calling, for example, Raila Odinga's family, castigating and saying so many bad things about it. But the people clap for them, and they give them votes, and they get to the to the National Assembly stuff. So I think it is just a matter about time we get a law to regulate such kind of behaviors, and it is signed. So when you do it, the precautions follow you. That is just my thinking. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Oh yes, I was just wondering aloud. I believe some of us here are nearer to God than others. This word ordination, we are saying that the DP was ordained. I thought these are sacred words, are divine languages which are reserved for people in the church. I know that some people tend to say that serving in the church is normally like a calling, and they weep a lot of emotions to get to that platform. So now, if you take let's say a politician, why don't you just maybe could use the word you have crowned him, but to talk about ordaining, that he was ordained, I think that is misusing. Personally, I think words which are normally just reserved for the for the people of God, so to say, in that class. So I don't know whether the DP now is very proud to have for it that it was used in his case. Thank you.
You know, my biggest issue here is I have always maintained my idea here. I do not actually respect politicians who try to merge their religion with politics or their religion with government. And I've said here so many times that if William Ruto thinks he's a good evangelist rather than a politician, then he should go and start a church. You know, this idea of trying to Christianize, inaitangwa namna gani? I can't even get the name that makes it look good.
Christianize.
Yeah.
The politics of Kenya. What happens to those people that don't believe in Christianity? What about our brothers who are Muslims? What about our brothers who are Hindus? I've seen that trajectory where politicians, especially in Kenya Kwanza Alliance, UDA for that particular matter, try to make the coming election about God and how close people are to God, which is not the case, because the one thing, and I'm not a preacher, and I don't want to be misquoted for being a preacher, one thing that God has given his people is he has given people freedom to choose. And that is why if Kenyan politics were based on how close people are to God, we will do like the Catholics do. We take 3 candidates. We take Alex, Jose, and Julia, tunaweka kwa room, waombe mpaka moshi itoke, alafu tuseme this is the best one. Sasa vile wanachaguanga Pope, atoke waseme this is the best one. But that is not how politics in a democracy works. You have to find votes. You have to look for votes. You have to convince people to look for to vote for you. But Kenya Kwanza has made this thing look like Raila Odinga and Martha Karua do not go to church, so they do not deserve to lead this country. Let me tell you one thing. I don't believe that if God would make Kenyans get a leader, it would be one of these leaders that we have, because God's qualities are not the qualities of man. And I don't want to start here sounding like a preacher. We have a vote. You have an ID card. You have a voter's card. That is the thing that will make somebody become elected, either as a president, a senator, governor, or MCA. Kama utapigia mtu wako kura, hata kama anaumba asubuhi mpaka jioni, anafunga hata kuwa kiongozi. So people should disengage from this habit and this attitude of trying to go and collect preachers in one corner, give them money and tell them that ordinators mtupake mafuta alafu mtusell huko kama watu ambao wanakuwa acceptable in the eyes of God. This thing is a bad thing, and it is actually making most of the people who criticize Christianity look at the whole bunch of group as jokers and trying to pull the church into their circus, and it will go on for a long time. I hope somebody slaps the soberness into their heads, because Julia, kama wewe unasema hapa you believe in Christianity, then I believe we should be the first people here to be condemning such acts.
I think the medicine will be like, you see, there are some people prophesying that Ruto will be president. The only solution here is where Ruto doesn't become president. So watu wataanza kuangalia na si mlitudanganya. You remember the days of, if you read the Bible, though, are the days of Ahab. And I think there are some other kings who brought in false prophets to prophesy for them. And then when the real prophet came and prophesied to Ahab that you're going to die, he wanted them to be killed. So we have always had false prophets. That is when in the days of, Old Testament and even now. So you don't have to be, the evidence will be when Ruto doesn't become president is when the Kenyan population again will turn and say mulitudanganya. But I think Ruto and these pastors know what they're doing. They don't even believe in what they are doing. I want to think so. They're just, it's a show. They're just trying to hoodwink the members of the public. That sisi ndio tunajua Mungu, tuko karibu sana na Mungu, na tumeona kwamba huyu ndiye kiongozi. It's a game they apply. Ruto doesn't believe in these things. Ruto doesn't think that kumwagiwa mafuta will make him president. If he believed so, then he would not be campaigning. He will just go back to his house and have his ugali and enjoy his ugali. How come he's campaigning so hard? Because he doesn't believe in these things. He just knows he's trying to drink, the religion is the opium of the mind or something or whatever, how you put it. So he knows that there are people who are so desperate in the house of God. Amjasikia wanawake wanaambiwa waache bwana zao na wanawache bwana zao na wachungaji. There's that kind of religious fanaticism. So Ruto is using that, but he doesn't believe that those so-called men of God akimwagia mafuta atakuwa president. That's why he's working so hard. So the crowds will again turn against them after 9th when Ruto doesn't become president. So me, I'm not even worried. I'm just confident here because I know the truth will come out. Yeah, I'm so confident. I'm not even let them pour on him as much oil as they can. They can take several jerry cans of oil and pour on him. It doesn't change anything.
Yeah, before I move on to the next person, Pat Robertson, the guy, he's an evangelical in the US. I know most of you know him. This guy predicted, he said the other year before the election in the US, he said that God had shown him that Trump is going to win again. And then when Trump failed to win, he actually told the Republicans to move on, that Trump is becoming too much and is becoming petty and whiny. Every time Trump called the election stolen, Pat Robertson said, you should just move on. So he turned against this guy. And the same thing that is happening to Kenya. If William Ruto is the best Christian we've ever seen, then it means Pastor Mwiro, was he called Mwiro? The other guy he was even a pastor, and people did not elect him because basically people look for other qualities that do not necessarily mean that you have to be a preacher for you to be elected into office. And most people come here and say that Ruto is very eloquent. He's an orator. My friends, I have told many people here that if oratory skills were the ones to be looked at, then PLO Lumumba would have been president even before Uhuru Kenyatta. And some of these things that people tell us every day here, these are not the quality. People want people who can change their lives. It doesn't matter how much English you can speak. PLO Lumumba was even given the head of the CEO of anti-corruption. Na ile kitu tuliona hapa alikuwa anaandamana, and he was in the group yenye walikuwa anaandamana na watu wenye wanapinga mambo ya corruption. He was the CEO, but instead of fighting corruption from the office, he was on the streets being the CEO of the Anti-Corruption Commission na anabebana na matai kwa barabara huko anaenda kunini. It's the same thing. Incompetence that is laced in English, incompetence that is laced in Christianity, and this is what Kenyans are going to suffer if. Wacha niachie hiyo hapo. Ed.
Yeah, sikuanza kuongea religion because they were talking about religion before and I wanted to say something, but I was like, religion can be very sensitive. But Ruto, I mean, you say he's the best Christian we have in Kenya. He quotes wrong verses, I mean, several times. And then you go looking for those verses, they're not even in the Bible. And then today he was ordained by preachers. You ask yourself, which preachers? They call themselves bishops. When you look back in history, bishops were Catholics. And then these guys come up with religions, register them, and then they have a following. And then the thing is, in Kenya, religion is just, for some people, is a way of making money from poor people. And they have taken advantage of that. And the fact that you have a following, people wanakuja every Sunday or Saturday, and they give you money, those people learned what type of a population we are. I mean, Kenyans, especially watu wa nyumbani, they are very trusting and they are very faithful. They tithe, hoping that tithe is gonna cause them to get blessings, which is true. I mean, if you believe, you get blessings. But I go to church on Saturday, and I mean, obviously, when I say that, you know what my religion is. I don't want to call myself a staunch Christian. I'm a Christian. I believe in the Bible, but there are some things about my own that I don't like. I mean, if somebody is sick today, I will ask some of my friends, let's go see them, and they will say, no, it's Saturday. I'm not gonna go. I'll go after this Sabbath is over. I mean, I'm like, okay. The Bible says religion was created for man, not man for. I mean, the Sabbath was created for man, not man for Sabbath. So we should use it for our own benefit. Jesus was trying to help somebody on the Sabbath, and then the people that were against him were the Sanhedrins, who are the same people when you only end up crucify people in religion. They are the worst. They are the worst. I mean, they are the worst because that is the only playground they have for them to do what they want. There are people who cannot run for an election and win, but they can run for an office in church and win. And when they get that position, then they will use it for their own self-motivations. So when you say Ruto was ordained by who? Who was there? Was it the Pope who was there? Was it the leader of the Church of England?
By bishops.
Yeah, bishops. I mean, I can call myself a bishop tomorrow. I mean, people call themselves bishop. I mean, these titles people use, reverend, bishop, and then some of them add doctor in there just to make them look big. Bishop Muiru, I know him, but those are like people that went into that for the purposes of money, and you know that. And that's what is killing religion. That's why people don't even go to church anymore. I go to church, I tithe, but when I tithe to the church. I don't tithe to the conference because I want that money to help people. I mean, I would rather go help somebody poor out there than give my money to an organization. And that's me. And you can do what you want. But I believe in helping somebody so that I see my money doing something for somebody than helping for an organization that is going to use that money. Kuna watu wamegrow kwa church, wameishi kwa church, watoto wao wamelelewa kwa church, wamechukuliwa university na kanisa, wamekuwa mapasta kwa kanisa. That's like perpetuated, and I know that. My church is a Seventh-day Adventist. We say all kind of manner of things about the Catholic Church, which I don't like because my mother's side were Catholics, and my grandmother was a staunch Catholic, and she had a very good funeral. I wish I could have a funeral like that when I die. But
just die.
But
and we shall grant your wish.
But the thing is, you say all these kind of things about other religions, and then you take your kids to the best schools we have out there, Catholic schools, the best university, Catholic schools, best hospitals, Catholics. But then you are saying all these bad things about them. And I work with this guy. He's a cardiologist. He likes talking to me. He's from Egypt. He's a Coptic Christian. He's like, Edwin, are you a Christian? I'm like, I'm a Christian. So he asked me what kind of Christian. I'm telling him, I go to church on Saturday. So, oh, you're Seventh-day Adventist? I'm like, yeah. Okay, so he starts arguing. I don't like talking about religion at work, but he likes that conversation. It's kind of dangerous at work to do that. Then he got to one time when we were having a conversation with another group of people, then he goes like, oh, you know what? You are not a real Christian. You're not going to go to heaven. You know, seriously? That's when I stopped. I told him from today, we are not going to talk about religion because if I'm not a Christian, then what about somebody else who's a Muslim to you? What do you think about them? Because I've always believed I'm a Christian. So this guy, and I take advantage, Ruto takes advantage of Kenyans. He knows it's a PR exercise for him. I don't even think he reads the Bible. That's why he quotes the wrong. And the funny thing is Kenyans have gotten to be very smart. Every time he quotes a verse every day nowadays, they go and check if it's actually existing. Because all this is PR. And Alex, please, I hope you like the Catholic Church. I hope, I mean, I don't judge people. it's everybody, nobody knows at the end of the day. You'll be surprised to find Chinese people in heaven, or you'll be surprised to find a Chinese person helping God to select people to go to heaven, because you will be judged by how much you know, but not by how much you give to church or by what religion you are in. Yeah.
Julius.
Hey, but Makeda, I've been raising my hand even before Ed, and you keep skipping me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Missy, I could not see you on the screen. I guess
I am on the screen.
After you ate, it took me
No,
a
no,
few
no, no.
minutes.
I've been here. I've been raising my hand, and Alex is my witness.
Okay, I'll give you this. Big Julius understands. Wacha nimpatie Missy basi
Lawyers
amelia.
like the idea of witness.
Yeah, Big Julius, wacha tumpatie
No.
Missy basi.
Yeah. Oh, and
Yeah.
Alex, did you want? I can see you. You said that you want to put your daughter to bed. I can for sure understand and give you that.
Yeah. She's been telling me that, I want to go to bed. And I said, there's something I wanted to know from Ed first before I go. That's why I told him to stay. And thank you for that, Miss Ed. I'm asking this from a perspective, and I thank God for this panel. Actually, I've learned more. Had it not been for this panel, the misconception I had about Kikuyus was much. I'm not gonna lie to you. I just had a misconception about Kikuyus, and I never liked them politically. But with talking with Wakina Njiru, Wakina Julia, I've come to know that, what is happening. But and on a professional point of view, we have teachers, we have lawyers, we have professors like Kuseo, and some analysts like Adams at professions out, but they seem to be like space engineers, and we respect that. I want to ask Ed, because it comes from the psychology. I know you say,
Alex, Adams's profession is testing the weed for Wajakoya, so you're not very far from this.
Okay, he said that. He said they were okay. But that's an allegation, though. So, Ed, my question is, 2015 there to 2020, the man Alai was busy abusing Raila to a point that he was given a medal in the State House. He abused the family of Raila, he abused Raila, he abused the kids, he abused everything and anything that was close to Raila. Not on a political level, it was too personal. All of a sudden, he made a change and a turn. And I was afraid that this man being given an ODM ticket, even for wherever he's vying for, he did not pass that moral standard ambayo you can say this person has worked for. Today, again, we see what he's doing, to a point Baba was shouting, "A lie!" And he was not even listening. Okay? What is your prediction of such leaders in the community? Do you think that in the future,
we should be very careful on how we choose leaders, not because they masquerade to be bloggers and their prominence comes out of blogging, because now we can almost see the pattern, and that is the next thing I'm asking. Do you think Ali can be a good MCA or is going to be a hooligan?
He will be bought on day one.
So I think Alex, you think I'm a psychiatrist? I'm not a psychiatrist. I did psychology. I did a PhD in psychology, and I taught psychology for 5 years, and I'm a family medicine doctor in Scranton. But I can answer for you that I think they are tolerating him because of likely the influence he has, but they're not gonna trust him because there's not. I mean, you cannot trust somebody like Ali. The same thing with Bob Owino. I mean, do you think Kenyatta, he abused Kenyatta personal stuff, and they're shaking hands, they're friends now. But do you think Kenyatta will trust Bob Owino? No. But those are I mean, it's like a friendship of convenience. When the time is right, you're gonna be my friend. But when time is not right, I'm also gonna be against you. Tomorrow, who knows what Ali is gonna do? He's probably gonna be against. He's gonna be against Raila again. Same thing with the guy that is in Canada. What's his name?
Miguna.
Miguna. Yeah.
Mise, just ask Mise. Mise knows.
Council Miguna, Senior Council Miguna.
Yeah, Miguna is. I mean, he's been back and forth in a relationship in terms of him and Raila. Do you think Raila will trust him anymore? All the stuff he has said? No. I mean, you earn your trust, and I think for Ali, I don't even think you can trust him. I mean, he says a lot of influential things. He says a lot of things that come out to be true, but he also doesn't know when to shut up. And the problem with him is, at the end of the day, he's very lucky that we are in Kenya, whereby okay, this is politics. You're my friend today, my enemy tomorrow, and it goes like that. It's not like that everywhere. I mean, people have principles out here, but in Kenya, it's a friendship of convenience depending with time, and I think that's what he's playing with, and he's taking advantage of that. So sometimes I kind of look to buy a laugh the next day because he's helping you. You're his best friend, and that's where I think we go wrong. Yeah, and I don't know whether he's gonna be a good MC. I cannot tell that for sure. So
I think on the issue of Ali, I have my own reservations with Ali, and the show, whatever show they displayed today was such an embarrassment, especially in front of Raila Odinga. I heard Raila Odinga screaming his name, and when I looked, I saw him trying to pull Sifuna's shirt. I think it was such a big embarrassment, and I think sometimes Raila Odinga should also. I don't know. I just don't want to judge what people do, but these are the kind of people you should let them do their own campaigns at their own times. Sometimes you tag along people like Ali who are known to be crooks. There's another day he also came out of his vehicle with the rungu, and in full display of the camera, he wanted to strike this musician guy who always keeps on
Ringtone Apoko. Actually,
yeah.
strike Ringtone. I actually hit him with a rungu.
But Ringtone is like him. They're all crooks. A crook met a crook.
No, yeah, but Adams, you can't say that for Ali. Ali, if you want to seek a higher office, he had already declared, for heaven's sake, that he's vying not only an MCA seat, he wanted to be an MP for Nyando. Your MP. Is that how he was going to hit you with rungus?
Not my MP.
No, you are MP. Accept you come from there.
Come on.
Okay, Julius.
Sorry, Julius. I gave my time.
No, Mise. Now you are taking over the moderators, whatever role of the debate. I gave you.
Sorry, I was bringing to your attention.
I know. I gave you a couple of minutes. Nice. You passed it to Alex. Then you want to take it back. Let me give Julius first, and then I'll come to you.
I just wanted to bring to your attention because I'm gonna lose what I wanted to say. Please, Julius, bear with me.
No. Hold on, Mise.
If you don't mind.
No, Mise, hold on.
It's okay.
Let Julius speak.
Mr. will be short.
Okay, sawa Ed. Asante sana, tutaonana.
Mr. I will not take long.
You see, I wanted to ask Ed questions, and you just let him go because he said
I
certain
did not
things
know
that
you're
I wanted
asking
to
Ed. I did not
I
know
did.
you're asking Ed. Sorry for that. I thought you just wanted to contribute anyway.
No. It's not you actually. It's Makiadi.
Sorry for that, Makiadi. You know, I want to talk a little bit about anointing. I'm also a church goer. I go on Saturday. I worship on Saturday, though I'm not a Seventh-day Adventist, but I worship on Saturday. And, you know, that is a very strong word in a church, a very, very strong, powerful word. And so for someone to be anointed, you know, you have to be, there is a process. But you see, in Kenya now, mtu anafungua nyumba ya mabati hapo, kesho yeye ni bishop. Anajianoint kuwa bishop. So that bishop anakuja kuanoint another bishop anaitwa Ruto. I mean, so if you see the whole channel, how did that pastor who anointed Ruto became a bishop? How did he become a bishop? You know, now if the problem in Kenya now, currently Christianity in Kenya is going to a very wrong way. It's now one kind of business. And the other day, kuna wakati nilikuwa nimeenda mahali inaitwa South Korea. My friend, Kenya imekuwa kama South Korea, because South Korea every street kuna kanisa. Every street, yani like see that street, after one building unapata ni kanisa. After one building ni kanisa. So Kenya is adapting that kind of Christianity, which I think is wrong. The government have to do something, because wengi, they are not real churches, but it's business. And what I was saying, the book of Romans actually tells us the quality of a person who should be a bishop. And the quality of a person who should qualify to be a bishop should be someone who, number one, mtu ambaye hapendi pesa. So ukijaribu kuangalia sasa kama hao walikuwa na anoint Ruto yesterday, obviously they were paid. Like, leave alone even that one. Jews, like, I think it was last week, in the church, there was a very big screen advertising Ruto in the church, in the altar. And you see, in the church, actually, the altar is a holy place. Actually, in my church, even believers cannot step on the altar. Only anointed person, that means a pastor or bishop, is the only person who can step on the altar. So I'm sorry I just want to give you a brief about the church, because we are misusing a church. And I think the Kenyan biggest problem we have is that unaona juzi vile mama Aida alisema, kwa sababu unajua hii kanisa wamefanya kuwa biashara. So many people, mtu akifungua kanisa bishop, they are not even registered. There is no way that the government will understand who is, because, like, for example, kanisa lazima we registered na ijulikane. You have to forward the members of your church, you know. So they are not registered. It's just like a cult, because if they do something wrong, like kama ule wa Mombasa alikuwa anakunywisha watu damu ya nyoka, South Africa, sorry, you see, they are spoiling the name of Christianity. And a Christian, the Bible says, number one, Ruto and the rest, they are doing a very big mistake, because there is no one who has the powers of judging anyone. That's what the Bible says. Mimi sahi hata kama nikikuona wewe ni I cannot judge you, because that's not my capacity as a person to judge you. There is only one person who has the powers of judging people. That's Jesus Christ himself, nobody else. Not even the angels has that powers. So when someone says that kina Raila, kina Martha Karua si ati wa Kristo, anajuaje si wa Kristo? 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 Anajuaje si wa Because being a Christian doesn't mean you go to the church, you donate a big amount of money. You remember there is one time that when Jesus was preaching, and there is someone complained to him that my brother is not even giving me my the share of my shares. And Jesus, what did Jesus tell that person? Aliwaambia wacha wa dunia wang'ang'ana na vitu za dunia. So it doesn't matter how much you give in the church. Those donations, they will not take you to heaven. Hata kama utatoa shamba yako yote, it will not take you to heaven. So we don't, I think it's a high time that Kenyan people understand the true Christianity. The true Christianity is to worship Jesus Christ himself and believe in Jesus Christ himself, because he's the only God. There's no any other name. That's what the Bible says. Makiadi, I'm sorry, I'm not preaching. Because we are talking about this topic because the word they use that Ruto was anointed, it's number one, I can say that was exactly ilikuwa ni makosa, because hakuna vile una-anoint mtu. Una-anoint mtu how? I mean, una-anoint kuwa mchungaji, ama alianointiwa kuwa pastor, ama alianointiwa kuwa bishop. You know, because anointment of kumwagiwa mafuta, that means to be anointed. Na huyu ambaye alianointiwa na nani? That's another question. So at times, if vitu kama hizo za kina Ruto kuwa anointed na kusema they are very good Christians, it's even written in the Bible. The Pharisees walikuwa wanaendaka kona ya building, wanaenda kuimba na sauti kubwa, so that they will be seen as good Christians, that better than anybody else. But I mean, Christianity is not about the show off. Christianity is about faith from the heart for individuals. Sasa mimi kama mimi binafsi yangu mimi najijua mwenyewe. So and there is unajua sasa Makiadi, Christianity is very deep. Sometimes people take it just like that, at ukiamua kusema ati I'm a Christian, you are Christian, you are saved. I'm saved, I'm a born again. How does the Bible says about Christianity? John 3:5. Unless one is born of water and the Spirit, cannot inherit the kingdom of God. So anyway, let me not, because the Bible is very deep and difficult. But one thing I want Makiadi to emphasize here: Christianity, we are not, as a Christian, you don't have that powers of judging anybody else. Siwezi kusema ati Makiadi wewe unapenda rumba sana, wewe si Mkristo. Hapana, because I don't know you. Hata kama nakujua nje nikikuona physically, but sikujui ndani ya moyo wako. Only Jesus Christ knows inside you. So that's what we have to remember all the time. Thank you, Makiadi.
Julia, umesikia hiyo statement? Usione ninapenda rumba ukafikiria mimi si Mkristo.
Yeah, Julius, I agree with you. I agree with you. Unajua, there are Kenyans who will be surprised to see Muslims in heaven.
You know, I don't want to go that. Most people judge you. Most people judge others by what they see. But I think that's why we have this fight between who in Kenya is more Christian than the other, because watu wanataka kuonyesha Ukristo. You want to show Ukristo. I heard William Ruto saying
lakini Makiadi, unajua shida moja ya Ruto, huyu Ukristo yake inakuaga central, like wagi mahali ingine inakuaga central, lakiwa central ndiye anakuaga Mkristo. Akienda akia Rift Valley, hujasikia hata ushaiona akiwa mchango Rift Valley.
Yeah, I know he said that in Kenya there's no politician who has contributed in building churches more than him. And also he said he's going to make sure that when he becomes the president, that no church is going to be closed. The same thing he said about Muslims. He said that he has built more madrasa and more mosques than any politicians to ever exist in the Republic of Kenya. That is why I'm saying, if this guy wants to be a philanthropist, aende afanye hiyo kazi ya philanthropy, because that does not make somebody more qualified to be a president than the other. Mise, umekuwa ukinipiga kila wakati hapa na nini, na sasa this is your time na uongee, usipatie mtu.
Yeah, thank you Makiadi. I was almost going to the streets na Wajakoya tutingishe miti tuimbe haki yetu. But I am listening to you, both of you, in line with religion and Christianity. And I am hearing a lot of contradiction from both of you. You are only saying that there are other people who are Christians, and you're even doubting the Christianity of Ruto. But you're saying you're not judging at the same time, but while you are still judging Ruto. So I think in terms of ordaining, every church or every denomination have their way of ordaining. Aid left the ordination of the way people are ordained in Seventh-day Adventist Church is slightly maybe different than the other churches. But I don't want to dwell on religion. Religion, Makiadi, I think you were one way when you were talking about religion. Where your right stops, my rights picks up from there. And the rights in the Constitution have been made in a way to correlate with one another. For example, you were mentioning about the Muslim. We have seen politicians, both Raila, Amolo, and you should also be outright about this. When Raila Amolo goes to coast, he goes to and dines with the people of coast and dresses like them and behaves like them to identify with them. And I'm not questioning this. I'm not questioning Raila, but I'm just trying to emphasize that religion is a very dicey. And you're also ignoring the fact that religion shapes our community to be better, to bring good citizenry in our community, because through religion, people become good and law-abiding citizens. So we cannot kick out religion. When you become a politician, your right to worship or to identify or affiliate yourself with religion is not suspended, and vice versa. And so the right of a Muslim does not infringe the right of a Christian, because those safe spaces have been created. I think we should be clear about that. And there is also something that we talked about, same-sex. You know, when John McCain, the late John McCain, when somebody was attacking Obama as a terrorist, as a Muslim, I remember John McCain said that no, and described Obama as a man who embraces family values. He's married, he has 2 daughters, and so on. The reason for that, there are certain, again, like I said, there are certain things that come to the position. Take, for example, when Uhuru Kenyatta was interviewed, and even when President Obama came to Kenya and spoke about the issues of LGBTQ, Uhuru was very categorical on those issues, because he understood the nature of those and the position of our laws in relation to those issues. So taking a position is not bad. And Julia, I did not misunderstand you. I did understand you. But again, family values are very important, especially to members of the public. And you have said in terms of privacy. May I remind you that when you become a member of the public, your privacy stops being private and becomes a public interest, and becomes public and can be questioned. And that's why most politicians cannot even sue other people because of, and I remember, Adam, you were asking that we should have laws that protect people from that. We do have laws. Cap 36 of Kenyan laws talks about libel, defamatory, and slandering. But the threshold is very high to go to sue someone on those grounds. So those laws are there. It's just that how many people are you going to sue what is your reputation? Are you going to be known as someone, as a leader who sues everyone who criticizes you, whether right or not? Because that's why as leaders you are told, mengine una meza, mengine you give it a blind eye. I asked for, like I always say, nilitafuta kura, and people dig into your dirty secrets, and people get those dirty secrets, and they're very good. Kenyans are very good in investigating. So let us not forget that. And also, Adams, in terms of the East African Court, the East African Court, I think it has a jurisdiction, and that jurisdiction and the mandate on what they should prosecute is well spelled out. I don't think they have mandate over the Supreme Court of the Supreme Court of Kenya, but they do have what is called JR. They can do like a judicial review, and in a judicial review, the findings are where you erred on law, and what they can do, they cannot make a ruling. They cannot make a ruling. They can only recommend on the application and on the application of the law, and that is why maybe if SONKO feels that he is aggrieved, the work of the East African Court is not to overturn the ruling, but they can point out at the process called judicial review. They can point out where the Supreme Court erred in law, and that helps the judge or helps SONKO to appeal on those grounds or on those laws that were erred. And I think lastly, when I listened to the fight between Edwin Sifuna and Robert Alai, I think I heard Baba screaming very many times, like you said, Robert, and I think it was Julius. He screamed Alai. He didn't call Sifuna. And I kept wondering. It appeared to me that Baba expected Alai to be the bigger boy or the bigger person to handle that matter than Sifuna. And you have also realized that even when you come out here and criticize these leaders, they also know how they can use your influence. Otherwise, if Alai was not abusing Baba, if Alai was not writing all this nasty stuff that he wrote in the past and said in the past, maybe it would not be visible in the public line. And now that he's there, now he's getting his entry. That is the same thing Babu Owino did. But the other day you see Babu Owino going back to Uhuru, and Uhuru was laughing, because it's a game. You and me, we become permanent enemies, but the politicians, they don't become permanent enemies. So I think Alai and Sifuna humiliated Baba, and Baba shouted many times, which actually can taint his command in terms of the brigade that he had. As soon as Baba called once or twice, Alai and Sifuna should have stopped, because the commander of the entire Azimio team has said that really tainted even the ability of Baba taming the boys, all the big boys, like we call them. And this should not happen. And this should even warrant their, a discipline should be given to them, because Nairobi is not going to elect thugs to the legislative assemblies, but we want people with sanity, integrity, and we should go back to the public domain, the social media, extract all those things that Alai said, all those things that have been done, and question them and compare them with Chapter 6 of the Constitution and find out whether they meet the threshold of integrity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Before I give, I know Njiru wants to speak and Alex has a question, but I want to ask you something. You brought here a very important issue of family values, Mr. I know sometimes you've tried to swing here like a pendulum, like I say, in terms of your support for Azimio and Kenya Kwanza Alliance. If you were to be asked today between Raila Odinga and William Ruto, on the issue of family values, who would you vote for?
I think that is I think I don't swing. I kind of try to look at things from how they make sense to me. But that question, I would not, in terms of family values, I don't think how I can weigh that, because when I look at William Ruto, I see him as a family man, and indeed he is. He has a son, he has a daughter who have done very well, and we've not seen them in the public as nuisance. And same as Raila Amola Odinga. So those values, family values, at the family level, it is not something that you can compare the two. I think they are good men, honorable men, good fathers who really love their families, and none is greater than the other, but they all embody family values. I'm not comparing national values and family values. I think they are both great fathers who have shown nothing but love in their family. If you look at Rosemary Odinga, you will see that Raila admires the daughter so much, and so is William Ruto. And you can see they love their wives in the public. I don't know what happens in the darkness.
Missy, you've scattered around my question, so you've not given me an answer, but I'll let that one go. Njiru, do you want to do a submission right now, or give Adams 1 minute to ask a question, then you come in?
Okay, Adam can ask a question.
Okay, let's do this. Adams 1 minute, just 1 minute, one question. Alex 1 minute, one question, and then we move to Njiru. I can see Christine is here too.
Yes, but my question, Makiadi, is just direct question to my friend Misa. I just want to ask you the same question that Makiadi just asked you, because you took 3 minutes, you did not answer. Misa, in terms of family values, Raila Odinga and Ruto, whom will you vote for? Please answer.
I'm sure you. I don't know which answer you want, but I've already given
Hold
my
on,
answer.
Mise. Alex 1 minute, alafu tukuje kwa Mise ajibu hiyo maswali, then we can move forward.
No, I think Misa really confused me. Misa says that when you become a politician, you become public. And I agree with him. Now, Misa, my question is, so judgment is not public? Isn't judgment not included in that?
And I guess that was the basis of my argument, that you are judged by the public court. So it's inevitable.
So you said we are judging, then you accused us for judging Ruto. You are judging Ruto, that's how you started.
I said you contradicted yourself by arguing that Ruto is the only one who poses to be a Christian. We've seen every other politician in churches, in religious institutions, talking to Christians and appealing to Christians. And we all know that you cannot underestimate the religion in our country. And
but Mr. The topic is there. Mr. The topic is there. Ruto is being anointed as a king. I think we are talking in reference to what happened today. Which other leader in Kenya has ever been anointed a king in the church? That was the point of reference.
And to add on, Mise, I don't know if you are aware that it is Gachagua who is on record saying that this coming election, Kenyans have a candidate, a Christian candidate, a person who is running for office as a Christian. I don't know if you've heard that statement before, because we are not here just making statements out of no evidence. We have William Ruto's deputy president saying that Christians this time have a choice because they have a candidate on the ballot. So we are not accusing William Ruto of trying to portray himself as a Christian. They have said it themselves.
And I totally agree with what you're saying. And William Ruto has been in CU for very many years, and you also would appreciate that Raila Odinga has been a victim for very many years in the mountain. He has always been painted as a man who believes in devil worshipping, a man who is a witchcraft, and this is a narrative many people in the age between the age of 85 or 80 who were born in 1980 going onwards grew up knowing. And so to demystify that, it has taken Raila Amolo Odinga quite a lot of time to do that. But also when Gachagua says that it is the first time that we're going to have Christian, nobody has, I mean, he doesn't have monopoly of Christianity. And neither did he say nobody else can come and say even Raila is a Christian. For me, it's not what I think I can agree with Alex is that ordaining, and this is what I was talking about ordaining. If you look at ordaining Seventh-day Adventist Church, you have to be ordained to be a leader, and ordaining is done once in a lifetime. And so this church also, we would appreciate that the church are now have been monetized, and for very many reasons they are now propelling the agenda of making money vis-a-vis bringing sanity and religion for people to know and pray for people to have wisdom to choose leaders that can propel our country to a better direction. So let us not blame William Ruto, let us blame those people, but there are many people also who believe in those religious leaders, and they follow what they have been told.
Okay, Miss, I want to give Njiru a chance to make his submission, because I've heard a lot of people in your statement. I don't know who you are saying you are referring to when you say let us blame those people. I don't know if you're referring to Ruto, Gachagua, or who. You've said let us blame those people because these people, I don't know who you're talking about, Miss. I lost track. But I can see a lot of contradiction in what you're saying. The fact is that William Ruto has portrayed himself as the Christian in this coming election. The rest of the people running for election, presidential election, are just copycats. There are people who are acting just to win votes. That is what William Ruto and Gachagua portrayed the other candidates, and that is why we are saying here, as much as you want us to blame the church and the leaders of the church for having been bought, which we don't have any evidence, what we're telling you is this: we are trying to demystify the fact that elections have to be won on the on terms of how much Christianity is in you, like it is being done this coming election. That is what we are saying. And if William Ruto portrays himself as more Christian than Raila Odinga, then the best thing for him to do is go and start his own church. That has always been my point of argument. The same thing, branding. Like no, it's not branding. This is not a church. Election is not a church activity. That is what we want to separate. We want to separate, like the Constitution. Me say you are a lawyer. You know very well the church and the state, the religion and state are very separate things. They are distinct, and even the Constitution says that religion and state should be separated at the most peripheral. You know very well. Even if you shake your head, you know that it is in the Constitution. We cannot go ahead and start reading all that, but you know that.
And Makiadi, you know what Gachagua said is not true, because Ruto will not be the first Christian, even if in that case Moi was a Christian too.
Let me give Njiru a chance first of all. Njiru, chukua dakika tatu, naona Christina kwa hapo. Black, unajua tunafunga show, lakini sawa tu, juu umeingia, sijui umeingilia mlango gani.
Mmekuja tu kurespond tu swali.
Haya, kaa hapo utarespond. Njiru, dakika tatu, alafu tuende Christine, tukaribie. Naona Ndemba leo ni kama hajapata nafasi.
Okay, sawa. Thank you Bwana Richard Makiandi. I greet everyone. You know, we come here to discuss our political scenario. So in the interest of time, I usually like speaking direct. I don't like beating around the bush. And in the interest of time, I want to address this issue of the church. Hiyo mambo ingine nitaacha. First of all, I want to confirm even to people like Black here and the others, even with this event, Ruto is losing this election. So this event is not changing anything. Let's be clear on that point. Number two, let me tell you, whatever you saw today is the greatest danger in our religious faith. It is the greatest danger. Why? Because we are having pastors, we are having bishops who will be pocketed and they cannot call out on problems. If like, for example, we have issues in our government and the church is behaving the way it is behaving with Ruto even anointing him. Let's say Mr. Ruto finances bad things in the country. Let's say Ruto goes nuts. How can these pastors call him? We know Mr. Ruto has character issues. We know Mr. Ruto has so many issues, which he has. We know it here. I don't want to mention them here. I want to first of all ask myself, what was the qualification or what was the methodology of identifying him as somebody to be anointed? And what placed him to that closeness of being anointed is a question I'm asking. Why? Two things come out clear here. Number one, the Kenyan church is mixing itself. And whatever is happening in Kenya now, I would not say it is the whole of the church. Most of the pastors who are there, the bishops, I know they come from the Mount Kenya region, but there is a problem here. And these are some of the events which even happened in Europe in 30s and 50s. And the percentage of Christianity started dropping so fast to the extent right now we have people who do not believe in Christianity and the population keeps on falling. And if the religious society of Kenya continue behaving the way they are behaving, we are going to have a scenario where the percentage of Christianity in Kenya is going to drop from 83% to 55% or even less. It is going to happen that way within the foreseeable future of less than 20 years. I have read some books, and also I've also been trying to do some research in that area. The religious values in Kenya, they are under attack. And some of the people who are attacking the religious values in Kenya, they are people like Ruto, they are people like Kanyari, and the rest. They're the people who are making, they are now turning people to become more private Christians than public Christians, whereby people feel they need to be Christians, but they don't want to go into church altars. They feel as if they are going, when they go to the church altar, they are getting defiled more. So we are now having an increase of people who want to practice religion in private, other than practicing it in public domain. I don't want to go into the extent of that. So what I want to tell Kenyans here is that the event which happened today does not make Ruto a leader. They can pour a whole bucket of anointing oil to Ruto. But first of all, there are some issues which Ruto has not solved. We know that we have the Kiambaa issues, which he has not even asked for forgiveness. If he is going to be anointed publicly, I expect him to ask for even forgiveness publicly. We are aware Muteshi died. He has not even asked for forgiveness from the family of Muteshi. It is a concluded case. So what I'm trying to say is that we are in an avenue where we are misusing Christianity. And I hope Christians can be able to see with their right two eyes and see the amount of attack into our religion. Because I do not see the reason which can make the Christian leaders to politicize the church to the extent that they are saying they are anointing Ruto to become the next leader. They are anointing him on whose behalf? That is what I'm asking.
Did they do a poll to know that Ruto is the person who people want? So I'm asking myself, whose voice are these Christian pastors and bishops responding to? Because I know even Mr. Odinga himself, he has a big religion following him, but he is not going to go to the extent of those suckers and pretend that he wants to be anointed so that he can blindfold our Christians. Mr. Ruto, allow Christians respond on this election without confusing them. The idea of going to Nyayo Stadium and putting cameras there, you are confusing Christians. You are blindfolding us. You want us to respond on emotion. You want us to create sympathy. You want to show us how Christian you are more than others, and it was wrong. It is against our moral fabric. It is pretense, and it is immoral. What you are doing, you are making people. It is like pickpocketing people. And I want to tell any Christian who is here, please don't look at that clip. It was a fake person pretending to be religious, and you will regret choosing Mr. Ruto as the next president of Kenya. Thank you.
Aya, Christine, ngoja Black, dakika moja.
Habari zenyu wote. I'm sorry nimeingia late, but nilibidi tu niingie. I had a busy day. So I just want to contribute about Ruto and whatever Pastor Muiru did today. For me, I know a lot has been said, but I remember what captured my attention, and I wondered why did Ruto fall into this trap that he started himself when he mentioned a while ago that Atwoli ni mtu wa manyororo kwa shingo. You know, Atwoli puts on his rosary, and Ruto called that manyororo mingi kwa shingo. So today I also saw Ruto akiwekewa nyororo kwa shingo. So I expected him to rise above that. And I just want to say that Christianity, even biblically, we are told you'll know them by the fruits that they bear. So me coming to you here the other day, I was surprised. Themba, Father Danny, they all believe that I take alcohol just because of the way I talk. So sometime in public, we present ourselves to be so nice. We say all the nice things, but what fruits do people see coming from us? Just the same way you are seducing a lady. If you'll be meeting in hotels once in every 2 months, how will you know that lady? Because I'll put my best character, you know? So, and with Ruto, we can say there are some bad fruits that we've seen coming from him. Even today, he was anointed, but tomorrow, believe me, he's gonna start throwing insults. The insults that Ruto throws around are not good things. Remember, right now we have internet and everything. An example, let me say the recent one he quoted about Eugene being a woman. Fine. Some of us did not take it at the face value. We started judging Eugene. Could Eugene be this way, that way? You know, it's none of our business. But now that thought came to our mind. And you see again today the way Bundi came here. I think it's Bundi starting to talk things about Igade, which are not good and fair. And Misa, you mentioned something about family value in somebody. And you said Raila, Ruto, they have family. We've seen their children, now scandals with their children. That means that they are good parents with good moral characters and values. But Misa, unfortunately for you, I didn't want to share this, but I work with, I'm a CPS work. I work with the Department of Children and Family Services. Believe you me, say I've seen good parents. You go to their homes, you talk to the children, you talk to the parents. They have all the things you'd want in a parent. But because of internet and many things, children just become children. They just become who they are. They get influences from internet, from peer. Do you want to tell me those are parents that have lost it? No. Secondly, when Martha Karua was appointed as Raila's deputy, people said a lot of nonsense. Oh, she's single. We want to see her husband. We want to know what happened between her and her husband. But despite everything right now, we've embraced her, not because she's single, not because she doesn't have a husband, but what have we seen in Martha Karua? We've seen the fruits. We know Martha. We can say A, B, C, D about Martha. But when we hear about Ruto, room 350, Ruto, I told you, I know of even the Abi child. It's a true testimony. My child was with Ruto's daughter in the same school. I can confirm that to you. So to us, those are not good moral family values in a man. You know, our constitution allows you to have 3-4 women. If you want 3-4 women, it's allowed. But when you hear you have room 350, another child comes in, and many more that, you know, we cannot confirm or deny, but I can confirm about that one. So, and when we hear about Ruto again, as a Christian, we are not supposed to bash other people. Stick to your faith, stick to your lane. Who are we to judge? Who are we to see other specks in other people's eyes and we don't see the log in our eyes? Ruto keeps calling Raila names. Ule mtu wa mganga, ule mtu wa mganga. It is so painful. Me, I know, I've seen Raila going to church. He doesn't broadcast about it. That is your secret with God, you know? So the fact that Raila does not come all the time about church, does not mean that Raila is not a Christian, you know? It's only God who can judge with all fairness. But if we go by the fruits, I think Ruto's fruits, I can testify a few of them, they are not good, Mise. Thank you.
Haya, Black, uliza swali yako before nipatie Ndemba.
No, I mean, kwanza mjambo wote ambao kwenye panel na watu wote ambao wanatuangalia popote pale mlipo. Kama kawaida, kazi ni kazi. Now, it is very sad to see panelists trying to show their judgment in Ruto's appearance at the stadium for the prayers. The Bible says, I'm sorry for those that are not Christians, pengine itakuwa ngumu kurelate, nitaongea tu kwa ufupi tu. The Bible says, let he who has no sin be the first to cast the first stone. Who amongst you here in the panel is sinless? Raise your hands. None of you. Big lie. None of you is sinless. So what gives you the moral authority? What gives you the moral authority?
Hold on, Black,
to sit down? No, let me speak. Okay, it's my time.
Hold on.
Who gives you the moral authority?
It's your time, but I'm the moderator here.
It's a rhetorical question. It's a
hold
rhetorical
on.
question.
Hold on.
It's a rhetorical.
Hold on,
Tell
Black.
me.
Ngoja.
Okay, same.
You are accusing us of the same thing that you're doing.
Because listen, it was a rhetorical question because I was supposed to continue speaking. But anyway, if you feel like answering, raise your hands. He who has no sin. For the sake of answering, now that you want to answer. So you want to tell me, Makiadi, Julia, and Christina Adika, you have no sin at all.
Black,
okay,
I live the life of David. I'm always on my knees. David won God's heart because he knew the secret, always on my knees. So I live the life of David.
Very good. So when you go on your knees, you're forgiven. So what is wrong with the fact that DP Ruto went to on his knees today, so that he too could be forgiven?
Can I answer you,
So
Black?
what makes your sins? No, don't answer me. So what makes it that only you, when you go to your knees, you can be forgiven, and he is not able to be forgiven?
He went
Let's
public,
not be going.
seek for forgiveness in public. I do it privately, Black. That's the difference.
Does the Bible say anywhere that it should be private or public? It just says, well, come on.
Do your prayers in your room in a private place. It is.
There's nowhere it is mentioned. There's nowhere it is mentioned that you should do it in a room anywhere. Point is this. I don't want to drag the story long.
Hold on, Black. Wacha nikupatie nafasi umalize submission. Usiulize swali ambao unataka.
So ndo nasema hakuna mahali ambapo inasema that it should be done in a public or a private place or a particular place. Point is this: we all know that we have all fallen short of God's glory at one point or another. As to why people are relating his choice to go there to be prayed for with his presidential ambitions, kiasi cha kuwa mnaweza kumjaji ati yeye alikuwa anataka kuonyesha yeye ni Mkristo zaidi. Come on. You could even see the way he was dressed there and the way that he was dressed after that particular prayer meeting was different. He did not go there in the UDA colors. It's only after the prayers he went out and in UDA colors. It's during this week tumeona vitu ngapi mablunders ambazo zimefanyika, mkasema sijui aliongea vibaya na nini na nini. What is wrong for him to have gone there to be prayed for, to be cleansed of those mistakes that he may have done? Let's just not politicize each and everything that we see, especially when it comes to religion. I would ask Njiru the same thing. When Raila went to the Akorinos and they anointed him, does that make Raila the best Akorino? Yeah? Is Raila the best Akorino? They prayed for him and anointed him. Akiwa na matakarua. Did that make him? Did he try to portray that he's the best Akorino? No.
Can I say something in 15 seconds?
Don't say, wait, I finish, then you speak. Because when you speak, nitakatwa through. Wacha namalizia. After hapo akaenda wale ndugu zetu wale wakatunguluka wale wa ngoma, I don't know how to call them. Wanaotembeanga na ngoma. He was also anointed there, hata akavaa paka uniform yao, akavaa zile nguo zao za white. Wale katunguluka. Lejo Maria, yes. He also went to the Lejo Maria. Akavaa paka zile nguo na kile kilemba. He was also prayed for there and anointed there. So what are you telling us? What are you trying to tell us? Come on. Let's move forward from that. He simply went there to be prayed for just like any other Kenyan. Since his life, he lives a public life. He's a public servant. What he did was there just because kila kitu anachofanya, it belongs to the public at this point right now. Right? So what is wrong? I don't see anything wrong. So let's try to disassociate these things. Hata Raila alipokwenda kwa Lejo Maria, you never saw us talking because we respected that fact that as a Christian, it was his right, within his right, you cannot judge him. And that's why we did not judge him. Alipokwenda kwa wale kwa nini kwa retonani hawa Akorino, we did not judge him. We did not even bring that topic here. Because we do believe that as Christians, we should not judge anyone else's religion. Because we ourselves, we are not sinless. It's only God to do so. So why is it are you people so quick to open your tongues? I mean, to just unleash, come on. Let's think beyond that. So I'll just leave it at that. Nanjiru, naweza pia kuambia, just so you know, the kiamas that were there for Raila, the kiama is divided into two splitter groups. There's one that is headed by Kungu that has around 1,200 elders, and the one that was with Raila was the splitter group that is headed that only has 105 elders. I could also as well and say that okay, wale wenye walikwenda anoint eneo Raila are not the legitimate one, because yes, they are not. There's even a case in court by the by Kungu from the other kiama of the 1,200 elders. For those elders, the 105 elders that went to Kikuyu elders that went to anoint Raila, kwamba they are not the legitimate ones. Walichukua certificate ambao si yao. But we are not going there. So acha tuikatie tu hapo. Unless you have any question, ask, I answer before I go.
You cannot throw a bombshell alafu unatuambia ask a question before I go. Kaa hapo kwanza. Ngoja.
Uliza.
Ngoja. Mbemba karibu.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Paul Makiadi. I passed the thought and function. Nikachelewa kidogo, but now again. I only want to, for being sensitive to every other person. I want to pass everything else that people have talked about and just respond to Black. And Black, I understand, and I can imagine where you're coming from. While I acknowledge what you're saying, I also don't find it what you're telling the other people not to do is also what you're doing. You know, you're telling us not to comment on Ruto's apparent religiosity towards the political season. And when you say that he's not politicizing and it is a political season, then I'm left to wonder what is all that drama with going to be prayed for at the Uhuru Stadium. I have no problem with anyone's religiosity. In fact, I consider faith very personal, and I consider it very, very individual. Right now is that time, because I mean, faith and religion is as old as a human being. So I cannot condemn the choice of one to practice their faith. Kenya is a secular state, and everyone has a freedom to practice it as long as they are within the law. So the deputy president is within his right to seek whatever spiritual intervention he deems fit, and he thinks can make him rise to power. The fact that he was anointed as a king by the select religions, the purpose for debate is that we are just opening different perspectives of looking at it. Now, there are those who will, like Njiru and others, will view it as not significant. Yourself, on the other hand, you probably just give an argument that will support it. It doesn't mean that Njiru is wrong, and it doesn't mean you're wrong. Your right to defend the deputy president with his him seeking the anointment, and you need to justify. That's the purpose of debate. You don't need to tell Njiru that it is wrong what he did. He is progressing his view, condemning what the deputy president did with supporting argument. You, on the other hand, need to support the deputy president's action and also give it some supporting. There are people listening who will agree with you, and there are others who will disagree with you. You don't need to get unnecessarily upset and use words like "come on, don't do this," or "you don't need because Raila did this." So don't. No. It's okay if you think it was a good thing. It is your right, and you are okay to say that. Okay, I agree with what he did. Those are they are very good religious people. They have anointed kings and queens in this world. They passed Obama, and Obama became the president. They anointed Wangwa Makeri, and she became the whatever. I mean, give supporting evidence, and then we leave the rest for the people. So while I agree with you, religious practice is very personal, right? And faith is very personal. So I cannot condemn him for choosing that kind of expression of his faith, and probably for his own reasons, he thought it was good to publicize it in Nyayo Stadium and call all those bishops to do that for his own reasons, all right? And that is why we brought it as a debate. I know around this time, different religious faith and different people will come with different kind of interpretations to different kind of things. And it is around this time, it is not the first time where we see splinter elders, You remember there was a time in Nyanza, there were like 3 splinter elders. Each elders were going to anoint one person, all right? And the same thing happens to the other. What does it mean? And that's why we are having a debate. Does it mean anything? Is it significant? Is it going to amount to anything? And see, when Jiru brings his points passionately to suggest that those people are probably doing business, you need to give the reason why that happened. So you don't need to get upset, Black. It is normal, and faith is very personal. And I think it's also okay for the deputy president to seek his to practice his faith and spiritual inclination as he deems it fit. Now, on to the point: is it personally? Was it necessary? For me, it raises, and as I've argued here before, there was a time we argued on the relationship. This is a very continuous discourse about the relationship between the state and the church. You remember there was a time the president, and in fact the deputy president, came and said that he sent the bishops to ask the president to talk to him, and according to him, the president refused. You remember in that interview. So it brings certain kind of arguments that we want to say. What is the relevance of the church and the state? What is the relationship? What happens that within an electioneering period, we see a sprouting of different religious pastors and men who pretend, I should say in quotes, pretend to want to pray or prophesy or suggest that the person that they seem to be leaning to is the one that is going to be the president. What if that person doesn't become, just like it happened in Trump case? Do they go back to consult their God and say that you misled us? What is it that happens? And what is the role of false prophets, as indicated in the Bible? Where do they live? Where does the voter, where does the voter find solace in the event that these things that these people have prophesied and done doesn't come to pass? So that's why we find a very interesting relationship between the church and the state. In this case, they were very categorical. They were praying for the king Ruto, and they were anointing to be king. Now, I know in spiritual matters, they will explain that you don't necessarily have to rise to the earthly kingdom, but you can still be king even if you don't rise to be the earthly king. But was that the purpose for the meeting at Nyayo Stadium? In the event it doesn't become a king as they purport, what will be the recourse for those people who are supporting them? So those are the arguments that we are trying to have. I think it wasn't really, in my view, it might have its optics in terms of the deputy president trying to push himself as a religious man who can go and kneel down at Nyayo Stadium, and some pastors, pour some things, I don't know what they poured on his head. But in essence, I don't think it is. It means much, in my view. Right? For him, it might be meaning much. I'm not one to necessarily, clobber someone if they are practicing their religious, persuasion. Rather, it is not even wrong for someone to condemn it, and also it is not wrong for you to support it. I do not really think it was necessary. Politicization and of spiritual matters and spiritualization of politics is an interesting, interrelated situation. Right now, we are in a time of politics, so it is possible for you to realize that even if you practice a religious practice that is so outward, it might be obviously interpreted in terms of politics. And you can also spiritualize politics. where you want to pretend that you're more holier than others in the process of you seeking your vote. So it is an interesting, interaction that you cannot come and say that do not politicize. It's just like we are coming here and we tell politicians, do not politic for 5 years. Yet the position in which they got, it was a political process that brought them on board. So when you tell a politician, do not politic, it's like telling a preacher, do not keep preaching after you become a preacher. Or telling someone who's already, that's basically your job. So when you tell them, do not politic once you have gotten into power, that's basically tell them not do what you are supposed to be doing. So in closing, I really find Black wanting. In my view, I find you wanting. You are not supporting your guy on giving reasons as to why if it was necessary for him to do that, and if you support it and its relevance to his political progress. Rather, you are just condemning and saying that we should not talk about it. I mean, what shouldn't we talk about? Allow us to talk about it in terms of criticizing it, while you talk about it in terms of supporting it. I think that would be a better point of debate. Thank you, and I take it back to Makiadi.
Now, I think everybody has made their submission, so we want to open the floor. So for the few minutes, Jiru 1 second, Julia 1 second, then Misa, I think.
Yeah, I want to respond to Brack a little bit. Bwana Brack, we know the reason for that event. That event was a camera show, and the motive, I want to say the motive, and also I have a special belief from my insight. The deputy president paid those people. It was not an event which those bishops and the pastors designed by themselves. Somebody told them, I will pay you 200 million, you share amongst yourselves, come and create for me an image which can propel me politically. And it is an event trying to create Christianity hegemony in Kenya, and trying to show that he has too much power of Christianity, to the extent that Christianity can decide his presidency. We can see through it. It was a lie. It was a Pharisees mentality, and the deputy president just tried to fool the people who want to take anything. Akina Pastor Pius Moiro coming there, and the rest who tried to anoint him. Why are they anointing him now? Why couldn't they anoint him 3 years ago, 2 years ago? Why now, when it is 3 weeks to the election? It is meant to hoodwink. It is meant to cheat people. It is nikama kupiga watu ngeta. It is an event which was not supposed to be there. If they can do it silently, it was just wrong. The deputy president did something wrong.
Julia.
Yes, Mr. Black, I will say like them, but I don't even have a problem with the deputy president calling all the church leaders and all those theatrics and the little drama and all that. I mean, everybody has a right to go to church, even to be prayed for. Even me, they can pray for me and anoint me to be the next school principal in my school. It's okay. If I have their blessings, it's okay. But the problem is the deputy president doesn't even believe in those prayers. He doesn't even think that those men of God praying for him, there's anything supernatural in that. He's just hoodwinking Kenyans. And that is my problem. Njiru ask you, which you don't want to go. And if Makedi had given me time, I can play several clips of people accusing even the deputy president of murder. And he has not sued those people. One of them is Jirongo. The other one is Livondo. He has not sued them. Because if those people were lying and were making false allegations, then the deputy president should have taken them to court. Now, leave the Jirongo's allegations and the Livondo's allegations. The deputy president is accused of crimes against humanity. Mr. Njiru said, if somebody really repents and seeks God, he should go to Kiambaa and apologize to those people. He should apologize to all the Kenyans. He should really be sorry. Black, I don't know what you're smiling about people dying inside that church. It's not something to smile. And if you have a natural smile, please take it away. Because those are the things we never like to talk about here. But sometimes when you people try to paint this man as a godly man, it hurts so much to know that he's accused of having orchestrated the death of innocent men, women, and children. And then he goes to church and wants to paint himself the holiest than thou, just to read Kenya as the holiest person. You say that all of us are sinners. It is true. I have never killed anybody, and I'm not seeking to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. And if I seek to be the president of the Republic of Kenya, come and find out how many nasty things I have done. I will be okay with that. I'll be okay with that, just like Mrs. said. So, this man, on top of accusations of crimes against humanity, na hizo cases jaisha Black, usianze kusema hapa ni allegations. He's seeking to be president of the Republic of Kenya. If the allegations about me and Christine and Themba, nobody will care because none of us wants to be president. Nobody will care. This man, there's a man, he has taken even the land of one person, I mean, a small man like me, a small Kenyan like me, and the case went to court. It is in the limelight. The land in which Western Hotels lies, there are allegations and counter allegations. There's something wrong with that. We have allegations about Kimorel and all that dumb. These are men accused of multiple corruption scandals, leave alone taking land from people like us. There are people, I went to the Mount Kenya Forum, and that forum made me a very bitter person. Because I experienced people who have suffered so much in Rift Valley, who even today have not acquired back their title deeds, and they point their fingers at William Samuel Ruto. Alafu hapa mnatuletea upuzi ati mnampeleka kwa kanisa ati kumwonyesha ati he's the holiest like that. Let him stop those theatrics. Let me tell you, Mr. Black, I'm sorry, no amount of theatrics and drama from those corrupt church men will make Ruto the president. And I don't even want you to respond to me, but I want to tell you on 9th, all those men who call themselves men of God, with all those theatrics, walking around in the name of anointing Mr. William Samuel Ruto, will have a question to answer to Kenyans because they lied. They lied. And they lied in the presence of God. Sasa Black, mimi usinijibu. Ukianza kuongea hiyo maneno ya ati Ruto tunamwekelea nini? Hata misa usinijibu. Some things are annoying here. Don't even respond to me because I might be forced to play some clips that you not like. Memaliza Makiadi.
Aya, sawa. Ile kitu tutafanya Black. Themba, you can take over. Naona Black anataka kuongea na Adams, but you can guide us through the final session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tutasikiza Adams alafu tusikie Black.
Mr. Black, good evening. You know, when you are making a submission, you started with the Bible. But the Bible was written by people who were ordained by God, something like that. And the Bible says that all sin are equal. It's a statement that personally, with maybe how the things I've read, the exposure I've got, is a statement that I may differ with. From where I sit, I think sins are not equal. That is why we have judgment. I think some sins are more red than the others. Sins are not equal. I'm here to tell you today, Mr. Black, that William Ruto's sins are weightier than any other politician sin in Kenya. I'm telling you, Ruto has been accused of so many things. He has been accused of murder, land grabbing, theft, corruption, name it, child support, so many things. So coming here and telling us that we are not supposed to talk about Ruto, Ruto wants to be the president of Kenya. You know, this thing of you people coming here and you're like, you want to portray a face, that this fakery thing, like you're trying to be, you don't want to be real. No wonder you're just black. We don't even know who you are. That one depicts what you guys believe in. And this act of doublespeak, you say from one mouth and the other mouth means something else. It is an act of doublespeak. It is not right. This is somebody who's going to be the president for everybody in the whole country. It is not, and two wrongs do not make a right. The fact that somebody said something about Ruto, and then Ruto also come and did the same thing, which looks like that, does not make it right, Mr. Black. Me and you know that one very well. And by the way, at least right now you're smiling, but when you came here, when you're making a submission, you're so mad. I don't know what made you so mad, you know. But it is not right, my friend. It is not right. Ruto have been accused of so many things, and I'm not saying this because he's a UDA person or anything. That this is something that me and you, we know that he has been accused of child support, murder, name it. Even his own security officer died and his name was called. This guy is all around everything, you know, calling other people devil worshippers, and yet what he does is contrary to what he's saying. So he is a politician, he's a public figure. So when we talk, I only want to beseech you that when we panel beat these people, just try sometimes to be lenient enough and listen to the contrary opinions about them, because he's a public figure. He is not going to be a member of parliament for a constituency. No, he's going to be a president for the whole Republic of Kenya. Even though it's not, he will not be, but he was yearning. But that is something that he was yearning. So God forbid, if God stopped thinking and made him a president, then it is a disaster, you know. So I think let other people just give their opinion. Don't just rubbish everything that, oh, because this is being done to this person, this is another. No, Mr. Black, that is not how it is. Me and you know very well that Ruto is dangerous, and I'm telling you, he's so dangerous. And they are so your wing of politics is very fake. You hide your identity, you hide behind each and every tide. You don't want to be seen. A lot of fake things. You are supposed to be substantiated. So many things about you, your academics and everything about you. We don't even know you, by the way, Mr. Black. You do better in comment section than being on the screen here. So let us be straight. Sometimes it forces me to tell you the truth because I love you. Thank you.
Thank you, Adams. Okay, I want us to make a close to that. It's okay. We cannot belabor the point. So let's allow Black to he has a right of response, and once he's done that, then I imagine we can start seeking taking our final comments. And as Black is coming on, I want to emphasize what we have said here before. I know as we are moving towards the 11th hour, the kitchen is getting hotter. All right. Let us try to separate the people from the debate. Right. Let's not attack the person of Black. You know, Black is just progressing his argument. So let's not tie him together with his point. Let's attack Ruto, not Black. So Black is just coming to support Ruto, whom we don't agree with. So let's try, as we move towards the 11th hour, to try and separate the two. Yes, Black.
Thank you, Themba. I could not have said it better. We should try and separate the personality of people to what we say here, because basically just support the sides we believe in. We may be right, we may be wrong, but at the end of the day, it's the choice of what to believe, right? We all have the right to make our choices. Whether they're correct, whether they're mistakes, we get to learn from them, isn't it? We should not be condemned for that. Now, moving forward, Julia, my sister, is very unfortunate that each time we bring up the issue of Kiamba, you fail to realize that that's a wound that is best left unopened. We have people whom we lost there. We don't talk about it because we know the effects of bringing that up each and every time. So let's be sensitive about that issue. Let's not bring it here to politics. At least to be sensitive. Now, in matters to do with Christianity, just like Themba said, yes, kila mtu ana haki yake. Now, what I was trying to do, I was trying to put into context that his belief, as much as we agree, is personal. His Christian belief is personal. Would in no way affect the decisions that one has made as to who they will choose. For instance, Themba. If you saw the deputy president being prayed for, anointed there at the stadium, does that change your mind as to whether you'll vote for Raila or not? No, it will not change your mind, because that was his own personal decision to go to be prayed for and be anointed. So hapo ndio kitu ambacho nilikuwa najaribu kuiseparate. It does not change people's minds. Walioamua watapigia nani vote. So in regards to attack wale bishops na nini, we have no proof whether they were paid 200 million Giro. You are not. So unless you can substantiate that claim with proof that indeed they were paid 200 million, the bishops, to anoint the DP, please do so right now. Otherwise, it would be best if we withdraw on that statement. Can you substantiate that claim that they were paid 200 million?
Black, you know, you are entering a rabbit hole. Eh? You know, that's a rabbit hole. You know, it's when someone says that it's alleged, that means that it's an allegation. So allegations are not supposed to be proven, and he's just giving an allegation. And he also has a right to suggest that your right of reply and your right of submission ends where he starts his right. He has a right to allege anything, which he has put as an allegation. But I want us to close up that. Jiru, wait.
Nauliza Brack, au watu walikuwa hapo bure?
No. Jiru, wait. You have made your point. Black, you've made your point. I want us to make progress. You have made your point, Black. And according to you, they were doing just what is okay. Now, the other one, of course, there are different allegations that may come across. So we allow it to pass. It's an allegation. You can't tell someone to prove an allegation. Like there are people who are propagating some propaganda that there's someone who was alizomewa na the deputy president and he was found dead. That's an allegation, and it is a propaganda. It is not true. So that's why we are not even discussing it, right? It's not something that we want to discuss. So let's allow those who wanna have the allegation to have. You have a right to defend your position, Black, and I will defend your right to defend it here. You have a right to come here and defend your position, the side that you believe in, and I think it's important that we respect that choice. And we have a right to criticize, okay? So also allow us to criticize what we disagree with. So I think that's the fun of debating. And let's not hate someone for holding a view. Black is not a bad person. Like I always say, I may differ with you. I might differ with the content of your thought, but I'm not differing with you as a person. You can choose to differ with the content of my thinking, but I cannot differ with as a person, because I don't know you. All right, but at least I've listened to your thought, and I differ with the content of your thought. So let's allow ourselves that that latitude of appreciation of each other's strength. I don't think Black is a bad person. I don't think I want to know his credentials. I'm not giving him a job anywhere. I don't think I want to know if he has a degree or not. That is up to him. I don't think I want to know if he's qualified or not. That's not. I'm not employing him anywhere. So that is not what I want us to take the argument. Let's listen to what someone gives, and then let's respond to that. We disagree with it, or we agree with it. I think that will be fair. So I think Black, that's fair enough. Sindio?
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Alafu na Njiru in regards to the Kiama elders in 30 seconds. Kungu himself said it. It's not a propaganda. Go watch. He was being interviewed in TV 47. It's not an allegation. Himself, with his own mouth, that 1,200 elders. First, I think maybe you don't understand the history behind the Kumi. Yangu Kumi ni yako. I can just try to get you in just 30 seconds. In 2012, when Uhuru wanted to vie for the presidency, he sought for a partner. He tried Mudavadi, he could not get. He tried Kalonzo, he could not get. Ended up trying Ruto. Now, when he approached Ruto, Ruto told him that, okay, pengine vile tulishaisema na wewe 2002, lakini kwanza wacha nende nikauliza wali ni sawa. So he went and spoke to his people. Wazee wakakuja wakakutana, wakaambiana sawa, manake kijana wetu tayari alisha support kijana wenu Uhuru 2002, tutamkubalisha asa wenu, but on one condition, akisupport kijana wenu miaka 10 na nyinyi msupport kijana wetu miaka 10. And that was the agreement that they had between the Kalenjin elders and the Kikuyu elders, Kungu being present in that.
Okay.
Now,
Black.
That is when ukasikia Uhuru alipotokea mbele akasema 10 zake 10 zangu, because that was the agreement. Fast forward 2022 to this point right now. I want to finish so that Njiru can stop giving false. I've been watching him for a long time.
Black.
So he can stop giving false.
Black.
2022. Yeah.
Black.
Yeah.
Two things. One, you are now veering off. You are going into other discussions. Two, your connection has issues. So we are struggling to get your flow of thought. Okay. I would wish you pause for now. Maybe when you come back again, then you can progress that thinking. We are on the point of the religiosity of one William Samoei Ruto. So you are going back into other things that whatever Njiru had said about elders and 2022 and all that. I don't think I want us to open that debate, because everybody will have their own differing opinion to that, and I don't think I want us to open that up. So if you can just let's let it probably rest for now to that point, because even what you're saying now has other unending dichotomies that we can open, because the presidency of Kenya is not about Mount Kenya, and it's not about Uhuru and Ruto alone. So telling us elders said yangu kumi and ni kama ni mkate ya Ruto na Uhuru wanagawa, that is also something that now we need to dichotomize in many other ways. But I wish us to leave it there so that we start taking our closing remarks, and we can always come back to that. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Mise, Adams, Christine, Julia, Makiadi, Jiru. And I think you've had a very good day from the way I'm seeing the engagement. When I see Christine towards the end, and I see Julia towards the end, and I see Mise, I know the day has been good. If I don't see see them here, I know they usually run away, especially Christine runs away when the day has not been good. But now that she's here, it seems that the day has been very good. And even in Jiru to stay here up this time. And the surprise entrant in the ends in the black to be here this time, it means that the show was very significant. Thank you for those who are joining us at the comment section. Elkana Shivashi, Anita Bobo. Hey, Anita Bobo amerudi. She's been out of this place for the longest. Dani Darius mchungaji. Wachungaji wenzako leo walienda kuanoint mtu mwingine jana, so tafadhali, sijui kwa nini hawakukuita. Elkana Shivashi, rafiki ya Makiadi huyo. Press J, asante. Joy Njoki, Bill High, yeah? Bill H. I'm blessed. Olmek, Sabino Rinda, Tatu Juma, Nanule. Sabino Rinda ameambia Julia, tafadhali usicheze hiyo clip. Don't play that clip for black. Niambia usicheze clip. I'm blessed. Yangu 10 ya kwenda home, 10 ya Ruto ya kwenda. Hey, I'm blessed. Tafadhali say hi to your niece. Mwambie salamu zifike. Salamu chokochoko. Ni salamu chokochoko ama ni salamu chekecheke? Ni nini hiyo black? Hebu nipe Kiswahili ambayo inasema salamu nyingi. Ni salamu chokochoko ama chekecheke ama ni nini? Black, hivi wewe ni Mswahili wa wapi bana? Wewe unajifanya hapa tunatoa cost, kumbe ni bure kabisa. Kahugo Mwerore, asante. Yuni Sombongo. Liletwa bomba, we ni kugonga tu watu Liletwa bomba, pokea salamu. Desai, mwitu wa mwene, Maumau struggle, Kiamba Church, Sabasaba. Umekumbushwa vitu vingi sana hapo Black. Ukianza ku-explain, you will start from here to Timbuktu. You are supporting someone who defending is an uphill task. Unaona umebaki peke yako, you are the surviving soldier. Lakini
I go down with the ship.
Wewe ni kama kupe, unakwama hata kama ng'ombe inaenda kichinjio. Jiru Mwaura, Press J tena, Victor Nyambane. Yes, thank you so much. Pemba, waacha kuhurumia Black. Adams hataki. Kuna watu wanapenda violence hapa. Ati Adams apige Black kabisa. Adams, unasikia uko na support pale chini. Na mtu anakuambia ati piga yeye, twanga. Yaani mtu ako chini, mnaenda kumshinda kwa kura na bado mnataka kumpiga hapa kwa debate. Anyway, thank you so much. Kindly subscribe to Mutembei TV. Nataka kuanza closing remark na dakika moja. Naanza na Christine, alikuwa ameinua mkono, alafu niende kwa Adams, niende kwa Mise, niende kwa Njiru, Makiadi, Julia, alafu nimalize na Black. Acha nianze na Christine. Christine, ulikuwa umeinua mkono, unaweza kusema lile wazo lako, alafu pia ukitoa closing remarks yako.
Okay, sawa. So I'm just gonna be short and brief. Unfortunately, the Christian values my parents instilled in me will not allow me to keep quiet on these. And I also happen to be lucky to go to Loreto Limuru, the real Loreto Limuru. So, and there I learned my Bible very well. So I'll not sleep at peace when I hear someone quote that there are bigger sins than others. A sin is a sin. Any sin can be forgiven. except if you sin against the Holy Spirit. So there's no smaller sin, there's no bigger sin. A sin is a sin. And any sin, if we humble and we are remorseful before God, it is gonna be forgiven. Okay, I don't want to talk about anybody's Christian life and faith. I'm gonna end it there. I couldn't sleep on that one. And what I can just advise us is tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. On 9th, Nindani. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you so much, Christine. Adams?
Yeah, let me just finish by saying that, yeah, some of us have been indoctrinated into contemporary life, whereby we are not being controlled or being brainwashed by religion, even though we are faithful and we are Christians. We have to put input of what we think. I think by and large we are doing well, and I just want to mobilize all of us to gather more courage. Let's mobilize more people to mobilize more people to mobilize other people so that we can outweigh the other people. Where my friend from Giriama Records, Mr. Black, comes from. He's a good guy, but I think we need to outnumber them because they're also having numbers and what they believe in. We need to outnumber these people so that we outvote them. Otherwise, these people must be looked at very carefully, not unless otherwise they may overwhelm us, which is something that I don't want to happen. The victory is on our side, and I believe we are poised to victory. Victory begots victory, and I know I am a victor and we are victorious. May all of us be the winners. That is my side, where I belong. And I beseech some of our friends to stop swinging in between and make good decisions. We don't want to see you today here, tomorrow you're here. That message goes directly to my neighbor, the man on my left. Please make a decision and join the right wing. Not that today you are here, tomorrow you're there. Thank you so much, and may God bless all of you.
Adams, lazima ugonge tena na nyundo pap. Haya. Mise.
Thank you very much, Themba. Even though Adam got a lot of airtime today, Makiadi displayed the watermelon trait that he actually denounces all the time because he saw that Julia was very upset and he couldn't moderate because he didn't want to be on the crossfire. So pretty much, I want to say I was referencing a book called World Religions, and I found very critical questions here. The first question is where are we? Why are we here? What does it all mean? What, if anything, are we supposed to do? Now, I've seen people here contradicting themselves left, right, and I want to applaud Christine because Adams missed some classes in Sabbath school or Sunday school, because I remember we used to sing in Sunday school that hakuna dhambi ndogo, dhambi sote ni sawa. So if you would have attended one of those classes, I'm sure I would have known, because it's a lifelong lesson. So some people, and I want to respect when someone said I should not call their names, but I'll just make a blanket statement by saying you cannot authoritatively say that a person or an individual does not believe in those prayers because you're not him, and so you cannot authoritatively speak on his capacity. And also, I think in Njiru, you are misleading us. You're making allegations and even quoting figures that when those allegations, when we can also, the other team can equally argue that when you say William Ruto killed people, those could also be allegations. So I think it's both sides, and it's up to you to prove that which you allege. And also, some of you said William Ruto has killed a lot of people. If William Ruto has killed a lot of people, so it is. A lot of Luos have died because of one Raila Amolo Odinga. So who is the greater than the other? Because if you look at the history in pursuit of Raila becoming the president, many Luos have died in the process, and so both of them can be classified as killers if that was the route that we were to go. And also, there is also Themba, I want to thank you very much. Today you came out very sober and you gave us a very good guideline in terms of religion and the influence of religion. Religion and politics are inseparable. How religion shapes the society. And you talked about religion and state, which very many people here were actually going back and forth. And I like the fact that you highlighted that where your right stops is where my right begins. And that is very critical in this debate. And I want to finish with this. William Ruto supported Daniel Arap Moi. He was a genius. When he supported Raila Odinga in 2007, it was great and amazing. When he supported Uhuru Ruto, they were dual and they were great and praised by both the mountain and today I attended a meeting where we were praying for Kenyans. So we were praying for the coming election. And one of the things that came up is that we need a peaceful election, but is someone going to judge me for going to that meeting and praying and saying that I'm pretending because maybe I have a particular preference of a particular candidate? I think that is for Adams to say. And Adams, Black, this is how I feel sometimes when Adams attacks me. So you should come in my defense always. And Adams, it's not right to attack a person and even include their, like you've been guided. I hope that going forward, you should observe that. It makes you a better debater than being personal when you feel that it has been something that has been hit on your side. Themba, your views were very surreal, applicable, supported both with ideology and facts. May you continue so. And also, when we try to look at both good side and from both sides, it doesn't mean that we don't have a candidate that we're going to vote for. But it's equally important that we highlight the strengths and the weaknesses from both sides for the public to make a sober decision. Thank you.
Umenisifu sana. Unatafuta nini? Sipendi mtu akinisifu hivyo sana. Wananisifu hivi sana alafu wanaamka wananigonga. I have a problem when someone becomes too flowery. Kwanga, hey, Themba, you are nice, you are nice. Siku mbili baadaye, hey, kwenda, Themba, hey, dictator, ai. So, but thank you. Thanks for your kind words. Let me take it to Njiru.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Bwana Themba. My conclusion today is I will try to respond just to Black. So about that allegation which they are saying, I'm not the one who said that. I met it somewhere. I don't know how true it is. So I just reported somebody else's issue. About that, one thing which I know is that event cannot be done for free. So definitely there was money which was there. I heard they were close to over 300 pastors. So I know the hand could be facilitated in a way. So either way, I might not know the value, but those people are facilitated. That's what I just wanted to say about that. So the other thing, which the issue of Kiambaa, I did not say that Ruto killed people in Kiambaa. So me said, don't take me out of context. What I was saying is that people died in Kiambaa. It was in Rift Valley. We know the controversy which was in it there. I was just saying it would just be moral right if Mr. Ruto would be able to do something to those people. Either maybe request for apology from them, maybe try to rebuild that church. At least those people of Kiambaa, I think they have been abandoned. Somebody needs to do something to them. That's what I say. But I didn't say that he is responsible for that. I don't know. It needs to be proved. On the issue of Congo, I wanted to say something about Congo and the elders. You know, Bwana Black, I don't deny that there was a discussion of elders, because I know elders will always negotiate on this thing. And maybe there could have been an agreement of 10-10. I don't deny. But there is one thing which I want to tell you, which to me I think is so special. Number one is that in Mount Kenya region, there was a line of succession, and you know it. And there was always that complexity between Mr. Uhuru and Madam Mother Karua. They had been viewed as leaders of Mount Kenya region for close to 10 years, and you know that. And the relationship between Uhuru and Ruto started to grow, meaning that, and in quotes, because I don't know that issue of Congo, whether it is true or false, they could have only activated, if there was anything, they could have only activated it if the relationship between Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto continued in a positive direction. But you know, the relationship between Uhuru and Ruto started to go, and it went to the negative direction. And when a relationship ends, it means if there was any agreement, all agreements die by default. However, you cannot tell me you can start planning a date with your ex unless if you want to bring him back on board. So that's one thing which we have to be clear on that. The fact that there is no relationship between Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto, it means that everything they agreed to make that relationship is dead. And there is a new direction where Mount Kenya decided to go. And when Congo says that he has 1,000 elders and Mother Karua is having around 105, no one is preventing Congo to create a zone event and anoint Ruto if you want. But I can assure you, Congo will not manage to do it, to do that event, because there is a line of engagement, and there is a line of power within Mount Kenya region. And I can tell you, Mother Karua has become the new heroine of Mount Kenya region. And Mr. Ruto himself, he cannot get that seat from Mother Karua. He will only try to use an orthodox means, and he will not get it. As per now, the anointing has gone to Mother Karua, and Mr. Ruto will only use an orthodox method, and methods which, or maybe boxing people here, kuongea vibaya, but it's already gone. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Christine, wacha uchokozi. Wacha uchokozi, Christine. Wacha uchokozi. Makiadi, naona Christine anatugonga hapo chini, ni sawa tu. Haya, Makiadi, time yako.
Yeah, mine will be very simple. Black kuja hapa kila wakati kutuambia kazi ni kazi. Wizi si kazi. Kugawa chapati si kazi. I've always maintained here, Mise, Ruto is not a genius like you decorate him to be. I think Ruto is an opportunist. All the time that he has been in government is just because he took the right trajectory. He has been rewarded for being an opportunist for a very long time. But right now, he's on the wrong bus and his fate is sealed. I've always also maintained that I do not support the issue of Christianizing, like Alex told us here, Christianizing the church. I believe the church and politics should always be separated, because when you are in a country where many religions exist, then it is only fair for you as a nation to also consider the other religions also when you talk about leadership. When you try to push Christianity, we push Christianity down the throats of other people that do not practice Christianity, then we are being unfair to them. And Kenya being a country whereby we have Muslims, we have Hindus, we have Sikhs, we have Legio Maria, and all the other religions, I think trying to portray leaders as more Christians than others does not help make our case. So what I would say is this: if people feel that they are more Christian enough, or they practice Christianity well than others, then perhaps the good thing for them to do is to go and open a church somewhere and get into the business of preaching, if it is so called, or they should try something else. I don't think how many churches you've built or how many madrasas or mosques you build should qualify you to be a leader in Kenya. Politics and Christianity should always be separated at every event, so that we don't risk the fact that we might end up having cults in our country, like it has happened in other countries. Finally, I would just like to say that the event that happened in Nairobi, between the commotion that happened, was a bad image. I think Azimio has been getting it right for a long time. And I think hii vita ndogo ndogo kama ile tunaonaga wakina Matangi wa kurushiana mawe, Kimani wa Matangi, tuachia kina Black, I think that one suits them, because they know how to escape those stones. Niliona Kimani wa Matangi is a good guy kwa hiyo kazi ya kuhepa mawe. So as Azimio, we should try to practice restraint, na hizi siasa za kukosana mbele ya watu does not suit us very well. So Black, kazi ya mawe hiyo tumewaachia, kwa sababu kwenu kazi ni kazi. And you have the team, you have the skills, and you have the experience, learning from our brother Halwale wakati alienda Kibira huko, niona alihepa mawe mingi sana, and he joined your team because he fits there, which is very good. So I want to finish there. I think we are doing good as Azimio. We've come to Nairobi. Nairobi is our stronghold. You guys are complaining about Igathe. I think Igathe is performing better than we expected. Remember, he has been in this race for almost, I think, 2.5 months now. His numbers are good. And Raila Odinga will make sure that his votes are translated to Igathe. And there's no way Sakaja will beat Igathe in Nairobi. That one you can take to the bank. Finally, watu endelee kupima suti kama vile watu nasema. Black, karibu, tuko na size yako ya blue. Ile kitu utafanya ni kutumia waist. Unajua si tunaonanga kichwa peke yake. Tumia size ya waist, tutakupimia trouser, tutakutumia mahali huko, koti na pants, shati unatafuta ile kabla unataka. Tunakutana kuapisha baba. And we invite you to cross over, because huko mahali unafanya campaign unapoteza masaa yako. Asante sana Ndemba.
Hapo kwa West hujaambiwa poa Black. West yako iko.
Julia.
Yeah, Black is a good man. He'll cross over Makiadi. I promise you, I'm soon going to convert him. I'm going to work very hard. But Mr. Black, as long as you come here to tell me that Ruto is righteous, I will remind you about Kiamba. I will remind you about Muteshi. I will remind you about Weston Hotel. I will remind you about Kimorel Dam. I will remind you everything because I want to remind Kenyans who Deputy President is. Now, Mr. Mise, it is very hypocritical of you to compare Raila Odinga and Ruto, and you owe us an apology. You should even apologize by saying that Raila killed Luos. You should apologize, because the only man accused here of crimes against humanity is William Samoei Ruto, and he wants to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. Please, kesho, I will not allow you into the show until you apologize. Nikikuona kwamba amekubali, nitakutoa mpaka uandike an official apology na useme hapa hadharani kwamba hutaisema hivyo tena. Finally, fellow Kenyans, I want to tell you something. This thing of people being Christians or not Christians, really, we don't have to worry about that. But the Bible says in the book of Proverbs, chapter 6, 16 to 19, there are 6 things that the Lord hates, 7 that are detestable to him: haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked schemes, feet that are quick to rush to evil, a false witness who pours out lies, and a person who stirs out conflict in the community. Hilo ni fumbo. Je, huyo ni nani? Mnaweza kaniandikia hapo kwa chat, na naomba mvuke sakafu, msipigie watu kama hao kura, mkuje tupigie baba kura. Asante Themba.
Black, please do not respond to Julia. Sitaki add debate. Okay, give your closing remarks.
Jambo you closed basically umenifunga mikono na umenipiga ngeta. Anyway, what I can say is this.
I have not frozen him then, but I can promise.
No, he was going to lie. Sasa hata ametoroka, ni sawa tu.
Mfanya nini Julia?
Julia's already threatened. So
Yeah, why are you applying that rule so fast? Yeah? Okay, wacha tuone kama tarudi. For me, I can say that we are getting into a very heated part of the kitchen is getting hotter, and a time like this, we are likely sometimes to be overwhelmed. We need to stay our focus. We have an election to win. As it is now, all indication are that the stars are lining up for Baba status, and
Paul, I lost connection.
For as long as wacha nimalize, then I'll bring you on. For as long as we are focused, and as long as we are here, I think we need to stay the focus. Wanasema wakati wa kufa nyasi ni miti yote uteleza. So everything that the deputy president and his team are trying to do, it finds itself wanting, and I think they are doing some self-inflicting injuries that we don't need to even injure them any further. For example, who is Kungo? You know, who is Kungo? Even that Black is coming here to talk about. We cannot place him anywhere in the elders hierarchy. You know, hierarchy. We cannot place him. So he's someone that you just ignore. I mean, give him a pass when he speaks, and allow him to seek. Probably one reason or another, he has been He's just trying to seek some you know, he's just trying to find some publicity. The presidency is not a ping pong between Rift Valley and Mount Kenya, and we cannot reduce the presidency of Kenya to some agreement that took place between only Kikuyu and Kalenjin elders. That is cheapening the presidency of Kenya, and that's where we want to get our Kenya out of. And those determined to bring that debate are still going into that to take us back to Kenya presidency being a Mount Kenya debate. Martha Karua has already broken that jinx, and she's taken the debate away from a small central Kenya debate. And I think we need to appreciate that. We don't need to belabor on that point again. Those attempting to do that, they are still living in the yesteryears. We are living forward, we are thinking forward, we are moving forward. And that forward has already been defined very clearly by Azimio. Now, while appreciating the rights of Mise and Black to hold on to their view, we also wish them to allow us to have the right to criticize the view that they hold. And in my view, I think in all evidence available, their candidate has been found wanting. And the words have been written like was written for Nebuchadnezzar. Was it Nebuchadnezzar? No, Mene Tekel was written for some king, I think Darius. That Mene Tekel, you have been measured, and you have been found wanting. So those words on the wall are Mene Tekel. You are being found wanting. He has been measured, and he has been found wanting. That's why the president dropped him like a hot potato, and his future within the government is not assured anymore. And the earlier he appreciates that, and the earlier he accepts that, the better. But he has a right to fight to the end, and we give him that. Let it be a competitive. Let us do it clean, and that is what is going to happen on 9th of August. I want to allow Black to finalize his thought, and then we start taking our prayer. Black, kindly.
Thank you again, Poleni. I have some network issues, so I'll just try to make it fast. First of all, I would like to say that sisi wana si watu wa kurusha mawe kama kiadi ile kazi tulizokuwa kusema. We know which side has abundance of expert in that, but anyway, I'll not get into that. Moving forward.
Hold on. Hold on. We are competing to hear you and the person at the back.
Oh, sorry. Ndio nasema nilikuwa nasemaje? Unanipata?
Okay, go on.
Nilikuwa nasemaje? Kazi vilivyokuwa ukisema makiadi sijui watu wa mawe, unajua which side has abundance of experts in stone throwing. I will not get into that, so just going forward. This election is going to be a very unique one. But most of all, like I always say here every day, as much as we debate here and those that are there in the comment section and out there, let's try and maintain peace. That's what I come here to say in these few days that are remaining to the election. Kila siku nakuja tu hapa, nitakalomalizia nalo is just push for peace and nothing but peace. These elections zitakuja zitaenda, but do not in any way allow yourself to be dragged into us versus them to a point that inaanza kuwa ina turn into hatred, because we all know the fruit of hatred inaletanga shida. So wacha ikuwe vile itakavyokuwa. I believe my side will win, you believe your side will win. At the end of the day, Kenya shall still remain, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Christine, are you experiencing connectivity issues too? Because you seem to be having in and out. Now, subscribe to Motembei TV. If you must go, kindly subscribe before you go. Those who are staying, kindly subscribe to Motembei TV, and so that we can continue reaching as many people as we can. It is important that we spread this word. And what Black has said, I think that's better. What a better way to finish. That elections will come and go. I usually say that for the lack of a better way to get leaders, we have an election. So we have to focus on electing our leaders, and then we have a Kenya, and the Kenya will remain for all of us, and the election will always come and they will go. So let us appreciate each other. Let us learn to accommodate each other. Let us allow ourselves to listen to the content on someone's thought, but not the person who is speaking. That way we are going to, make more progress. Thank you so much. Also subscribe kindly to my channel. That is Themba and Lulu Show. Kindly go to YouTube, look for Themba and Lulu Show. Subscribe. That's my daughter and I channel. If you can keep subscribing, if you haven't, go there. It's just a journey between my daughter and I, and you will enjoy some very beautiful videos that we post there for you, our life, and many other things that we do together. Thank you so much for those who have subscribed. Now I want us to go straight to our closing anthem, and that is the national anthem. You can see Christine is struggling. So Mise, you'll give us first answer. Adam, second answer. Christine, go out and log in again. And Julia, third stanza. Mise.
Hey,
Okay.
Mise pia amehang.
Amehanga, ametoroka.
Allah.
Okay. I'll start first answer. E Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Haya, asanteni sana. Tuko na dakika 3 za umbea, lakini umbea wetu acha leo tuanze na muziki.
Mise, mbona unafuatana na Christine akitoka unamfuata mbio hivyo alafu ndio unarudi?
Mise, vile nimekuambia kesho apology. Nilikuwa karibu kutoa saa hii, ni vile tu sitaki.
Haya, Makiadi tupe muziki. Hii ni wakati wa umbea, si lazima mkae hapo. Wale ambao mnakaa hapo mnaweza enda mkalala mkafanya shughuli zenyu. Hii ni wakati wa umbea.
Christine anataka link, Themba. Christine anataka link.
Mise, you just spoiled my night. Nimeenda kulala.
Adam, mnyamaza kwanza Julia akini address.
Makiadi. Ngoja kidogo.
Did you say address or address?
Wacha Makiadi atupe.
What when you undress?
It's okay. Themba, I think that is what Makiadi, Julia said something very important. I'll check what you said, Julia. I'll be glad.
Haya, sawa sawa.
You'll apologize?
No, I'll take what you said between addressing and undressing. I'll take the
Sema
second.
nimeenda, watu wameanza kuharibika. Good night.
Haya, huyo ametoroka. Sasa tumekawia sana bila kusikia santuri, na santuri yetu ya leo ni wimbo mmoja maridadi sana ambao ulipigwa na mwanamuziki ambaye anajulikana kama Franco Lonzo Makiadi na bendi yake ambayo inajulikana kama TPOK Jazz. Wimbo wenyewe unajulikana kama Sadu. Ngoma yenyewe inaanza tidididi alafu nasikia akishapiga hiyo sound hiyo unasikia nasema Sadu makambo oyebisa kangai soki na lobina landa. Yani Sadu, the stuff you told me if I decided to follow, na kukuta basi nazalaka na bango, alafu nasikia nafanya yani I found women that I was with bango bazali kopanza basango ya lukuta, yani spreading lies. Niliwapata wale wa mama warembo wakiendesha uvumi na kombo na ngai na kombo na yo, yani wakiendesha uvumi na uongo wakitumia jina langu na jina lako. Kumbuka niliwaambia kombo na ngai ni my name na kombo na yo ni your name. Alafu neno pale inasema batela makila na ngai, batela bolingo na bi. So yani batela makila na ngai inasema safeguard my bloodline, batela bolingo na bi. So yani safeguard our love. Batela mondenge tobeta kisadu, yani safeguard the pact that we made, me and you. Alafu inaendelea kusema pale bazalaka preze na lavi, yani they hurry with life, wanaharakisha maisha. Baebaki te mokilie koki kobaloka lobi, they didn't know that the world might change the following day. Mibali bazalaka kulinga bango, men loved these women. Bazalaki kofingangai na melakalikaye, they insulted me that I usually smoke. Alafu inarudi kwa chorus, inaanza batela makila na ngai, batela bolingo na biso, batela mundenge tobeta kisadu. Demba nitawachia mistari hapo kwa sababu ya wakati, lakini wimbo wenyewe unajulikana kama Sadu. Umetandikwa na kunyoroshwa na kupepetwa na kupigapigwa na mwanamuziki ambaye anajulikana kama Franco Lonzo Makiadi na bendi yake maridadi ya TPOK Jazz. Asanteni.
Naona Blessed ameipenda pale anaidance, naona Blessed anaichafa pale anazikwenda kabisa. Adams, mbona kidogo hivi hauna raha leo? Yufino Otieno Adams, hujamuona leo? Naona ni kama
Yufini amekasirika sana
Adams
because Adams is becoming unbecoming.
Sasa, Mise, how do you go to come to somebody's house and you start talking like that? These are people who are living happily ever after. Relax.
Observation. I'm just an observer.
Adams have just observed that you are very sweet, you laugh a lot, but you can be very emotional too. So I just hope there was no anger burst in the home that resulted in some domestic violence.
Wow.
God.
I think those are false allegation against Adam. Adam is a very gentle man, is a loving man. We've seen him having flowers.
I was not alleging. I just asked. Learn to listen, Mise. Learn to listen. I was questioning.
Actually, you made a conclusion when you said, I hope that there was no domestic
hoping
violence.
is
That
not
is a conclusion.
alleging, Mise, unless I don't know English. Hoping is not an allegation.
It's a suggestion
Okay.
It's not even a suggestion.
Mise, you know this.
Not even a suggestion, Mise.
Misa, you know,
Wait, Adams. These two could not have survived. The way you are arguing back and forth with each other, no wonder that thing failed.
No, me and Christine, the reason why we are very close is because everyone is
Makiadi,
opinionated and we respect the space.
you notice that exchange?
Yeah, nimeionea kwa mbali kule lakini sikujua ni nini inaendelea.
Now you are alleging. Themba, you are now alleging. Yours is an allegation now.
Listen, Christine.
It's a
I just watched
conclusion,
the two of you.
You know,
none of you wants to listen to the other. Mr. doesn't want to listen. You don't want to listen. No wonder it never survived.
No,
I listened. I was just correcting him, but him being a man that he is, he doesn't want to listen to a woman.
That is a gender card that is misplaced. However, I will still defend you that Themba's assumption is a negative assumption. I think that's why he has reached to that conclusion.
No, with that kind of communication pattern, you can't survive. You guys hardly lasted 24 hours.
There's never a perfect relationship. There are ups and downs. So
this one was bound to fail.
But you see, Mise and
this one did not even have an up. It was just down.
Remember, you see, Mise and Black. Hold on,
Christine, can you disapprove that? I don't like you being painted in such a way.
Mise, I think you're wrong, Mr. Mise, because why are you sweet talking somebody's better half? Why are you talking to Christine so sweetly like that? Huh?
You see, that's why Eugene was not very happy today. And Christine's observation might be anchored on some facts. So let Makiadi was saying something before you rudely interrupted.
No, I forgot what I wanted. I forgot what I wanted to say. Yeah, I forgot what I wanted to say. I forgot what I want to say. I actually wanted to say that Missy and Black have been alleging here that sins will be forgiven on your knees. Sasa sijui ni nis gani mlikuwa mnaongea kila wakati. I thought maybe you have a hidden agenda in that statement.
I don't remember. I have no recollection to have said that sins will be forgiven in verbatim. I didn't say that. However, it is true that when you go on your knees and pray earnestly and repent, you don't have to repent in public. Sins are forgiven.
Oh yeah. So
but Kedi, hold on. Mise, I am. Let me declare for you, the guys today. Me, I know Themba knows this though. I'm a born Adventist. Like so much staunch, like brought up in the church and the
Themba, control the debate. We don't want to debate. Let's do our closing things. When it comes to religion, Christianity, to you really brought it out well, Themba. And if Adam did not pay attention, we are done with that.
Okay. Thank you for
before Tulale want to hear some sweet messages, some good things,
Christian, thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your guidance.
Hey, Chris, nimeinua umenikata hapo, yani I'm not talking again. Nimeachana hii.
Umeinua nini, Adams? Umeinua nini? Kiswahili is not your language. You're gonna mess, and you're the one who has to withdraw some statements. Umeinua nini?
Nimeinua mikono.
Na ameinulia wapi?
Oh, I thought miguu.
Umeinulia wapi?
Miguu gani?
Unasikia Julia anasema muendagi kanisa ndio maana hamtaki kwenda kulala. And she's in bed listening to you.
Hujaambia Adam vizuri ati ameinua miguu. Miguu ni wewe unainua.
Anasema umemkunywa na huo wimbo. Umemkunywa kabisa na hiyo wimbo. Sasa wewe
unasaidia
kuinua ataleta shida.
Nimeinua miguu. Hajaniambia vizuri.
Miguu inainuliwanga
na mchokozi.
Na Christine akisema oh my God, I'm coming soon. So I don't know where she's going, but Christine usiambie Adam ati anainua miguu.
I don't know why me say you and Adams, you always have dirty thoughts. Na Makiadi ambia Julia tunaendanga kanisa and God made these things for Adam. And Adam akaifurahia. It is there.
No.
Yeah.
Listen, Christine,
aliunda
no,
Adam
no.
admire tu hivi kwa uso temba.
No.
There was
There's
more
nothing.
that they needed to do.
There's nothing like Christine. Wacha kuquote Bible vibaya. Wewe wacha zako.
Ameteka advantage na Bible sana.
I'm blessed. Tumesema pale tu ya kwamba Makiadi amekukunywa na hiyo wimbo. Wacha niweke hii hapa ndio usiseme mimi nadanganya Makiadi. Ni Makiadi, you kill me yo. What is that?
Anasema
Yes, should see
This is big.
Anasema wimbo umemuua.
Where, how and where did you kill her?
You guys are thinking out of the box, eh?
Makiadi sasa wewe kwisha.
Makiadi wewe amesema wimbo umemuua, si mimi.
Christine, umepeleka wapi Bob papa? Aliendesha ambulance akaenda kabisa.
Chris, do you live in Poughkeepsie?
No, I live in Syracuse. I work in Syracuse, but I live in Liverpool.
Oh, right.
It's I think it's 4 hours away from Poughkeepsie.
That's far. That's very far away. Okay.
Anyway, when Bob comes, I will tell him.
It's closer to Mise though. It's not far away from Mise.
That's why I wanna come and Mise, utume link.
Wacha zako. Hii kelele mko naye hapa na Mise hata mtawezana. Na kelele mtawezana.
Mi upenda
kukaliwa by the way. There are times when a woman calms down. There are times when a woman anatulianga.
Kwani wewe Christine, Bob si alikuwa na ambulance jana ukamwacha na watu tena?
Siwezi acha Bob, but si unajua pia huwezi kula mboga kila siku.
When you say there comes a time when a woman comes down.
Sasa mboga ni gani? Ni Mise ama ni papa?
Christine, hapo kwenye unasema ati there comes a time when a woman comes down.
Ngoja Mise ngoja. Mboga ni gani? Ni Mise ama ni papa?
Nimesema siwezi kula mboga kila siku. So mboga is something that is always there. It will wait for me there.
Sasa which one is mboga?
Mise looks like a mboga.
We rarely eat nyama. So of course you can tell by smarter than that.
Christine, unasema ati Bob akona nyama na Mise ni mifupa. So Mise ni kama mboga, Bob ni nyama.
That's okay. Mboga is actually very healthy. It has veggie. If you've not known, vegetable is very healthy, and Christine knows that. She's a wise woman.
Adams amesema. I've not quoted your any names.
And I know. I was helping him to know that you are a very healthy person and you live a healthy life. And veggies is good.
When Mise ukimwangalia Christine, does she look like somebody who survives on mboga?
Who, Christine?
I eat mboga a lot, Adams.
Wewe Christine.
In other words, Christine eats me a lot.
Tumeshasema papa anaendesha ambulance. Tafadhali heshimu kazi ya mtu.
Yes.
I always respect Papa. I always respect him. But si unajua fimbo ya mbali pia hui nyoka.
Umeanza tena.
Oh my God.
You are inviting God into a place that is not necessary. This is between me and Christian.
And you expect God to bless that?
Even David, do you know what David did? Let's not even talk about Christianity because hautaniweza Adams. Hautaniweza.
Tafadhali Darius, tafadhali usiende kulala kabla hauja sanitize hii nini kwa sababu
Christine is a descendant of a cuckoo danger. She has the blood.
Which is good.
You need to explain to Mise. Mise doesn't know a cuckoo danger.
Mise,
I have not asked for any intervention because Christine and I understand the rules of engagement.
Mise, just
and
like
we're
that.
pretty comfortable.
Just like that, Mise.
So, Christine, whichever way you drive me, I'm okay. I'm here for you. Whichever way you want me, I'll be there in any form and shape.
Haya, wacha nifikishe ujumbe Ndemba kwa ndugu yangu Yusuf Sewe, anasema nicharaze ngoma. Leo tumepiga kibao cha Franco, kibao chenyewe kinajulikana kama Sadu. Kama umekosa bahati mbaya, tutakutana kesho, tuma request yako. Naona pia I'm blessed anasema niweke ngoma kimeumana. Nishacharaza ngoma ya leo, sasa wacha waumane. Tutaenda na mshindi.
Sasa Mise, umekubali tu, yani hivyo tu.
You know, if Christine says, who am I to say no?
Temba, by the way, hata hawezi jua mchezo ilikuwaje, ndio maana Mise hajasahau.
Who am I? Mimi ni nani? Nikatae.
Mise.
Christine,
Mise confirm.
Mise. Are you aware mtakuwa wawili sasa, kwa sababu leo mimi hakuna mtu tunatoa.
No wonder Mise was so much happy when Christine spoke about kuinua miguu.
I mean, that is okay, and this is something that you've not experienced, and you cannot speak authoritatively about it. Let me, who has experienced, speak so without any hesitation. Christine, kuinua miguu na kuinulia mikono.
Nini Adams? Let's tell her to up her game.
Christine, kuna mtu anaitwa Roba hapa anasema hata yeye pia anataka namba.
Because Roba bro, wacha hii maneno ya kompe.
Listen, Christine is very generous. I've never seen a generous woman like this.
Adams, kwani ni sabuni inaisha? Sio sabuni ati itaisha.
Christine, na ukienda ukioga ukirudi na kuwa safi sana hata kuliko anything. But that being said, do not underestimate Christine's generosity. It's very selective. It's just to the few, not to everyone.
Yani
sasa ngoja niulize Mise.
Unakunywa brand gani?
Nina maswali mawili Mise. Hivi Bob Papa akikuja hapa saizi utaongea hivyo?
We will cross the bridge when we get there. For now,
and
Christine
why
has
is
spoken.
Temba so concerned about Bob? Why is Temba not minding his own business?
I don't know. Temba, maybe you need to address that concern from Christine.
Ama Temba ni surveillance camera wa Bob. We need to know. Maybe it's the surveillance camera, Mise.
Mise, I have a question for you. From your honest heart, do you trust Christine?
I mean, what brings that suspicion in the first place?
She's with you, she's with Bob, she's gonna give somebody here the phone number. She says she's okay with everything. Oh my God. And you also...
I think that is your feeling. From where I am, me and Christine, we are pretty okay with that arrangement.
Mise, it has taken less than 2 minutes. Now you are talking for her. I mean, you have not even started.
I have, for better, for worse, Christine, I'm here. You know that.
So you're in the worst. You're in the worst stage.
No, you know when I kept telling Christine.
There's no better. There's no better. It's just worse.
Mise, the same way tumeongea tu hapa. Mi ni chema, ninajiuza. Wani manamba zinauliziwa hapo.
Hey.
Yeah,
unajiuza, chema cha jiuza.
and you know, Christine, from where I am, I would not, when I kept telling you that you are the only thing that I have, what do you think? You are the only thing that I know and I have. So regardless of what people say, I will not listen. I will focus. And my focus is where my focus is where, you know, kanyo kanyo.
Wow.
Wewe tu mwenyewe ndio unajua asali vile
Sasa
ina
Christine,
mise. So don't
jana
bother about
jana
the noise
jana
makers.
Christine,
Mhm.
jana hapa tu umesema unadediketia Bob Papa Stuck on You. Sasa ile wimbo inaenda west.
Na sijasema nimemwacha, nimekuambia tu you cannot fimbo ya mbali. Na wezi kula mboga kila siku. Sijasema nimemwacha. Those are your statements.
A man with many
Ama mko kwa open relationship.
a man with many women.
Okay, that one night it's me and him. It's between me and him, you know.
It's complicated. The status yako ni complicated.
And I don't know why they are focusing on someone who is not here to speak for himself.
And Papa's never even complained me, say in the first place.
Of course.
Wako kwa relationship kama ya ule jamaa wa entanglement. Anaitwa nani?
Oh.
Temba.
Ule wa JOKE.
Unajua ule jamaa wa entanglement?
I know.
Sasa yeye na Bob Papa wako kwa hiyo relationship. Ndio maana anakuja hapa kucheza.
Temba, it's not even that way. You know when you do your homework right and you deliver. Hata saa zile unapeana resignation letter, unaambiwa to know Christine, even part-time, I'm willing you be my part-time employee. So if you know it, you know it.
Lakini unajua wewe
we know it. I know it now. Bob is full-time.
Kazi yako umejituma kwa mise hapa. Sijui ni nini umeona kwa mise.
Mise nimejileta ama wewe ndio umenitafuta?
I think those are unfounded allegations, and I will not allow them to be leveled against you, Christine. I think, Christine, as it is, I came to you, and I'm pretty much comfortable with the way you are. And I don't want to focus more on what they are saying. I want to focus on me and you.
So,
Miss, I think you need to give Adams lessons. Yesterday I mentioned about shower. Adams ni kama hizi vitu haelewi.
Yeah. I think Adams, that's okay. You and Eufin, if you want Christine and I to come for a little bit of tutor, we are very okay, Christine, right? And you don't have to give us fair to come to where you are.
Christine, you are being unfair. Surely, do you think I can take lessons from the kind of lessons you want me to take from me?
Pick up Ukoremit, go Adams. Pick up Ukoremit, go.
I think Adams, that the person who speaks, please hear from the horse's mouth.
Tuko na watu 154 wanapenda umbea. Ati sasa watu wamekaa hapo wanasikiza wacheni tuende tukalale. See you tomorrow. God bless you. Tutasoti if you are missing up.
Christian